Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. Hopefully we're broadcasting now just to protect that it actually is. Few things to fix, man. I've been tweaking my OBS a bit today. I gave myself a few tasks before the stream. And I did some of them, but I didn't do all of them. I was taking... Well, that's me. Right, I'm broadcasting. That's me. You alright, Pudgy? How we doing, son? You alright, pet? You alright? How you doing? Happy Splatterday. Happy Splatterday. Like I say, like I mentioned in the Discord, I figure if there's no complaints, we'll run this up from the top. With our newfound awareness and license to kind of spoil things. And I'm keeping up a little note tab because I want to. I've been surveying the Fear and Hunger critical community, and critical content of Fear and Hunger 2 in particular. It's not as bad for Fear and Hunger 1, but the stuff that I've listened to so far for Fear and Hunger 2, it's not for me. It's not for me. Why isn't my cam showing on that screen? That's why. Excuse me. Not for me. So I'm too pretentious, man. People are either taking it too seriously or not serious enough. A lot of people speak like this with lots of vocal fry. Wilder Termina, you and 13 other are going to have to put your eyeballs out and not shit fucking pants. Good luck. The horrors of pre-hip. It's just like, fuck, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you like, because no characters like that. So what's with the performance? There's a few that aren't like that, but they just go in the opposite direction and they're just making funny wee jokes and stuff. Like haha funny wee. They have the big disclaimer at the start saying, "Oh yeah, this game contains mature themes, so you know if that's not all right, that's all right. But we're all here to help each other." And then they'll go fucking start laughing at the wee-wees. Like, let me find this one guy. Because I turned it off. I try and sit through more stuff like this these days, man. I really do try and sit through more of them these days. I'm trying not to be that cynical anymore. But fucking hell, man. It's hard for people like me. Let's see if I can find this one guy. Yeah, this guy talking about wee-wees and stuff. Well, he doesn't he doesn't actually say the word wee-wee. And yeah, the vocal fry stuff, like this, it's, oh my god. Because there's a guy that did 3 2-hour videos, so 6 hours total of like lore playthroughs of Fear and Hunger 1. I was like, right, lock in, but he's going like this. The fear was getting to him. He dodged the guard, monstrosity with his phallus hanging at his ankles, and it was disgusting. The walls smelt of gore and vomit and all sorts of bodily fluids that you wouldn't want to smell with your nose. The dark abyss of your nostrils, inhaling the oblivion within. Oh, man. Shut up, man. So I'll play a couple, because I'm not gonna sit here and roast people, man, because I haven't fucking made any content. Oh, they're all better people. They're all better than me anyway. They're all better than me anyway. Until I actually make some content, bro. But let's just survey the general vibe, and I'll talk about how we prefer to. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What are you talking about? Let me know if it's all right or not. I can check that. It might be the encoder settings. Let me know because it's not receiving enough video. Shut up. Let me know if we're jumping around and stuff. So this guy falls on the silly side of the spectrum, certainly.
player character as soon as possible, which is nice. But I'm going to go through this like I did the first time I played this, so I can give you an idea of how I felt. So for one, to start this off, you go west. As the train disperses, you see everyone going in separate directions, though you do get a fun Easter egg if you go back into the train with Marco and talk to this goon. But
so far so good, right?
Follow the handsome Japanese businessman to the west. I followed this path, stealing every piece of colored grass I could find like a demented cow, and eventually found this. Well, that sucks. Hey Tanaka, how you doing? Not good? Cool. Probably gonna get worse for you if I'm being completely honest. So I keep going west until the path takes a turn north, and I end up at a interesting spot where, oh, hello, nightmare creature I don't want to talk about, and I swiftly run away from this man whom I can't show the encounter of because it is too graphic for YouTube or any church. Now,
Who says? Who says? Who says? Who says? I'm gonna check right now. I bet I've had no flags. Bet I've had no flags. This is a myth. And I don't know who started it, man. Don't know who started it, but people need to grow up. People need to grow up. This isn't even what I was gonna talk about, man. But let me see if Moose has been flagged. Nope. Nope. Not on one of our Fear and Hunger streams have we been restricted or had any sort of flags in regards to the quote unquote nudity in Fear and Hunger. Not a one. So I don't know who started perpetuating this, man, but it's false. It's false.
Now, everything in the game from this point is actually directing you to go right, as the man comes off screen from the left, implying that there's danger if you go that way, and he is a very dangerous individual. But if you go left, saying hi to Black Phillip on the way out, you then kind of find a small path to the south hidden, which leads you to bad memories. These things come out of nowhere, and I despise them with a passion. Now,
these things are the easiest enemies on the entire game. Pretty much, they can poison you a little bit, but people make out that these enemies are the end of the world.
If you played the first game, you remember these dickheads and be absolutely afraid for your life. But fortunately, these guys aren't too bad actually. But also, we are.
So that thing you were saying a minute ago about being traumatized by him.
We're playing Marco, so well, one of them bites us and we punch. Wait. Hey, that looks like Tanaka's hat. I hope he's...
Another one of these things. It's like why Fear and Hunger is Termina is a horror masterpiece. And this guy, I'm not going to name any of these people, man. I'm just pointing out things that I like to do differently. These are play-by-plays. These are just going beat by beat, telling us what is happening in particular moments, maybe saying what something is in reference to. The best thing this guy said since we started playing this clip is that the woodsman approaches from the left and it makes you want to veer right. Golden. Fantastic. After that, it's just a beat by beat. So why are we halfway through this video and we don't know anything about why it's a horror masterpiece? Because it exists? Because it's a video game that you go through like linearly?
So, leaving the bunker, I tend to go back the way I came relatively quickly. Individual villagers who just so had the misfortune of walking into me, and eventually find a cute little building, which I...
Where does he even get to?
Above the... prove its point by subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. It's... in my opinion, isn't so much a battle royale as it is a means for Rare to prove its point by subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. It's...
That's a new take. Interesting. I don't want to hate it, but it doesn't feel right.
why at the end of the game you can still survive with every person intact in the party. I mean, it is possible. I think maybe only if you play Abella, but it is possible. But the fun part is that Perkele, the envoy to the moon, states that you don't actually have to participate, as in, there is nothing fully stopping you physically from just not harming your fellow man, but Rare is a trickster god. So this is true, but if you neglect to do so, and you yourself are incredibly resolved to not harm anyone else, like Rare wants to prove all humanity will, you will attract its gaze. The gaze of the moon
Gaze?
is much like being under
You'll attract its gaze?
glass on a summer day.
Didn't have that boss fight. I was gonna put critical analysis in the stream title, man. So people tap in and like, why are you just listening to people talk about the game briefly? We're not gonna be doing this long. I'm just gonna touch down.
You become burned by the gaze of this eldritch god, which
Burned by the gaze.
moon scorching, which is a
Heard
process
it here first.
100% identified, as it's pretty abstract. It can take days, it can take minutes, but in easiest terms, if you do not another game, there's interference. Why at the end not be shaken? It believes that humanity is scum. They are detestable. They are rather gross individuals, and when cast into a bright light, humanity's first instinct is to fight and throw others down.
He said, so
from
I'm just
high
going to make note of what he
perches
said here,
to
because
better their
I want
own
to look
station.
into this.
The Festival of Termina, in my opinion, isn't so much a battle royale as it is a means for Rare to prove its point by subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. Rare to Termina, in my opinion, isn't so much a battle royale as it is a means for Rare to prove its point by subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. It's prove its
The word is very particular.
point by subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires.
Every individual, not just the contestants.
Subjecting every individual in Preval to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. It's
I don't know if I completely agree with this. And I think we're going to be able to disprove this, to be honest. By way of understanding why the contestants take on the forms that they do when they moon scorch. I think that alone might allow us to debunk this. It's an interesting take. It's an interesting take, but it relies on the fact that you know, subjecting every to succumb to their darkest desires, but I'm not. This can't be true. It can't be true because a lot of the moon scorched, a lot of the contestants' moon scorched forms represent some inner turmoil or their trauma, not necessarily a desire. You know, I think we'll try and see all of the contestants' moon scorch forms during this next playthrough. But I know Levi in particular, his moon scorch form doesn't represent his darkest desires. His moon scorch form doesn't have anything to do with heroin. Doesn't have anything to do with his addiction, which kind of disproves it already. sort out that. Please, please. Let's try. Please. So it's all right. Listen, man. You're allowed to put your opinion in stuff, bro. If you're gonna if you try to tell me why it is a horror masterpiece on its own terms, it has to be on its own terms, man. Otherwise, it's not a proper analysis in my very pretentious opinion. I understand we are talking about video games here, but in order to inform effectively, we need to understand the text that we're analyzing in the first place. So I'm going to work on that. I'll keep that up there for now. Just as a bit of a reminder, add Moonscorch to the dictionary, bro. Add Pre-Evil to the dictionary. Add Rear to the dictionary. All those motherfuckers. And we're going to seek to debunk that. But it's an interesting point nonetheless.
At the end of the game, you can still survive with every person, not harming your fellow man. But Rare is a trickster god. So, is much like being under a magnifying glass on a summer day. You become burned by the gaze of this eldritch.
Never like the idea of gods trying to prove points with humans, more like the Greek mythology of their gods just toiling with humans for an amusement. Yeah, as far as I understand it, that's kind of what Miro's going for. In the case of Rhea, just so we don't go on a long rant about all the gods just yet, because this game is centered on Rhea. He is the only old god that is still left around, and he's known as the trickster god. And one of Rhea's hang-ups is he doesn't want humanity coming close to achieving divinity or godhood. So it's quite maniacal in that, but we have to, it's a festival. And we have to assume that he's having fun with it. You know what I mean? It's quite maniacal. It's not necessarily pure hatred, although he does hate humans. We know that Rhea doesn't like humans. Not many of the old gods do like humans, to be honest. But he's playing humanity against themselves. You know what I mean? It's not him versus them necessarily. He wants humanity to fuck each other up. He wants to weaponize humanity against themselves and just sit back and enjoy the show. You know what I mean? So you're right. I probably agree with you. I do prefer that as well. Degree of separate. I don't mind some sort of interactions, but I probably agree with you in the sense that I don't like it when they try to prove points with that's one of my major criticisms of the Judeo-Christian view of God, who is a very sort of sensitive, easily offended, bipolar entity, and that's just my impression. I've got family that are religious, I've got friends that are religious. I don't give a shit. I don't give a. But if I'm analyzing the Bible as a text, I extract that, and then I would go and say, well, here's how I reason, or here's how I rationalize my statements of God being a little bit sensitive and prone to overreaction. You know, imagine being omnipotent and caring what mere mortal. Exactly, man. Exactly. I wouldn't be bothered, man. Yeah, make idols, like build stuff in my name. Fucking make me feel good about it, but you know, I'm not gonna interact with you directly, especially on an individual basis. So we'll focus a lot on Rhea, because my guy, he's made some good points, man. But this observation, the festival is a means for Rhea to prove its point by subjecting every individual in Pre-Evil to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desires of others. succumbing to the desires of others, possibly, but to what end? To what end? What defines a dark desire in this case? Because there are some objectively cruel contestants. If you sleep in the mayor's bed with a Bella, she will wake up to one of the other contestants trying to hop in. Bad guy. Pav is one of the only other contestants that I've personally seen actively going after some of the other contestants with goals of violence. But what other dark desires are the contestants fulfilling in that case? Like, what's Marina's dark desire? Because she's not dealing with dark desire. She's dealing with the past and the traumas that she's faced at the hands of her dad, and her identity as somebody that was shunned and pushed away because they were transgender. Or Levi, who is a child soldier that got so strung up on in the war that he turned to heroin as a coping device. His Moonscorch form doesn't have anything to do with heroin. It has to do with war, objectively. There might be some room for a nuanced metaphor. We'll try and go through as many of the Moonscorch forms as we can, because I've not even seen them all yet. But this is where my pretension kicks in, because all of these videos, this one's all right. This one's not the worst offender of a lot of things that I turn my nose up at, you know, but these guys get views. So I'm like, fucking right.
Pretty abstract. It can take days, it can take minutes, but in easiest terms, if you do not participate in the events of the festival, you will be transformed into something that will participate, but it is still also you to some degree. To break that down a little further, there are two categories.
Okay, this is big. This is big. I swear we'll open a game at some point. Let me know if you'd rather we just get on with it.
Moon is much like being under a magnifying glass on a summer day. You become burned by the gaze of this eldritch god, which is moon scorching, which is a process that isn't 100% identified, as it's pretty abstract. It can take days, it can take minutes.
Appreciate you, Pudgy.
In easiest terms, if you do not participate in the events of the festival,
I think this is bullshit as well.
Have to participate, as in there is nothing fully stopping you physically from just not harming your fellow man, but Rare is a trickster god. So this is true, but if you neglect to do so, and you yourself are incredibly resolved to not harm anyone else, like Rare wants to prove all humanity will, you will attract its gaze. The gaze of the moon is much like being under a magnifying glass on a summer day. You become burned by the gaze of this eldritch god, which is moon scorching, which is a process that isn't 100% identified, as it's...
Right, let's work on that. First of all, I've got something else to say here. I need to get this YouTube, get the YouTubers' names for these notes. So can the moon scorching process be fully defined? I'm going to work on that.
Pretty abstract. It can take days.
I don't think it is pretty abstract.
Can take minutes, but in easiest terms, if you do not participate in the events of the festival, you will be transformed into something that will participate, but it is still also you to some degree. To break that down a little further, there are two categories that you become when you become moon scorched, that I sum up as either Silent Hill monster or possession by another entity. So what do I mean by Silent Hill monster? Well, with the majority of the cast,
open at the door so it doesn't have to be the big moon staring at you, does it? No, plus, what's it got to do with participation necessarily? Because I'm going to bring up Levi again. he says something to the effect of, "You will be forced to participate whether you want to or not." I know this isn't true. I know this isn't true because of Levi again. Levi is my he's my bludgeon. He's my big analysis club that's debunking all these fuckers at the moment. Because let me show you Levi's form. I don't want to spoil too much, but I don't think
pretty abstract.
this is Levi's moon-scorched form. When the game's events go in the direction that causes Levi to moon-scorch, he doesn't fight you. At least not on the first time you find him. I think he does later on. But initially, he runs right to the orphanage, and he doesn't attack you. He just cries. He's just crying. So you have when I took him out, I just put him out of his misery, bro, because PTSD form, right? Does that look like anything to do with a dark desire or anything? Does that look like somebody who's fulfilling their innermost wants? Looks pretty fucking miserable. It's called Weeping Scott. It's a crying sniper mutant, man. If you enter the orphanage rear cylinder without dealing with Weeping Scott, by then he will chase you throughout the trenches at rapid speed. Yeah, man, it's pretty cut and dry. So what would have helped my guy is to actually prove his point, to contrast all of these different forms and highlight the reasons why his opinion, which to be fair, he did say it was an opinion, but he's saying it in a very authoritative or otherwise informative demeanor, right? It's misinfo, bro.
Humanity will. But the fun part is that Perkele, the envoy to the moon, states that you don't actually have to participate, as in there is nothing fully stopping you physically from just not harming your fellow man, but Rare is a trickster god. So this is true, but if you neglect to do so, and you yourself are incredibly resolved to not harm anyone else, like Rare wants to prove all humanity will, you will attract its gaze. The gaze of the moon is much like being under a magnifying glass on a summer day. You become burned by the gaze of this eldritch god, which is...
Come on, Feng Sun.
Which is a process that isn't 100% identified, as it's pretty abstract. It can take days, it can take minutes, but in easiest terms, if you do not participate in the events of the festival, you will be transformed into something that will participate, but it is still also you to some degree. To break that down a little further,
Convoluted
there are
writing.
two categories that you become when you become moon-scorched that I sum up as either Silent Hill monster or possession by another entity. So what do I mean by
Whoa. Where you going with this? Sorry, where you going with this? I thought they were reflections of dark desires. Way off course, man.
Moon-scorched that I sum up as either Silent Hill monster or possession by another entity. So what do I mean by Silent Hill monster? Well, with the majority of the cast, when they refuse to fight, at a certain point they will become a monster that is an abstract reimagining of them as a person. This form, from what we can tell, at base is the same person, but with the worst traits they have or that they perceive themselves to have being amplified to a point where they are a creature based around the entire negative aspects of their personality. For example, let's see Marco.
Sorry about all the be winding.
Worst traits they have or that they at base is the same person, but This form, from what we can tell, at base is the same person, but with the worst traits they have or that they perceive themselves to have being amplified to a point where they are a creature based around the entire negative aspects of their personality. For example, let's see Marco, the giant. See, Marco has always struggled with his lot in life. In his childhood area, he was surrounded by
childhood area.
crime, murder, and even worse. He
Epic
wanted
crotch
to
shot of
live
Marco.
his life for him and his sister and provide for the two of them, but the one and only thing that he was good at was practical applications of intense violence. So what ended up happening? He ended up getting into boxing. It actually made a lot of money, and to make something of his life, it seemed like the right direction to go. But it only ended up with him getting embroiled in some crime family that made him kill someone. It ended with him, depending on your choices, killing
This isn't really
another
spoilers.
individual and
It's
then
all told
fleeing the city that
in
he
his
was
character
born in.
history.
He is a person who worries that all he will ever be is a man capable of violence and nothing else. So when you see his moon-scorched form, there's kind of a Greek tragedy aspect to it. The giant. You can see where a lot of the design elements come from, his arms twisting into nothing more than meaty clubs that can only harm things, but also resembling the stitched up leather of boxing gloves. His body is twisted into a giant mass of scarred tissue, teeth, and eyes. His face completely losing its individuality. It's actually a common trend for that of all moon-scorched to have the first thing or the worst thing that gets changed on them be their face. The only exception would
Interesting.
probably be Marina.
Interesting. If we can back that up as well. This he actually makes a really good point here. We can probably prove this towards the start of the game. Moon scorched transformations generally involve since I've
But even then, if you trace the anatomy of the design, you can see that this head that is coming up between these legs is not actually her real face, and the cocoon that this design gets its name from is actually sprouting from where her head was. So you could determine that her original face was actually destroyed by the moon scorching like everything else. Wait, can I even show this? This is very... Okay, this is... You know what? If I get dinged by this and my channel gets attacked by YouTube for anything, it will probably be me showing this, because whatever, but...
We haven't been flagged once. We've streamed this game 4 or 5 times for hours at a time. We've not been flagged once. People need to grow up. People need to grow up. People need to grow up. Talk about Marina. Talk about what this means. Talk about Marina's identity as somebody born male and transitioned, but was ostracized because of it. Because here we've got like a chrysalis, we've got a cocoon, and around the neck of this cocoon being, whatever, we have this like a belt or something that is otherwise choking. This is actually beautiful, by the way. I've not actually seen this before, but it looks like the more that this feminine part of this being is quote unquote being born, is pushed out, the more the actual part of Marina, the part of her that has walked first, begins to be choked. So she's been choking by this idea of gender, potentially by this dichotomy of identity attributes that she struggles with, that she's been tormented by. And again, even if he's not going to say that, even if he's not going to talk about that, this already flies right in the face of what he said in terms of every individual being subjected to succumb to their darkest desires or succumb to the desire of others, which is a victimized thing. You know, I don't think it has anything to do with their forms representing the dark desires of other people. I think we can pretty much universally agree that the Moonscorch forms are, as he then goes on to say, and he criticizes himself, contradicts himself, they go in the vein of Silent Hill emotional manifestations, your pyramid head and whatnot, which I agree with, absolutely. I get the negative mermaid symbolism. Ooh, Rule of Rose reference. Rule of Rose. Tell you what, we'll start the game up soon. We'll see who we want to pick. I'm just gonna steal that, Pudgy, if that's all right. What's up, Auntie? Sorry, I did see. I was just mid rant. We're doing some Fear and Hunger analysis today, so we're just starting up by getting acquainted with what the general Fear and Hunger critical community are saying in regards to this game, and aim to clear up some misinformation and stuff like that, or generally just prepare notes before I go on to write a script and give this game a good analysis, dare I say. One of my bigger problems, sorry, I am repeating myself, one of my bigger problems with analysis video essays is that 80 to 90% of them are just retrospectives, which it's not the same thing. They are generally played beat by beat, pointing out what the player or what the analyst, whatever you want to call them, is doing from moment to moment. So we arrive on the train. Here's all the character backstories. We get off the train. We could either go that way or we can go this way. We go this way. We see an enemy. He's scary. We fight the enemy. Fear and Hunger has a dismemberment turn-based combat system. Next, we go through this door, and it just drums up like that. And these sorts of analysis, it's fine to do a beat by beat if you're discussing why certain things are significant, why they're good, what they're referencing in the moment. You know what I mean? It's fine to do that because it going linearly, flowing with the narrative itself makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense because you get to join in with the build up and stuff. But you have to make a point. And the biggest mistake that this guy is making is he is assuming a whole lot, and it can all be debunked using context that we find in game. A lot of it, man. We haven't even had to start the game to debunk some of this, man. Marina's backstory. Yeah, I'll drop in. We'll do some of the character. We'll go over all the character histories or something maybe when we boot the game up. I hope you're all right, Auntie.
You know what? If I get dinged by this and my channel gets attacked by YouTube or anything, it will probably be me showing this, because whatever, but it serves a point, and if I die for the bit, I'll die for the bit. But that is the...
What bit? What bit? What bit?
You know what? If I get dinged by this and my channel gets attacked by YouTube for anything, it will probably be me showing this, because whatever, but it serves a point, and if I die for the bit, I'll die for the bit. But that is the easiest way to interpret it, but I personally see it a little differently.
Easiest way to interpret it. ...
So, as we know, the majority of the individuals that are hit with moonscorching become the worst version of themselves. But what if this version was dictated by Rare's perception of this individual rather than their perception of themselves? I think it...
Interesting take. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Because then you have to assume... You have to assume that Rhea is omnipotent, or at the very least can read minds, right? I'll grab the name for you in a minute. We're gonna move on to the next one, Auntie. This one's it's okay, but it's
what humanity is. What if
leaves a lot to be desired. It's got nearly 400,000 views, so
selves Rare can look into their soul, see every thought they have, and instead of their change being dictated by their own self-perceptions, it's actually Rare turning them into a
interesting. We can prove this. We can either prove or disprove this. Can Rhea read minds? And the way we'll be able to find that out is to see what his abilities are in the hex table.
form of how it perceives them and their insecurities, which explains why Caligura, who, no, I am not showing his monster form, it looks rough, is a monster with self-confidence issues when he has been shown to be nothing but a confident murderer
with Mythonics.
Same with someone like Abella, where
I'll have a look.
she is not shown to have any issues with her presentation of femininity or masculinity, but for some reason, her moon-scorched form is a hulking brute that has predominantly masculine traits and a trunk, of course. So, I think Rare, when it moon-scorches someone with its baleful gaze, it transforms them into how it believes they actually look if all of their insecurities were unveiled to the world itself, thinking that the darker side of a person's personality should be shown at all times.
Right, okay. This might be a really interesting point. It's enough to... Do people's moon-scorched forms represent their own interpretations of themselves? We'll say interpretations loosely. Or Rhea's interpretation.
Culmination of their negative side.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not how we roll around here, Auntie. That's why we're hitting the ground running with this stuff, man. So you're in the right, because these videos get a lot of views, man, because it ticks a lot of boxes for people in terms of dark, like morbid media to absorb, man. Some people get a lot of views, man. I've seen some people with a million views on a video, and there'll be sub 10,000 subscribers, bro. And there'll be some all right points, but there's a lot of that stuff. Like, it's like, well, I'm going to talk about this, but not really. You probably already know about that, or I'm not going to show this because what? Why wouldn't you show that one thing? Like, why didn't you show Caligura's moon-scorched form? He'd already complained about. This is the power of editing, because you can actually choose to show whatever you want. So the fact that you've already shown us Marina's moon-scorched form before censoring it, and then going on to refuse less than 2 minutes later, refuse to show us Caligura's moon-scorched form. Why? Because does it have a penis? Does it have a penis? Was there something less explicit about the cocoon mermaid birthing situation?
Hide, this is the truest form of humanity, right? It definitely reeks of an alien thought process as to how humanity works and how basic morality works. There is also the two individuals who...
This is making a lot of assumptions, bro. This is pretty weak. This is pretty weak.
Who are not so much transformed as possessed, though Henrik is a bit up in the air. There is a few dialogue entries that I noticed about how people are uncomfortable being around the mayor, like he has always been a character, but regardless, I lump these two together. I might cover the possession ideas a little bit more in a different video, but for now, you're probably asking, why is all of this significant? Because it reeks of cosmic horror on a level that Fear and Hunger 1 never truly achieved for me. Sure.
Right, Fear and Hunger Termina is a horror masterpiece because it has more Lovecraft elements than Fear and Hunger 1. Danny Deska.
With the first game, you had this cosmic nihilism of the new gods, and them realizing they are not even going to be a fraction as powerful as the old gods, and eventually they will be forgotten, as well as entering the void and so on. But I find the agoraphobia of being constantly watched over your head by some massive moon, that if you displease it during its festival, it will transform you into an abomination that forces you to live out what you want to keep hidden and what you see as like the worst traits in your life forever. And there is no time limit, by the way. The reason I chose to highlight Henrik as the first Moonscorched victim is he can become Moonscorched in as early as the afternoon of day 1, which I think is terrifying, as you never know when you are gonna pop. Now, as the PC of the game, you probably are safe until the last part of the game.
Abella can actually be the first one to fully Moonscorch. Not only is she the first party member that you can actually recruit, but she, if you enter the manor at any point without recruiting Abella, she will be the first to go.
It's kind of up in the air. If you look at the now, as the PC of the game, you probably are safe until the last part of the game, but for every other character, it's kind of up in the air. If you look at the guide for who turns Moonscorched at what time, it's got a pretty even distribution throughout the various days.
Funny how he didn't check it. What guide? Funny how you checked a guide. I didn't check a guide. But I know that Abella's the first to go.
Times. The Festival of Termina is a dance of insanity where you will participate or else be changed in your mentality or be changed in your entirety of being. And honestly, I think this makes it so much more horrifying than the first game, as the horrible god bullshit that you have to deal with is up front and center from the second you find out about it, and you know about it from every other playthrough afterwards. Now,
he drunk?
Type of horror that
is he drunk?
Most from every other play from the second you find out about it, and you know about it from every other playthrough afterwards. Now, type of horror that I find most terrifying is loss of agency. This loss of ability to control yourself and be able to.
Bro, you've got your mouse. Your footage has got a mouse. I know I'm sometimes bad for that, but I do it when I'm live, bro. You've got a horrible little white mouse just hanging out there. At least I got my little custom mouse there, you know.
It's one of the reasons why I gravitate towards things like this, because it's genuinely something that terrifies me. So the idea of becoming your worst.
Fear and Hunger Termina is a horror masterpiece because it has more Lovecraft elements than Fear and Hunger 1, and it scares me more.
Self and having to hyperfixate on all of your insecurities because someone saw that as like your most predominant trait is genuinely some of the best and scariest horror I've ever seen. And don't even.
Why? The video title is why. Why?
Get me started on the sulfur cultists of this game. This game executes the gameplay as the.
Well, I wasn't going to.
Control.
I wasn't going to actually, but it's your video. You know. This isn't a conversation. You don't have to do it. Don't even get me started because I can't be asked. I'm about to finish the video.
Genuinely something that terrifies me. So the idea of becoming your worst self and having to hyperfixate on all of your insecurities because someone saw that as like your most predominant trait is genuinely some of the best and scariest horror I've ever seen. And don't.
Samari Moonscorch is into dysmorphia. And she is elated. She is vocally elated, meaning she can't stop commenting on that she's radiating, that she wants people to see her. Look at me, I'm radiating. Fucking feels great, man. Why can't you see what I can see?
Don't even get me started on the sulfur cultists of this game. This game executes the gameplay of the first game with more polish and better mechanics. It executes the concepts of the first game.
What are those mechanics? What are those mechanics and how does it improve on them?
With more nuance and a better understanding of horror as well as existentialism, but along...
What nuance? Understanding of existentialism? Why? How? How does this game reflect existentialist themes?
Alongside that, the concepts themselves are expanded upon and given more depth without being bloated. It executes a story that just is flat out better than the first Fear and Hunger because you actually get a story. You can put things together.
Subjective.
Outside of a single text crawl at the beginning, and sometimes talking to one scared individual hiding in a prison cell somewhere. And in general, Fear and Hunger Termina is just the better game of the two. Now,
right, that's fine, but the title of the video isn't why Fear and Hunger Termina is a better game than Fear and Hunger 1.
what you want about personal preference, but it feels like Miro, the individual who worked on this game, actually learned from their experience working on the first game and used all...
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, fucking hot take.
Learn from their experience working on the first game and use all this knowledge to make this masterpiece. Termina is probably one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm genuinely excited to see where Miro goes next with this series. Be it adding the ability to play the other contestants of the 14, or just making a new game. I will support it as long as it has the same level of polish, which I doubt they're going to regress on. And
the game, hey, yo, say a lot of good things. I can say a lot of good things about Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. Polish is not one of them, brother. And I love Miro to death, man. Polish, let's not mention polish. No, you're not being too mean, man. You're not being too mean, because this has 400,000 views, bro.
In Termina. So
this is why I'm stepping up to the plate. You know what I mean? Because it's like, fuck.
For the love of all that is holy, go play this game. It is significantly more approachable than Fear and Hunger 1, and also has an easy mode so that you can actually play the game and not have to worry about because it taps into. This is why I know it's gonna be easy for us, man. This is why I know it's gonna be easy for us, because the contained experiences, and we actually analyze things with rationale and objectivity. We do not rely on bias, personal opinion, and subjectivity. We don't rely on that. We only use subjectivity to inspire us to make a case study about this, man. You know what I mean? But the guy hasn't told us anything in that video. Why is Fear and Hunger a Termina a horror masterpiece? Because it has more Lovecraft DNA. Because he thinks it's a better story. Because he thinks it's polished, because he thinks that the mechanics are better. Doesn't go into any of this, by the way. Bad. Dying every 30 seconds to something. I want to thank that dear friend of mine that I mentioned in the first video for Fear and Hunger.
Not good. Bad, not good. Bad, not good. Bad, not good. Let's just keep track of the ones that we're looking at here. I will beat the game up. Listen, I'm gonna be locked in and for the next 6+ hours. So don't worry. Like, if you've got things to do or whatever, don't worry. If you don't, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. And I'm glad that we started on that one, because it's a perfect example of how not to do an analysis. Or how not to do a reading of literature, media, whatever. Perfect example for me to be like, right, well, here's how we're going to do it differently. Because a lot of that just isn't fucking acceptable, man. I'm not even going to read the comments. I'm not going to read the comments because people don't know what they want until you give it to them. You know, I've heard Worm Girl's done some pretty good takes. She's a bit long in the teeth, but if ours might be, you know what I mean? If I'm looking through this, character history, beat by beat. Let's hop in somewhere that we think might be somewhat interesting. Let's try and hop in somewhere that we think we can get a little bit of a reading. You know what I mean? A bit of a critical analysis.
This time, it's morning of the first day. The contestants have all just had the dream for the first time and awoke to find their train stopped. After a short discussion, Marina leaves the train, passes the woodsman's house, finds the gate locked, and goes down to the bunker.
A lot of people will so this is Worm Girl. A lot of people will point to Worm Girl as being the creator that drew their awareness towards Fear and Hunger in the first place. So regardless of how well she analyzes these titles, she's still in our good books in some sense. Like 3.5 million views, you know, that's a lot of people that have learned about this. So as long as she doesn't, you know, whatever, she is an advocate for this game. These guys are all advocates for the game. So as much as we're going to point our nose or turn our nose up at some of these videos, they are still doing good for the game, which is important. You know what I mean? So I whilst I can thank them for that, we think differently on this channel, man, or we think differently when we're approaching the analysis of video games or the critical reading of video games. So when we are criticizing these videos, it is the videos and not the person and their efforts. You know, it's all conducive to a more fulfilled and a broader awareness for a title that we pretty much all like here, certainly.
But this time, they immediately find a pair of bolt cutters. This is random, but it can happen. Marina explains the situation to her
very rare
about her dad and that they can get into town with these. Abella can't very well say that she's actually a freedom
very rare you find the bolt cutters there.
fighter on a secret rescue mission, and anyway, it doesn't look like anyone else is down here, so they leave.
You see, it's already happening, bro. I know we just clicked in halfway through. It's already happening. Already happening. Beat by beat. Like, full story analysis. Like, what happens? This is a bit of a fairer title than the last one. This is kind of all right. I can't really complain about this, to be honest. But it's not my kind of analysis. I don't really regard this an analysis. I regard it a retrospective or a fucking playthrough. An edited playthrough.
She'd hate to let anything bad happen to Marina.
Especially if she doesn't play anybody but Marina.
Ransack it for food.
All right. She's got some other characters out.
Was that they'd never actually met. It's a tragedy for everyone involved. Samari is aware now that she's done wrong, but she can't seem to piece together how it got to this point. Worse, she doesn't have long to live. Whatever they did to her at the Vatican has drastically shortened her lifespan. Samari didn't make the wooden world. She didn't trap Domek in a pillar. That stuff was already there. All she did was stab Domek, and it doesn't look like she's going to stab anyone else. Listening to Perkala ruined the only shot at happiness in her short life.
Buffering thingy.
Levi's addiction manifests as a massive stat penalty which is always present unless he gets a fix. Satisfying his craving, however, gives him some huge buffs, particularly to his speed, and easily makes him better than any other character in terms of baseline stats. This reliance on consumables means that as a companion, he's often dead weight, as you tend to want to
Anybody can take heroin, though. And anybody can benefit from that stat hike. Watched a speed through where speed run where somebody was playing Osa, and just before the Machine God fight that we did yesterday, vitamin H.
Stuff for boss fights. But you can easily fix him with Marina's engrave skill. Slapping the God of Fear and Hunger sigil on our boy will boost his agility up to be just about on par with everybody else, and faster than most monsters. Or you can give him a Small Things amulet and slap a Grogaroth sigil on him, which will do the same thing, but also bump his attack up. As a main character...
Why? What does the Small Things amulet do? I know what it does. Do you know what it does? Does anybody here know what the Small Things amulet does and why it's good? This isn't a test. I'm proving a point, man. Yeah. Plus 5 agility, but you're not going to know that unless you know that, right?
She'll do the same thing, but also bump his attack up. As a main
Anna, you
character,
cheated because you
things
played
are a
it.
bit different. Depending on your choices, Levi can actually start without an addiction, and his pistol ability makes his Luger hit like a 303 rifle in the field. It's good stuff. Marina feels bad for the poor guy, and Prehevilians have to look out for each other. The young man has the solitary soul, but that's no reason he should have to go it alone. She invites him to tag along, and the three head for the church. They pass the circle, as in the other scenarios, but this time things play out differently. Samari is here, and so is Father Domek. She has trouble composing herself, but she finally gets his attention when she says she's here because of Marina.
Radio
Domek
silence.
snaps back in anger, misgendering Marina and refusing to even speak her name. He mutters that she took a cowardly path, rather than living as a male and entering the priesthood like she was meant to. But, he says, Marina is far away and won't be found here. Samari starts with a rehearsed speech. It really sounds like she did come here to kill Domek and is psyching herself up. But when Domek hears that Marina is in Prehevil, he loses his composure. He tries to get her to explain herself, but she just keeps going with her spiel. So he grabs her, and things go downhill from there.
Not an analysis. Full story recap or full story, playthrough, whatever. How's it an analysis? What themes? What context is being invoked? And why? And then how is it being executed on? How are they getting the best out of those facets that go into inspiring these events? What motivates these characters from a meta context?
She never wanted this.
Like what decisions went into these characters and the reasons that they were given these particular stories. I know that sounds a bit fucking convoluted and unnecessary, but it's not an analysis if you're just telling me what happened.
Domek is an interesting guy. On the surface, he's just your average closed-minded parent, but there's something else going on here. He only misgenders Marina when he's speaking to a stranger about church business, and he has to keep correcting himself to do it. We know from Marina's backstory that the church meant for her to be a man of the cloth, and that she's part of a long tradition of very powerful dark priests. Here we find out that Domek always knew, and despite his disapproval, he never stopped her. He never even brought it up before now. As he lays dying, he speaks her name, and the last thing he says is, "You know better, stupid girl." Whatever else you can say about the man, he cared about his daughter. The letter he sent Marina was meant to keep her away from Prehevil. Redeemed? No. Not after all that stuff we saw in the basement. But this moment shows the strength of Habarainen's writing. In the midst of all this over-the-top horror and chaos, there's a little story about a terrible person who displays a tremendous amount of depth. The man knew what was coming, and one of his last acts was to try to save his daughter from the festival that has torn Prehevil. It shows the strength of Habarainen's writing. In the midst of all this over-the-top horror and chaos...
Pronunciation's really good, though. Her pronunciation's way better than mine. That's something I'm gonna properly work out before I attack this. Don't want to be one of those guys. Wormgirl is doing incredible with the pronunciation here.
Little story about a terrible person who displays a tremendous amount of depth. The man knew what was coming, and one of his last acts was to try to save his daughter from the festival that has torn Prehevil to pieces.
I have issues with tremendous amounts of depth. It's not really that good. That's another area we can improve then. There we go.
Story about a terrible person who displays a tremendous amount of depth.
I have an issue with that. Do they display it? If they display it, why aren't we analyzing that? But this was a full story analysis.
The man knew what was coming, and one of his last acts was to try to save his daughter from the festival that has torn Prehevio to pieces. And then he melts into the floor.
It's not quite. He melts into the, you know. Oh, we're deep diving, Ash. Good to have you. Good to have you. And this, I don't want this to come across as being bitter or, you know, just criticizing people for the sake of criticizing them. The same way we approach analysis of games is the same way we approach the analysis of other people's analysis. You know, it's like if these guys are saying we're going to do this, either through the titles or through the introduction to their video, then in the very least we should expect them to be able to commit to that for the duration of the video. But
the pair follows Samari into the locked basement by smashing through the floor as before, but this time they find her cowering and sobbing in a corner rather than boasting about what she's done. When confronted, she's hysterical, one moment saying she did it all for Marina, another saying she didn't mean to kill anybody. She says that it's all because of him, the fiend at the top, referring of course to our friend Perkala, whose incitement to kill appears to have had quite the effect on this unstable young woman. As upset as Marina is, cooler heads prevail. She assures the strange woman that she doesn't hate her and urges her to come back to the train where it's safe. Samari refuses at first, but eventually Marina talks her into it. Back at the train, things become a little clearer, though Samari's verbal tics don't help. Samari and Marina urges her to come back to the train where it's safe. Samari refuses at first, but eventually Marina talks her into it. Back at the train, things become a little clearer, though Samari's verbal tics don't help. Samari and Marina both attended school at the Vatican, but while Marina was an occultist, Samari was a member of the Ninth Circle, a secret organization that binds children to the old gods with barbaric rituals that inevitably kill them. Samari is, essentially, a living human sacrifice, a dead woman walking made in a vain attempt to bring the dead and distant old gods back to the world.
Cool. The first time I've ever heard anybody talk about Samari's backstory. Yeah, happy Splatterday, everybody. We are going to boot the game up for ourselves soon. We'll just lock in, man. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to be locking in.
Issue. She's a mind reader. While Marina was busy being the popular girl at the Ministry of Darkness, Samari watched her from the shadows. Poor social skills, a fractured ego, and a total lack of boundaries are a recipe for disaster even under normal circumstances. Throw mind reading into the mix, and you're in for an uncomfortable time. Samari.
Interesting. I like this. I genuinely like where this is headed.
Throw mind reading into the mix, and you're in for an uncomfortable time. Samari seems to have internalized many of Marina's thoughts, even intrusive ones she'd never act on, like the notion that Marina hated her father enough to want him dead.
Beautiful. Fantastic. Brilliant. I'm going to write that down. Because this is a lead. This is something we can either prove or debunk. Did she internalize Marina's? How did she word it?
Even intrusive, uncomfortable time. Samari seems to have internalized many of Marina's thoughts, even intrusive. Ones she'd never act on, like the
Interesting. I fuck with this. That's a reading. That's a reading. That's taking context, taking context from the game, and applying it to fill the gaps. Using only the puzzle pieces that the game has provided. It's still speculative, but it's something. It's something.
notion that Marina hated her father enough to want him dead. Samurai became obsessed with Marina and fell in love with her, but what she failed to realize was that they'd never actually met. It's a tragedy for everyone involved. Samurai is aware now that she's done wrong, but she can't seem to piece together how it got to this point. Worse, she doesn't have long to live. Whatever they did to her at the Vatican has drastically...
All right, not bad. Not bad. We'll move on to the... We'll do like one more popular one.
Caligula was in a mood to believe him. Marco explains that he's running away from the family and simply took the first train out of town. Caligula is suspicious, but he accepts the answer and backs off. What is never explained is what Caligula is doing here. He's a mob captain from...
Oh, I see my boy Friedrich Nietzsche at the back end here.
There's a war going on.
But the thing is, bro...
If you're playing Isabella and you sleep...
We haven't done some of the endings. So we kind of want to experience endings B and C for ourselves, man. You know what I mean? Oh, I see what she's saying, man. Beyond good and evil. Oh yeah, we're going that way. We're going that way.
Of importance.
But listen, bro. Post-game analysis is one of the smallest parts of the whole fucking. That would be the bit that interests me the most. Got Marilyn Manson in there. You know, these are cultural cornerstones, man. In some way, shape, or form. This is what I want for the whole 2 hours, not just 6 minutes. That's what I want. That's what I want, man. I don't need a fucking play-by-play. If you're doing an analysis, man. If you're doing an analysis, analyze. I'm good, Ash. I'm very good, thank you. Very good. Yeah, thank you everybody for checking in. We will open the video game soon. Let's just go for one more. Lots of views. In-depth look at the video game that hates you. And the thing is, notice these titles: Terrifying Law, RPG that hates you, Sadistic Masterpiece, The Sadistic World, The Tragic Horror, The Brilliant Terrifying Masterpiece. That's the closest. See, I get a sense of optimism. I find it quite beautiful in a way. I find it very melancholic in the same way I would a proper Silent Hill game. There's a certain beauty to it. But it's easy to just jump on the oh my god, it's got willies and blood in it angle. But I'm gonna assert it to be not terrifying. I don't think it's terrifying. And I don't think the game necessarily hates you. I think it's the same as anything else. Shouts out to Jared. Aurelius said that it's not events that impact the way we feel, but our own perception of those events. Absolutely. Yeah. Meditation, man. Fantastic. Good to have you, man. We are going to boot the game up, but we're just dipping into some of the... we're going to run a bit of our own analysis to see what we notice. I mean, most of this I'll do off stream, you know what I mean? But I'm just priming myself mostly, and then you guys as well, if you're going to join us, and how we should be viewing this as a reading, as an analysis, as a critique. You know, it's we can't just point at things and say, yeah, this is good, and then move straight past it. So what these things are doing? They're saying, oh yeah, you can do this, and then you can go this way, you can go that way. We chose to go this way. We goes this way. Then we bump into a character. These two characters have a backstory. Next, we went here. It's like, come on, man.
Oh, that requires heroin, or whatever that is. A rake, a stone on a stick, and a saw.
Nope. Not an analysis.
Fortunate mistake.
Why? Okay. I like these ones. I like the ones that say why. Why something, why blank is blank. Because that gives you that's a goal. That's something that this video should achieve by the end of its runtime.
About getting my ass ripped apart in the first Fear and Hunger kind of struck a chord with me. and managed to get me invested. So, after having experienced all that the first game,
Or at least it should be.
I
It should be,
came
Ash.
to learn from my ever so lovely viewers that there was a second game. So I thought I'd share it with all of you, both the good, the bad, and the downright bizarre shit that I experienced through playing Fear and Hunger 2.
Good.
Termina, unlike the first
Good energy. I like his energy.
version of
Because one of my biggest gripes, one of the things that can turn me off a video I say before it's really even kicked off, is how people carry themselves and how people deliver. Because delivery is a bit has more nuance than a lot of people would think. It's not just as easy as just reading lines. It's how you do. It's your inflections. It's how you bolster certain words and themes and stuff. It's how you bolster emotion. Ultimately, a lot of people I find in the critical analysis community have very static or almost borderline rhythmic. But monotone, and it's just every sentence kind of ends the same way. Don't have to be like that, man. But it is a skill. It's something I've worked with through, songwriting and stuff like that. So, but it is a skill, and that was my biggest thing, because I didn't used to have this much, like dimension to my own voice. Even my speaking voice has probably massively changed over the years, because I didn't innately have a voice with a lot of presence. So I had to study how to deliver, how to pronounce, how to project. And it took me fucking ages to do so, man. But I used to be trash. Like, if you, God forbid, hopefully a lot of you never will, but if you hear my earlier stuff, man, Deadly Headshot's got it all, man. It's fucking, it's all in here. It's all in here. Well, it's not from around the, your diaphragm and the rest of it. It's hard to do. So this guy is, suspicious. There's a lot, especially in true crime, man. Especially in true crime. Who is it, man? Explore with us. Brilliant. But even he falls victim. He's got great projection and great presence, but he even falls to a lot of the same things himself.
However, the first thing that stood out to me had to be the inclusion.
Happy Splatterday, Joe Dane. Good to see you, man. We're gonna actually play a video game in a minute, I promise.
Double the amount from the first game.
We're just at the moment we're just listening to people. We're turning our pretentious noses up at the critical analysis community. This guy's playing with the widescreen mod. This is why you don't play with unsupported. Like, look at this mess. Look at this mess.
Significant at first, it is super important. Now, each character offers a totally different experience as you play. Different stories, skills, and even special interactions. Now, for my playthrough, I decided to go for the Giga Chat himself, Marco, baby! Perfect. Now, he obviously bears a striking resemblance to Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which has only made me want to play him even more. His story is that...
Yeah, that's the... listen, I can't criticize that. I'm actually going to make a note. Even though it's super obvious, and everybody mentions it, we're still going to note that Marco JoJo reference. It probably does. It does look like Joseph, you're right. JoJo reference. We're just gonna make note of it, because that is, even though it's an easy thing to call out, that counts as analysis. That counts as a cultural cornerstone, or something that has impacted the way that this game came out. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is a big meme as well. But I like JoJo. We like JoJo. But even without that, even without our personal bias. We can't rely on bias. We can't rely on subjectivity, really. Only as far as, getting interested into a thing. But if we're trying to do a proper analysis, proper critical reading, we need to take things at face value. And then if we have a theory, it's like, why is Fear and Hunger a horror masterpiece? We don't do what that other guy did and say it's a horror masterpiece because it has more eldritch elements and it's an improvement from the sequel. He took 45 minutes to say that. Didn't say fuck all else. You know what I mean? We have to be like, it's a horror masterpiece because of the way it handles these themes. And it handles these themes by doing this, which take influence from these things. And the creator Miro managed to weave these things together to make dynamic, believable characters. You know, levels.
Who was also dating the mob boss? It's a little convoluted. As for the other characters, we have the most based of Osa. He's a yellow mage whose purpose is hidden in the shadows. Levi
That's
is
fan art.
a child soldier with a
That's fun. I want to know who did that.
Wait, did I read that right? A heroin addiction. Honestly, what other game does this kind of shit? Then there is Marina, just an occult little girl.
Haha. Haha, drugs, willies. Drugs, willies. Ooh. Ooh, that's nasty. Ooh. Oh, drugs and willies.
Karen, a nosy journalist. Abella with the arguably biggest ass in the game. That is lore accurate, by the way.
The first video we watched said exactly the same thing. A lot of people choose to make a point about the size of Abella's ass.
My words. Olivia, a wheelchair-bound girl, but also a skilled botanist and incredibly good at spinning the block. And finally, Don, a doctor with the coolest looking eye patch in the entire game. Now, each of these characters have found themselves
He's got the only eye patch in the entire game, so
in the worst possible place in the world, Finland. Wait, sorry, it's actually an imaginary version of Germany from the mind of a Finnish guy, which actually sounds worse. Speaking of Germany, we find ourselves in a train. We are prompted to play...
I don't think so. I don't think so, Joe Dane. That's a good point. That's a good point. We haven't decided who we're going to run with today, because we're going to start a fresh run soon. That's a good point. Listen, it's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with it. It's not like I'm not screaming, oh, misogyny, how dare you objectify women. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the point. But everybody has to do. Everybody points it out. Everybody has to point out that Marco is a JoJo reference. Everybody has to point out that Abella has a fat ass. It's like once a bit's been done, like, do we need to do it again? What elevates your video? What elevates your content by making the same joke as everybody else? It's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. But you know what I mean? Like, what? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I have to mention, I have to talk about Abella's ass in my video.
Well, yeah, I would skip this. I love getting straight into the gameplay, but... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, I'm not skipping this shit again. Now, what is unique about the intro is that our
don't get it.
will
I don't get it.
determine
I
our
don't know. I don't know. I don't know. IYKYK. IDK. IDK, Miles. I don't know. I don't know.
answers that point towards, for example, defense, we gain defensive skills, and so on and so forth. So, waking up, a creepy little girl runs past us, and we enter what looks like a wood workshop. This entire sequence can be fully skipped if you don't play the intro, but it does give important game context. It teaches you combat, which I have a ton to say about.
I know. I'm Joe Day. I'm just being a dick. I'm just being a prick. You know what I mean?
Perkele.
Could say link in the description. Link in the description. I should be a manager. I should be his manager, bro. Should be his manager.
Ah, there you are. Got you pulled out of that nasty place. You were going deep into that rabbit hole.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. And he's doing all this for the moon god Rear. They have gotten us, as well as 13 other contestants, stuck here in the city of Precheville to compete in a pseudo...
Auntie? Out of 10? Out of 10?
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. And he's doing all this for the moon god Rear. They have gotten us, as well as 13 other contestants, stuck here in the city of Precheville to compete in a pseudo Hunger Games type of battle royale. So when we awaken, we find ourselves back on the train. Whew, okay, I'm awake. For a second there, I thought I was in Finland. What a fucking nightmare.
Joe Dane. Joe Dane, hang around, man. You do, hang around, man. I like you. I like you.
I mean, they look identical. Hello, everybody. My name is Borat. Very nice. Okay, for real though, who the fuck are you guys? Okay.
1 month ago.
So this is a massive...
Borat. 2006. 2006. What was the catalyst for that joke?
To the one from Silent Hill 2. I
7 out of 10.
They look identical. Hello, everybody. My name is Borat. Very nice. Okay, for real though, who the fuck are you guys? Okay, so this is a massive and important change. You see, in the first Fear and Hunger, your story felt kind of like its own separate adventure compared to the other 3 characters.
Oh, well, I don't want to be a dick, but come on, brother.
Contestants can be met and
He's doing
interacted
some
with
things right, but
at the beginning of the game, and it's kind of a necessity to do so.
I mean, man, these guys are raking in the views. Do you understand the ordnance that we're gonna deploy on? We're gonna fucking set this community on fire, bro. They're not. This is why we're doing this, man.
Right off the get-go. Whatever choice you make will depend
That's
on...
it. Remember that they make a joke about it in Always Sunny. They do there's an Always Sunny joke about that exact bit as well.
A twist.
He totally could have done it. Now, supposedly, Dennis didn't see Maureen that night, but remember that Maureen was once Dennis's
wife. Very nice.
That was Borat.
7 years ago, at least.
Wish to play the game. All right, guys, I am out of here. Bye-bye. Okay. Right. I got something quite important to say here. Now, I had a really hard time enjoying this game from the start. You see, in Fear and Hunger 1, the game just let you loose and gave you really only 2 directions to go in. And I'm not even kidding when I say this, but getting my ass railed by the guard in the first game of the dungeon really is what made me want to keep playing the game further. But with Fear and Hunger 2, the game is almost 3 times the size of the first one. So I felt overwhelmed by the size of everything.
West you, Jordan. So I'm showing a lot of my shit right now as well. I'm never too safe with this stuff, man. I've fucking just put the fucking browser up there. We should be in incognito, really, but no.
I'm the type of gamer where I almost
appreciate you, Doug. That's based. That's actually based of you, bro. I appreciate that. I forgot all about that little system.
I decided to explore beyond the train. Holy shit, did things escalate quickly. Now, I follow a man named Tanaka into the forest. He's just an average Japanese salaryman. Together, we find a bunch of...
Right, here comes the play-by-play. Here comes the play-by-play.
It doesn't end there. You see, in Termina...
Saving and failure, let's go.
Have myself a nap. But I do remember something important. You see, in the first Fear and Hunger, when you tried to save your game, you had to do a coin flip. And this coin flip would result in either...
Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, sorry. We'll go check on Tanaka's, actually. You're right. Because to be fair, and bearing in mind, I'm not ready to present my analysis yet. I only know of 3 Tanaka devs, maybe. Needles, Woodsman, Pav are the ones that I know about. But I know there's more. But I'm not ready. I'm not ready to present my analysis yet. That's why we're here, Doug. You know. These people should have done their due diligence, and they don't necessarily have to be as obsessive as I like to be. But if it's an hour if it's an hour long, you know, because it's a miracle that long form analysis content is popular now. I was into it way before, when people were laughing at it. It's like, oh my god, nobody's gonna watch a 7-hour Dark Souls analysis. It's like, you're fucking joking. Are you joking? I've watched the Dark Souls 2 analysis that went on for about 20 hours. In different parts, bro, and I fucking loved it. And the best thing about that one was the guy that was doing it was referencing another video and just calling bullshit. The same way that we're kind of doing this now, and we're not going to do that in our analysis at the moment. We're just seeing what the playing field is like, you know. Please say Kahu with the street. What? Just the pronunciation. All right, I will do. Yes, I will do, brother. I will do. Let me just make a note of that. As long as it's not got like boobies in it.
Well,
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's social commentary, man. But people don't get that. Like,
down. So that's what I did. But then I remembered the last time I jumped into a hole, yeah, it didn't really go that well. Now, as I sat in this endless pit of literal shit, I kept trying to...
no. It's not a pit of shit. It's not a pit of shit. If you jumped into the toilet, if you decided to jump into the toilet, which you can do in about a minute's time, then you would have been in a hole full of piss and shit. This is a well. I hope this guy doesn't piss and shit in wells.
Anything, but I know from the first game that it won't do nothing. Or at least I thought so until I got a prompt to yell for help. Of literal shit, I kept trying to press or do anything, but I know from the first game that it
No, yeah.
nothing. Or at least I thought so until I got a prompt to yell
Like,
for help.
Fallout 2 had a lot of pretty predatory editing. I didn't even watch all the Fallout 2 because I was like, this isn't what the first one was. And even the first one's pretty problematic in areas, but it's still got some social commentary in it. But in the second one, it was already past the point where people really cared, and it was edited in a way that made people look bad rather than them naturally making themselves look bad, you know?
I thought maybe you could do something or nothing until we hear some footsteps.
Huddle.
Holy shit, it's Tanaka. This caught me off guard so hard. You see, in the first game, no one could come to your rescue. You were doomed to die in the toilet on your own. But here...
Not a toilet. Wells aren't toilets. By the way, folks, wells aren't toilets. So if anybody's doing pee-pee poo-poo in a well, oh, because I'm probably drinking it. I'm probably drinking it.
My lovely Japanese salaryman came to my rescue. Is that Tanaka's dismembered head?
Well, that just happened.
And a rope? I climbed out, and it's the woodsman. He sent the rope down. Holy shit. You do not understand how...
I don't know why it keeps pausing like that, bro. Be one of my plugins.
Cemented my love for the second game. But the game fully subverted my expectations. Instead of being saved by one of the passengers, I got saved by the man that caused me to end up here in the first place. This was the point which made me want to keep playing and get invested. Something about how the game messed with my perceptions and ideas of it just made me want to keep enjoying it. The woodsman is also an interesting guy. Now,
Fine, nothing wrong with that.
Him and you get his keys, you can check his basement inside of his home. And maybe you shouldn't kill the guy, given he saved us. But that's beside...
I want to talk about the Vitch. I want to talk about Roger Eggers the Vitch, which is almost certainly what the Woodsman and Black Caleb are inspired by. Upstairs in the Woodsman's bedroom, you can read a journal entry that says, I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect of, the devil is in this goat, and it's had its way with my wife. The woodsman, or rather the father in the movie The Witch, is always chopping wood. He suffers from the sin of pride in that movie, and instead of facing his problems and the fact that he is a poor provider and he's not sufficiently caring for his family, he just chops wood because it's easier to do and it makes you feel like you're contributing. In that movie as well, his wife, does cop off with the devil. It's quite unseemly, but that's what happens. But doesn't matter.
Is the point. Here you can uncover a blood-splattered wall and writings on it, as well as...
If it's a wall, how are you walking on it?
The body of the woodsman's wife. Now, what we learn from this information and the letter on the man himself is that apparently his goat, named Black Caleb, apparently... Wait. I need a second before I read this. His goat, his wife. Turns out he wasn't a good enough lover,
so his wife decided to become a literal goat diddler. Only
Yeah, there's levels though, bro. There's levels, but we're not worried about levels because a woman shagging a goat is.
Fear and Hunger can make me invested in a story about a wife cheating on her husband with a goat. It's just so bizarre, yet that is what makes it entertaining. It is actually kind of similar to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. My favorite anime and manga series, the weird shit and goofy characters in that
Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I have to clip this, man. I need this. I need that. I need that. I need that. Bro, I need that. Woodsman reminds of. Fuck. I thought he was like, you get in there. He's like, oh my god, she shagged a goat. Jojo.
his wife. Turns out he wasn't a good enough lover.
Right, Miles, we're gonna play all this. We're gonna play all of this again because Miles needs to catch up with this, man. You're gonna love this. So these, I've got sufficient evidence to suggest that the Woodsman Black Caleb and his wife are direct references to the Roger Eggers movie, The Witch. And we'll talk about that. We'll boot the game up and I'll talk about it more then.
Apparently, what we learned from this information and the letter on the man himself is that apparently his goat named Black Caleb, apparently, I need a second before I read this. His goat, his wife. Turns out he wasn't a good enough lover, so his wife decided to become a literal goat diddler. Only Fear and Hunger can make me invested in a story about a wife cheating on her husband with a goat.
Gets better.
It's just so bizarre, yet that is what makes it.
Gets better. Because it reminds him of something. Because it reminded me of something as well. It reminded me of some other media that I enjoy. But it's good that he picks up on something that it reminds him of as well.
Entertaining. It is actually kind of similar to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, my favorite anime and manga series. The weird shit and goofy characters in that show and manga is what makes it so memorable and fun to watch. Without those elements, it would just be yet another shonen series with little to no heart or soul. Speaking of the goat,
So? Like, what does that have to... Why Fear and Hunger 2 Termina is a sadistic masterpiece? Because it reminds me of JoJo, and JoJo's got crazy characters and loads of shit happens, and if it didn't, it'd just be another shonen anime.
Black Caleb, of course, being his name, you can actually recruit him. To do this, you just gotta go into the basement of the house and draw a symbol for the god Rear on the ritual circle. Doing so, you'll be able to recruit him when you go back outside. But when you do draw this circle, you'll also enter a alternate world. Now, I'll talk about these other locations a little bit later.
Exactly. Oh yeah, we could say that. You could say anything then. You could say anything. You know what I mean?
But when you're inside of here, you can meet a man in black. It is speculated that the goat and the man in black are basically the same person, individual, entity, whatever you want to call them. And given the fact that he's a goat, it could imply that he is a pseudo-devil in the world of Fear and Hunger. So, if I instead didn't jump
on the wiki, bro,
into the big well and just ran past the woodsman, I could head towards the western woods and keeping.
Can people not be asked even opening the wiki anymore? That used to be all people do. Every 90% of Final Fantasy VII readings, analysis, retrospectives. Final Fantasy VII was released in 1997 by Squaresoft. It had a budget of 30 million and 15 million of which was spent on marketing. This marked a profound shift for the Western video game audiences who had yet not really seen a JRPG before until now. And I promise you, all of the OG, or 90% of the OG Final Fantasy VII retrospectives are just wiki readings. People can't even be asked doing that anymore.
Now, and instead finding my first party member.
Yeah, Joe Dane, exactly.
You there. You like video games? You like watching video
Haha, loud's funny.
essays? You should subscribe. And while you're at it, join our Discord. If you don't, well, who knows what might happen.
Is that a threat? Is that a threat? I'll subscribe you cunt.
Where was I? Oh, right, Abella. She's a skilled technician and
Fret?
has, according to the in-game lore, the thickest bunda. And together with her ass, we can enter a bunker called...
No, he's already made a reference. He's already talked about the size of Abella's ass. This one's really entertaining, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. This one, we haven't really skipped around much because this is fire.
According to the in-game lore, the thickest bunda. And together with her ass, we can enter a bunker called Tunnel 7. Now, the party system where you have...
Get bingo card, bingo thingy, man.
Game, but it does come with a downside.
Bingo thingy.
The more members you have, the more easy...
Oh, yeah, so he can fucking get loot from that chest, but I can't?
It is for enemies to actually grab you and attack you because your party is larger, and because it's larger...
I know, let's go free for free. Let's see if we can get it.
Hit when you're trying to avoid them. Inside, we find a hat, which...
We haven't seen Abella in combat yet. Or maybe.
Looks oddly similar to Tanaka. Oh my god, again! Brother, Tanaka can just not catch a bloody break. No matter what you do, he seems to get killed. This time by Needles. But before we talk about Needles himself, notice how we saw Tanaka's hat right before we found him being killed. Now, this is a great way for the game to do world building and sort of immersion. The hat is just so recognizable on Tanaka that its placement felt so strange, but the game loves doing this, leaving small hints or indications of what's to come without making it blatantly obvious. As for the guy that killed him, his name is Needles. He's based on Art the Clown from the Terrifier franchise. Now, Needles can be really hard to beat.
Are you 100% on that? You sound very, very sure about that. And it probably is right. Can we see? Can we see Art? And still, are you 100% cool? Because you spoke that like it was an objective take. Says who? I'm not saying he's wrong, by the way. But I'm not saying he's right either. Art the Clown, Terrifier. Voice actor. And the pain-induced hysterics the voice actor experienced due to the condition fibromyalgia. Now that's interesting. Yep, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And even if we lock him away for the first time,
You just pull out the blicky,
he
right?
will escape. So killing him early on is the best thing to do.
You pull out the
If we
blicky.
search his body, we can find a month's supply of heroin.
A month? 3 syringes isn't a month, bro. Take it from me.
Yeah, more about that in a bit. Now, after leaving the Tunnel 7, we can instead head towards the Old Town, where we can uncover...
Take it from me, man.
On the way, also encountering the dogs from the first game, or the hounds. This time, however, they're missing their heads, which is a little bit strange, but they do less damage, so that's great. Reaching Old Town, we encounter, well, some interesting people. The villagers are lore accurate to daily life in Frankfurt.
They're solid after, exactly. That's an easy Sunday morning.
Taste of combat. Now, I want to say,
A
combat
month.
is something in Fear and Hunger
Heroin.
sort of meant to be avoided. It's mostly because, unlike other RPGs...
Oh, okay. All right, go off. Go off.
Some interesting people. The villagers are lore accurate to daily life in Frankfurt, Germany, and where we also get our first taste of combat. Now, I want to say, combat is something in Fear and Hunger which is sort of meant to be avoided. It's mostly because
Yeah,
unlike
barely last
other
afternoon.
RPGs where you gain experience and new items, in Fear and Hunger, there is nothing gained from actually killing enemies or battling. So in the first game, it's best to avoid them. However, that's not the case in Fear and Hunger 2. In
So far,
Termina,
so good.
however, I quickly learned that progress can only be done through combat. See, Termina introduces the headshot mechanic. Oh yeah, baby. By chopping off the heads of your enemies and sacrificing them.
He was doing so well. He was doing so well. Do you see where he fucked up?
That's not the case in Fear and Hunger 2. In Termina, however, I quickly learned that progress can only be done through combat. See, Termina introduces the headshot mechanic. Oh yeah, baby.
By chopping off the heads of your enemies and
It's not
sacrificing them to the
completely
old gods, you gain what's called soul shards. Now, these can then in turn be used to upgrade or unlock skills for your character on the Hexen table. Again, the game does a great job of subverting my expectations without making it too jarring and uncomfortable to enjoy. But I love the combat in this game, and mostly because of the targeting of different body parts. Instead of just going for an entire enemy, like in, let's say, Pokemon, here you get to target individual body parts, and you got to take them out one by one carefully and strategizing to figure out what is the weakest part on the enemy. And this is what I love about the game. Normally, I'm not the type of person to play RPGs much because I think they're tedious and boring.
just arbitrary
Because of
references.
the trial and error and constantly weird shit happening in this
Needles
game,
is like
it keeps me invested. So
Arrested
eventually,
Development
after fighting
because
a bunch of Europeans, I end up with this pig mask
Buster
guy,
makes
and
me
I shit you
lol.
not, if you talk to him in battle, you can mock him, and this will cause him to die. What's wrong, bro? Nice balls.
Balls. Oh yeah. Very cool.
Mock him, and this will cause him to die. What's wrong, bro? Nice balls. Guys with big masks don't get hot Latinas. Dude, you look like you're from Detroit. So one thing you can observe while walking around in Old Town is that there's these, I guess, coffins all over the place, and if you interact with them, you can knock on them. However, on the lowest difficulty, which is what I was playing on, you don't really get any interactions. However, if you play on higher difficulties, something will pop out of them, that being the death masks. Now, these guys are a chase enemy. Think like Mr. X or, I guess, a little bit like Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. Basically, it's an enemy that chases after you. They have giant blades, and death masks are multiple. They are extremely difficult to defeat and could end your runs in a single battle, but it doesn't end there. If we keep walking around, we can enter a shop, which we were not supposed to enter just yet because apparently it's too early and he won't be opening until tomorrow. So we can leave the shop with the weird bandaged guy who's holding what seems like a baby. I'm not going to question it too much. Instead, we go inside of a house where we
Don't have to question it because if you interact with him, your prompt will say it's not a baby, it's actually a doll.
find our first bed to lay in. Now, of course, I take the opportunity to have myself a nap, but I do remember something important. You see, in the first Fear and Hunger, when you tried to save your game, you had to do a coin flip. And this coin flip would result in either you going to sleep and saving your game, or option number 2 was you may or may not run into an enemy, depending on if you killed everyone on the floor you were on. And this would be very impactful because this could end your entire run just by trying to save your game. It made the literal concept of saving your progress a 50-50 gamble, which is kind of interesting because it adds, like I've said before, a little bit of edge to the actual experience of the game, which I'm fine with, but it doesn't end there. You see, in Termina, they instead let you save your game whenever you want to. There is no coin flip. But instead, we are transported to the same place we first met Perkele. Now, first of all, his name is literally just a swear word in Finnish, by the way. It's a word I've heard many times from drunk Finnish men in Sweden on the buses. But that's besides the point. He basically works for the moon god Rear, who, again, looks oddly similar to the moon from Majora's Mask. And that's because this game, instead of having a 50-50 coin flip, instead has a 3-day...
Oh, yeah, it's a lot in it. It's a lot. I want to see what I want to see if he can. He talks about saving and failure for a while. I just want to see if he makes it because he keeps on. It keeps on seeming like he's about to say something constructive, and then he goes and talks about JoJo.
Limits. What I mean by this is that you only have 3 days, just like in Majora's Mask, to actually finish the game. And every time you save, you are progressing those days forward. In total, you can only save like 7 to 8 times. Because the game works in a day. And every time you save, you are progressing those days.
In fact, the majority of the ways in which a player is able to save will not progress time.
forward. In total, you can only save like 7 to 8 times because the game works in a day, night, and kind of morning cycle. So you have basically like 3 sets during the day where you can save. So every
He went day, night, morning. But for morning, he showed the afternoon. Just little things.
day out of a total 3, you can save 3 times. This is pretty nuts because it keeps you constantly on the edge. But you might think to yourself, well, I'll simply just not save my game. What's going to happen? Well, here's the thing. To balance it out, you literally cannot make progress in the entire game if you do not save at least a few times. An example.
That just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Just doesn't make any sense, bro. What? This couldn't be more wrong. Because no, you don't ever need to save. And you don't need to rest in order to upgrade your abilities. It's the most convenient way, especially at the start of the game, but that's not what he said. He's speaking in absolutes. He's speaking in absolutes. Does he think the only way to save is sleeping? That's what he's getting at. By saying that every time you save, it progresses time. Which, to me, makes it seem like he's not played the game enough to either use a Fear and Hunger sigil or find a Book of Enlightenment. So he doesn't know the game, basically.
Example, you know that shopkeeper we just spoke about? Well, the reason he will not sell us anything is because he literally will not open until the next day. So you need to save like 2 or 3 times so the next day starts to roll over, and then he will let you purchase.
No, but you don't need to. What's saving got to do with it? What's saving got to do with it?
Balancing the saving versus you actually.
Saving's got nothing to do with that. I know I'm being pedantic, but if we're speaking in absolutes, saving's got fuck all to do with it. You don't need to save. You can rest. You can have the option to save, but you need to, you know. I understand I'm being pedantic, bro, but so's he.
Doing things in the world. It forces you to save, even if you don't want to. So even if you want to do a clean, singular run, you're going to have a struggle, except if you're playing specifically the most hardest difficulty, the masochism mode. Because when you play that
The most hardest.
one, well, then it's much easier because there is no saving in that version. You gain.
Right, this is the last point we're going to listen to because that just fucking, that made me several degrees stupider.
Except if you're playing specifically the most hardest difficulty, the masochism mode. Because when you play that one, well, then it's much easier because there is no saving in that.
The hardest difficulty is easier because you can't save. No, you can save. You can't rest. This is how wrong he is. And Joe Dane, you're probably right. I think he thinks the only way to save is by resting. The wiki, if he bothered to open the wiki, he'd know that you can still use books and you can still use fungus sigils.
Version, you gain nothing from saving your game. You have to beat it in a singular run. By the way, I did mention a little bit of Majora's Mask, but you can clearly see the influence here.
What's Majora's Mask? I don't know what Majora's Mask is.
Giant Moon, the 3-day cycle.
I do really. It's one of my favorite games.
It's all there. I mean, shit, even like the land specifically in Majora's Mask is called Termina.
Wow. And I just noticed something. It's Termina's in the title of the video game.
So he's using the exact same naming scheme in this game. It is great, and you can definitely tell that Miro, the creator of Fear and Hunger, loves to take influences from different sorts of media, whether it's manga, anime, other video games, movies, all sorts of stuff to use as inspiration for his game. And I think
yeah, it's almost like he's a person. He's almost like he's an artist. Yeah, references.
it's the best when you can do that sort of stuff, where it doesn't feel like a copy, but rather it's fully inspired by it. Like Termina here, Fear and Hunger 2 feels like its own product.
Like, yeah, we need another JoJo. 3 for 3 on JoJo. We just need one more fat ass reference, and we're golden.
Byproduct or a copy of specifically Majora's Mask. Instead, it's its own experience. As we return back to the Old Town, our further exploration can garner us a few new things. First of all, we can find...
You may benefit from having a closer reread over your next script just to make sure it's lore accurate, as there were a few inaccuracies that others have pointed out, and I see your acknowledgement of. Keep up the great work. Thanks, will do. Yeah, fuck off. Salty. Salty. Salty! The editing is so good, is it? Is it? Sorry, but a JoJo's fan and a Fear and Hunger fan? I just hit the jackpot today. Yeah, the editing was painful, bro. Like, right. Love your videos, but just after the first game, I wish you would do a bit more research because it hurts when an amazing narrative is broken by errors. Preval is a reflection of real-life Prague in Czech Republic. Bremen Empire is Germany. This is insanely important for lore. You sacrifice the heads to the new gods, not old gods. Perkele is a word used by the Finnish for swearing, but it has meaning, and this meaning speaks volumes about this character. That's about it for the most important things in the first 15 minutes. Oftentimes, I go with my gut feeling on stuff, since my goal isn't necessarily lore explanation. Guy's a fucking tool, man. This is the perfect video to enjoy some chips and food. How about it, man? Right. All right, let's get on with it, man. Let's fucking get on with it. It's starting to fucking make me sad. Right, fucking hell. Where's my audio gun? Where's my audio gun? All right, that was fun. That was fun. Make this a bit smaller. All resolution. Right, who we playing, man? Who we playing? I'd say in my mind, we ran down on our first run, but then we restarted, so we didn't get too far with Dan on that run. And I've heard he has got some pretty base lore reveals as well. So people shout out any favorites that you've got. My overall favorite is probably always going to be Marina. To be honest, we won't play Osa, obviously, but I'd say everybody else is fair game. I could put up a poll for all the characters, or we could just round it down to like 3. I'm easy. I'm always a little biased towards Marina, but I have tried Karen. Karen's interesting, actually. Karen is interesting. She gets the Undertale battle dialogue options. We finished it on Osa yesterday. We got ending A on Osa yesterday. Very successful run in the end. Beautiful fucking conclusion. Both in the sense of how we handled the boss battles and ending A overall as well. It's probably the most optimistic. It's probably the quote unquote happiest Fear and Hunger ending I know of at the moment. But we still got B and C to get. And I imagine because Termina is due a sizable update, 2.0, possibly very soon, there'll probably be some more endings coming up as well. Because how many does Funga 1 have? It's got like 5, right? It's got up to ending E at the very least. Black Glasses Girl, Olivia. Not against. Not against. Not against. 2 for Olivia. Have a look. Michael Dam Murder Run. Because we're probably going to go pretty scorched earth. Meaning we're probably going to be quite violent from the jump. A, B, C, D, E, and S. 6. Vote Dan or Olivia. Tell you what. So let's go. Dan, Olivia, and I'll pick one more option. Olivia, botanist. Doctor, and who for a third? Somebody mentioned Karen. I'll put those 3 up, man. I'm always likely to default to Marina, just because I like the character design, but we'll see. Go ham. I'm quite easy, and I could chuck him. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Marco, as a playable character at least. But I guess people are a bit fucking sick of him after all of that. It's a shame we didn't pick Olivia for Route A, because we get some additional context, or rather, she is the character that is most connected to the Machine God, for reasons. All reasons. Olivia leading at the moment. Oh, you did say Dan and Marco and Dan. You're right, bro. You're right. Olivia leading the way at the moment. Or just go Genocide Olivia run. We are going to go a lot more... we're going to go a bit scorched earth with this one. As I understand it, B and C... for those of you that were here yesterday when we tried to get into the tower, you'll know that something bad started to happen to everybody that wasn't our playable character. When I say we're probably going to go scorched earth on this playthrough, it means we are going to be aggressors. We are going to be attacking the other party members, the other contestants, regardless of if they are moon scorched or not, to get an advantage. So fucking an Olivia Genocide solo run sounds pretty hilarious to me. We've had 4 votes in so far. If anybody wants to stick the vote in, I'll give you a minute to do so. I'll just have to find a button to the wheelchair. I don't think it has one by default. I'll work it out, man. I'll work it out. A good smoothie today, man. The one I had a couple of days ago put me off, so I haven't had one. I didn't have one yesterday. That was fucking lit. Might have to make one in a minute. Love her for Olivia. Let's lock in Olivia. I'm going to start running my soul at some point, but for now we'll just go on the usual. And it's quite convenient, actually, that we are picking Olivia here, because we get a little bit of context on the ending A that we did yesterday. For those of you that were here yesterday, you're going to quickly pick up on some things. Raina or Rayla? I think it's Rayla, right? We'll find out in a second anyway. We're not going to skip character history, and I'm not going to cheat on the answers either. The soothing sound of the rail tracks. You are not used to such peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. You can't help but let your mind wander. You reminisce what has led you to this point in life. You remember moths, blue noctwid moths to be precise. Noctwid? That is your first memory as a child. You and your twin sister sitting in the backyard, illuminated by the cold blue hue of the moon. Instances where it was just the two of you, sharing a moment, were rare. That is probably why those moments matter to you most. You and your twin sister were born at the strike of midnight at the turning point of months. Thus, you were born with different birth signs. Hold on. Read thing. Sorry about that. One was born with a shadowed soul, and one with a radiating soul. Since that moment, it was evident that the two of you would lead very different paths in life. Just as predicted, you were the polar opposites of each other from very early on. You were fragile and weak in build, whereas your sister Rayla was an active and adventurous child that could have easily been an athlete if she just chose so. You stuck indoors reading books for the most of your time. Your sister spent her time outside making friends with other kids of the neighborhood. Despite your differences, you took solace from each other in the strict religious household you grew up in. One thing was common between the two of you. You both wanted out of the ever-watching eye of your parents and their religious dogma. You found escapism from nature and botanism. Your sister, also being academically gifted, took interest in sciences. She would dedicate her time to new sciences that centered around advanced engineering and top-of-the-line technology. Her taking interest in the academia did irk you a little bit, as if she had stepped into your territory. I'm going to stick to botanism. You decided to concentrate on your own doings instead of giving in to the jealousy, and it quickly bared fruit. You learned undergrowth awareness. While occupying yourself with the world of botanism, your sister would often quietly join your reading sessions, burying herself into her own books. Despite your differences, these reading sessions really created a strong bond between the two of you. During your high school years, a disaster struck. You suffered multiple small strokes in a short period of time and was left bedridden. Naturally, you were terrified by what could have been causing this. Your parents first turned to religious healers for aid, but nothing seemed to work. Your sister tried to persuade them to seek out modern doctors, but your parents were slow to react to her pleas. After getting no results, your parents finally gave in, but it was too late at that point. The diagnosis was that you had an abnormality of the spinal cord that affected the blood flow and its supply. You underwent a long operation in hopes of fixing the issue, but unfortunately things didn't go well, and you were bound for wheelchair for the unseeable future. If something had been done sooner, perhaps things could have been different. What followed was an intense period during which you tried many different medical treatments, all for nothing. There was no escaping the wheelchair. Your legs did have some minor function, but they were left far too weak to carry your weight properly. The world felt like such an unfair and hostile place after all you had gone through. And all this just further created contrast between you and your sister. You couldn't help but be envious of her. Her life seemed to roll forward without hiccups of any kind, whereas you struggled with each step you took, quite literally. Nevertheless, the two of you continued, if not on the same path, then on the very same lane at least, as you both entered the same university in Bremen. Naturally, you were studying botanism and natural sciences, and your sister studied new computer sciences and engineering. You both were tremendously relieved. You had finally moved out of your parents' sphere of influence. Like always, you and Rayla were the polar opposites. Why would have things been any different in the university? You had trouble getting acquainted with the other students, but your sister, on the other hand, was already leading the student council and was even getting very familiar with one of the university professors. And just concentrate on your own studies. Yep. You learned advanced botanism. Just as you expected, your sister and the professor had an obvious connection. You were not sure whether you felt jealous for the fact that your sister garnered the attention from the opposite sex, or that somebody else was forming a connection with her. Either way, you didn't think too much about it. It wasn't all bad anyway, as you made good friends with the professor through your sister. Your student life continued smoothly. You were constantly ranked top of your class, and the nature seemed to lift its veil of secrets the further you got into your studies. Your sister did even better at school. Apparently, she was practically a genius in her field. She took part in a special student exchange program between the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. She would get to see the world while you were stuck on your laurels. Nothing new there, you pondered. In any case, the time had come for you to choose where you would specialize in your botanical studies. The folkloristic side or toxicology. Folkloristic botanism. We're going to end up getting all of these anyway, but I'm kind of intrigued by that. I think toxicology might be the safer option here. What we feeling? I'll pose it to you lot. Folkloristic botanism or toxicology. Doesn't matter long term, but it will equip us for the beginning. So this is probably a pretty powerful choice for the super early game. Can Olivia use two-handed weapons? Mayhaps. I've got some ideas. Folklore. I'll let the next one decide. Fuck you, Pudgy. Just joking. Ah, Skin Bible. All right. Interesting. Sorry, Pudgy, I didn't mean it, bro. You graduated, started your own research in botanism whilst also working at the biggest greenhouse in Bremen. What should have been a brand new start in life felt more like falling into place to gather moss, living your life through your sister's amazing tales. Her research abroad seemed to open many doors for her. The Eastern Union hired her to work in top secret facilities around Central Europa. You would receive letters from her frequently, always from a different country. She could never fully reveal what she worked on, but she did say that despite working for the army, her inventions would be for the better of mankind, not for war. It all sounded incredible, and you were genuinely happy for her. Really. Only the letters came to a halt all of a sudden. You wouldn't hear from Rayla for months. After 6 months, your parents got information that Rayla had been accused of treason. She had committed serious crimes against Bremen Empire. That's at least the official story. By the time you heard of this, she had already been in an undisclosed Bremen prison for months. You felt helpless. There wasn't much you could do. The next time you heard of her was when you read news about a terrorist group called the Nameless Liberty Underground, or the NLU, breaking her free from prison. What had your sister gotten herself into? A terrorist organization? The news really bothered you. You had definitely heard of the NLU before, but where? Then you remembered it. The professor Rayla had been seeing during her school years had mentioned the organization in a passing comment. You returned to the university to confront the professor, only to find out he had been executed several months prior. He too had been accused of treason and had been sentenced to be hanged in the middle of a battlefield. Something weird was definitely going on. You got to search through his office and found several letters from Rayla. Apparently, the two had been in a letter correspondence long after Rayla had graduated. I'm just imagining, like, Olivia dressed in all black and, like, a fucking ski mask, sneaking around these this office building trying to be incog. In the last letter from her, Rayla had cryptic writings about a cube. Eastern Union had been desperately trying to replicate the cube, but to no avail. Whatever that meant. Rayla was worried about the operation in Preval. Prehevel, was what the Kaiser of Bremen Empire was after. There is still time before he could get here. I still have time. Those were Rayla's last words. That's it, man. Gumshoe. Gumshoe wheels. Gum wheels. Upon further investigation, you found out that Prehevel, I'm never happy with the way I'm pronouncing that. We're going to have to nail that at some point. Was a medium-sized city in the country of Bohemia. That is the last known location of your sister, and that is where you decided to head without delay. With a real adventure ahead of you, how did you prepare for the trip? Something to read, bro, every time. Yes. You felt tense since the moment you embarked on this journey. Every night you'd see nightmares of the horrors that would await you in Prehevel. Fucking hell. Like, Miro, I love Miro so much, man, but there's so many fucking grammatical errors in this intro, in this introductory character history. He's got some balls, man. Like, I respect it. I have to genuinely respect it. Are they just dreams? You can't tell. Nobody mentioned any of the grammatical errors in any of those videos, did they? One guy even said it was polished. It's not polished, bro. I'll tell you that much. This Termina is a lot of things. I love this game. It's instantly become one of my favorites. Not fucking polished. Are they just dreams? You can't help but feel that there is more to the dreams than mere logic would dictate. Save our character history. Skip the intro. No! No, not this time. You're too slow. Because that's Rayla. You dig? I'm wondering what Olivia's intro is going to be like. I'll see if I can get out of the way of this text box stuff. Like I'm imposing. I have to read it. You don't get to read it. I have to read it for you. Was that your sister?
Moose is in the house. Moose is in the house.
Sorry, I haven't pressed that one recently. Keyboard config. So C is my chair by default. I could do with it not being that. I can do with it not being that because I don't know what that is on the pad. Another thing about this is that there isn't actually a in-game pad setup. So fortunately, most of the stuff is fine. Now, Unguard, I didn't know that was on its own bind either, but there you go. Ideally, I find something that I can shift out, page up, page down. What would my triggers be? Because those two are left bumper, right bumper. Let's just double check. Yeah, I have to find a bind for it. Fine. Oops. It's fine. But polish? Where? What polish? Need that for run. I won't be able to speedrun text boxes, but maybe that'll work. Oh, wrong one. Worst comes to worst, I just fucking tap it on my on my keyboard, man. But obviously, the quicker I can do it, especially if I'm fucking running from needles. Well, mind you, I'm not gonna be running from needles if I have to get out the wheelchair, am I? Check. Not those ones. Page up. So it must be. Man, come on. Thanks, babe. That wasn't me going, oh yeah. But that was a good point, Miles, to be fair. Okay. Let's just get going, and we'll worry about it later. I can just tap it on my keyboard for now, man. I'm not gonna be if I'm trying to get somewhere quickly. You know, if I'm running away from something, the goal will be to stay in my fucking wheelchair. So, you know, we'll be all right. Be all right. So maybe that's better. To be fair, the map's not bound to anything either, so fuck, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Ornamental lantern. Shotgun shell. Can Olivia use two-handed weapons? I know she can use guns. Apparently she's the only character that doesn't freak out when she picks up a gun for the first time. And I don't know the context for that, but there's a blue moth. Those of you that were with us yesterday will remember a bunch of those.
You! I've been looking for you everywhere. Just where did you think you ran off to? Don't you understand the hurry we are in?
I understand. The eyes of the janitor bulge out from their sockets as his expression intensifies.
No one expects you to. You are a stupid fucking human after all. Now get your ass back to your workbench. Your last chance. Next time, it's punishing time. You're supposed to assemble new cubes, of course.
Cubes.
As for how, figure it out yourself. If you're not capable of that much,
you're beyond hope
and useless in every sense of the word. What's you Googling at? There's nothing to see here. Eyes on the cubes. Work, or I'll rip those eyes out of your pretty face.
The janitor is screaming at the girl in pink. The girl? She is your sister Rayla. There's no mistaking it. You wonder what you should do. Why is Rayla here? Why is she playing the part? She is assembling these cubes like told to. So, I guess we should introduce a little bit of context about the nature of these cubes, or the cube in particular. I'll probably have to pull the wiki up to do that some justice, so I'll do it after this sequence. Rayla is trying to get your attention. Rayla, what is going on here? He gives you a faint smile.
Where do you think you're going?
Where's he come from? There he is. So, even though we got ending A yesterday, I'm still missing some of the ins and outs of how that comes to take place, to be honest. So even though I had a lot of information and that did make ending A satisfying, I'm still missing some of the connective tissue in my understanding of the narrative's events. So we completed the game once, and yeah, we did just go in. well, to be honest, the fact we've only completed it once and we're able to hard judge bad takes on the game already, it's a good look for us, to be honest. Because we might start leaning on the wiki, but we're gonna be doing that now. We're going to try and work this game out from the jump, you know. And I've got the notes up there. It might even turn out I don't take too many notes in this session, but we should have the option. We should be looking for things. We should be trying to ask questions and then seek answers for those questions. If we can find the answers, good. If we can't, is it an issue that we can't answer these questions? Does it leave too much open? Are there plot holes? Are some narrative threads never truly tied off? Because I think in the case of Rayla, and what I'm going to try to be doing, even though we're not going for ending A, it would have been nice if we were playing Olivia for ending A. In the case of the ending, it only really amounts to 1 or 2 lines of dialogue regarding Rayla. Rayla says something to the effect of, Olivia, I found a way for us to be together forever, and that's to assimilate with the singularity, which is what happens at the end of ending A. That's all I'll say on that, because if there are people that weren't here and are a bit spoiler sensitive, don't worry, because you're probably like, well, what you want about? You want about how did the gods? So hopefully I've still left a little bit of the mystery there. I don't want to spoil this game when I don't have to. So for the most part, we'll only talk about things as they're happening and with the knowledge that we've had in our previous streams. I won't talk about the ending too much because that's the last time I'm going to have to mention ending A, probably, to some effect. We're going to talk about how that came to pass. Because even though I saw it going that way, I'm still missing a lot of context myself. I'm still missing a lot of context. So yeah, don't worry, Pudgy. Like that's the basic 1-2. But like I say, even on that ending yesterday, you learn a little bit more. Lagarde from the first game is implicated in some way. And it's a beautiful ending. That was a fucking beautiful ending. Really was. I really, really like that ending. And it's probably the ending with the most mercy I've ever seen in Fear and Hunger so far. Like, it was actually quite a positive ending. There wasn't any foreboding. There wasn't any stomach churning depravity. You know, like some of the true endings of quote unquote true endings, or the most developed endings of Fear and Hunger 1, are fucking horrifying. Contextually, like, you might not be sat there like, oh my god, but they're fucking brutal in a lot of cases. Like, when we see the birth of the god of Fear and Hunger in the first one, it's not a happy time for anybody. They get straight to work. They get straight to work, man. A mysterious person greets you in a monotonous voice.
But you pulled from that nasty place. You were going deep into that rabbit hole. Now you are safe under the beautiful green hue of the moon. Welcome to the Moon Tower.
What is going on?
That is what I'm here for, to explain the situation you are currently facing. To explain the great once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is befallen within your grasp. Since our words could not possibly reach my master, I speak in his behalf.
And who might my master be?
Well, for now, let's just say he is the delinquent one.
Rhea, the trickster moon god. And me, you can call me Perkele. I am just a humble servant of his celestial majesty. You are the dreamer. He is the dream. Does that make sense? Would it not make more sense the other way around? You are the dream, he is the dreamer. Or does it indeed make more sense the way it is? Is that very deliberate? This is a reference probably to Azathoth. Thank you very much. Fucking yes, Auntie. One. Azoth, the idiot god. Right. Fucking what a legend. Moonman is sin. This takes place in Spira, which reminds me of FF7 and Cloud's time with the Golden Saucer. And Jojo. You know, Fairy always was so crazy that she fucked her goat. What? What's really weird about that, about him doing that, is that later on, he did show the poster art for the witch. That just bewilders me even more, you know what I mean? Kept asleep with a flute, and if he ever wakes up, reality collapses because we are all... Interesting. I'm not sure I'm familiar with this. That's fucking fantastic, mate. One down there. Oh. Fucking brilliant, Auntie. Thank you so much. That's absolute gold. You see how much progress we've made already? We haven't even fucking started the game, bro. And we're already knocking heads out, man. We just bodied 4 fucking essays. Fantastic. What we're here to do, bro. Like, they've got a lot of views for that. There's a lot of views that are coming our way if we do this right, man. So we're off to a fucking good start, boys. My master has invited 14 of you. Is there any significance in the number 14? Might not be. Might not be. But it's there. Hell. Absolutely. Well, it's just fucking. It's good to have somebody from we've got a distinct advantage. We've got a distinct advantage. But fucking weaponize it. Has Mido done any interviews or anything like that? Absolutely. Yeah, that's what it is, man. Like. See, a lot of this, I need to try and unlock the association part of my brain. That's what I'm trying to do. You're already running with it, man. So you're helping me warm my brain up for this. We're gonna be locked in for a while on this, man. Took us a while to get started, but fuck it. But fuck it. Fuck it in the. We might do this again tomorrow as well, man. I'd like to. I'm gonna be approaching Mido anyway. About some creative stuff, but I'm gonna ask. Might ask, bro. So if you've any questions, let me know. He probably might say no. He might be a really private guy, but I'm gonna shoot my shot because if we land an interview, we win. We win. Easy. 14 candidates, but only one true victor. The Festival of Termina is upon us. What is this Festival of Termina? It is a festival to give you, the humans, a peek to grandeur and a chance to reach for illustrious heights. Oh, absolutely, man. No, I will collaborate on that. I wouldn't want to be like, no, I'm going to interview him. Fuck that, man. Like, you're a contributor. You're already getting the credit. It's how we roll, man. This is an academic study, man. I'm gonna credit everybody that gets involved. The festival to end all festivals. This must all be very confusing to you.
I won't burden you with any more information at this very moment. Just head towards the tower. That is all you need to know for now. We need to get maybe a forum up or something for discussion of law and stuff like that on the Discord. If that appeals to anybody, please let me know. We've tried to run some forum concepts in the past. We still got the showcase, but you know, if that's something that people would use for discussion rather than because it's easier to jump between ideas when it's divided into posts like that. But it might, you know, it might be redundant. But if anybody would like to hop in on research and stuff, you know, Ashley's been sending me tidbits about remake and stuff, Final Fantasy VII. So it would be good if we just had like a forum topic or something on the Discord for like Final Fantasy VII, you know, Termina, Fear and Hunger, or what have you. If that appeals to anybody, let me know. I will gladly answer your questions once you get here. But until that, let us meet again under the moonlight. And off we fucking go, boys! Was it all a dream? Even your sister? The train, it seems to have stopped. Bet. All right, I'll fix it because I know I'll use it. Like I go on fucking rants for days if I've got the space to do so. Sometimes I have to kind of fucking pull myself back a bit. Some people are just a bit like, well, how the fuck do I respond to this, Moose? Like, and that's entirely fair. It's absolutely fair. All right, we'll do that then, bro, and I'll give you credit. And if the video pays out, I'll throw some stuff your way as well. Make a nerd thread on the cord for theory crafting. Bet. We'll do that. We'll do that. And then we can just have separate topics, man. Doesn't always need to be about games either. You can just introduce certain ideas, man. You know, talk about certain mythology or like, you know, Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, because that links like to all sorts of things, man. It's all like a nexus for cultural identities and spiritualistic systems, whatever the fuck. We'll do that, man. I think that'd be really cool. And we have got some writers and creators in the Discord, man. Aside from myself, well, quite a lot of you are. So it'd be good to just have a big bonfire to just throw all of our ideas onto. You know what I mean? You interrupt a discussion. Oh, the Sleeping Beauty woke up.
Thank goodness there were some people still around. I'm not going to skip this dialogue. If you go for this option, you can just push past this initial dialogue, but we're not going to do that.
Yep, still around. We were kind of waiting for you, actually.
You must be just as clueless as the rest of us. The train left us all here at the outskirts of the city. All the train personnel, everyone, gone. No explanations.
This sounds like a mystery movie.
The mystery, all right. We decided to stay and wait here a while. Someone has to come for the train sooner or later.
I don't know what this accent is, but damn, by the way. On with it.
So if you're not in a hurry, I recommend just going back inside and try to relax.
What's your name, anyway?
My name's Marina. I heard one video SES say Mariner.
You can call me August. Karen Sawyer, journalist on duty. Hey, I'm Henrik. And this mystic gentleman over here is Osa. It was Osa, right?
I don't know if I can whip out a Dutch accent, man. I'd love to. I just copied Goldmember. I love gold.
They have been serious problems. Got the Midas touch. Before you came out, we were talking about this. You saw the weird on
for the blooper reel.
You saw the weird nightmare too, right?
That's right.
Yep, I figured as much. Get this, we all saw the same nightmare. The moon, the girl in a pink dress, the festival of Termina. Really creepy, isn't it? Not this talk again. We should have asked that army pig, that Bremen pig. He was in way too much of a hurry to leave. I bet he knew something. Smells like a sadistic army experiment. Sounds exactly like something Bremen army would be a part of. They had similar hallucinogens experimented on war prisoners. Now that the war is over, they have to get their guinea pigs elsewhere. I wish I had your capacity and feist, but I really have a hard time believing every conspiracy theory floating around. I'm a journalist. I've covered wars, you know. Frank West is my dad. I don't need some flaky eye-patch foreigner telling me what's possible and what's not. You haven't seen what I've seen during these past few years. I've covered wars too, you know. All men and women for the past decade have covered wars. What's your point again? I've seen my fair share of hallucinogens as a doctor, and I can tell you from a first-hand experience that there are no known chemicals that create visions that vivid. Especially visions that are identical with this many people. You can feel the tension rising between these two people. I take it we're done here. Much as I'd like it, I don't have time to play happy campers with you people. I have a job to do. Which way is the city? Look, up over the forest top. Can you see the tower standing erect in the mist? That tower marks the center of Prehivel. You can hike through the forest to get there. Not that far away. Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright then. If I see anyone, I'll let them know you guys are waiting here. Have fun finding a scoop from that sleepy town. You know where to find us if anything comes up. What are you gonna do? Wait here, I guess. I am not in a hurry. Alright, day one. Let's get it. Alright. Oh! Scared the fucking life out of me, man. Actual Christ out of my body. More body. Right, I guess we better talk to these people a little bit more before we get started, just to get a bit more context about them all. Nice day, isn't it? What brings you here? Ah, nothing much. Twist of fate, perhaps? I'm just passing through. Yeah. Enrique? August says he's just passing through. We know that all of these people came here for one reason or another. I think. I'm pretty sure everybody came here for a reason. And we know that August has a connection with one of the former Fear and Hunger 1 protagonists due to the connection he has with the Moonless character, the big Doug that we fought yesterday. So what soul does August have? You can spill the tea now if anybody knows. Who's the connection he has? Is it Kahara? Was I right? Or is it somebody else? It's not going to be the domineering soul or the dominating soul. I don't think it's going to be Das or Darcy. I'd love to get confirmation on what her name is. It's not going to be Enki. Ragnvald, right? Yeah, one of the two. Wonder why I actually makes sense that it would be Ragnvald. All right, and he's got the what soul is it, man? The Tormentor or something? And does August share that soul?
tormented. Thank you. I haven't used Notion in a while. Okay. Commented so. It's going to be really rough notes, at least in formatting, but we're just getting warmed up, really. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for the next 4 hours easily. They share the same soul as August, as a direct descendant of Ragnar's lineage, to carry the task of removing all evil. Because is it canonical? Is Ragnvalder becoming the god of hyperviolence? Is that canon, or is that a divergence, or whatever you want to call it? Or is really the only true canon? Actually, not, because I was going to say, like, the birth of the god of fear and hunger happens, but Moonless is still about. So we know that Ragnvalder does leave with Moonless as well. I need to go back to those endings again. Yeah, we will talk a bit about the lore of fear and to be honest, man. We'll probably play through all of Fear and Hunger 1 before too long as well. Don't want people to get sick of this though, so maybe we'll take a break in between. But this is going to be my research subject for a little bit, I think. Direct descendant of Ragnar lineage. I get really picky about formatting. I like to believe that one of the old heroes resurrected the god of fear and hunger after, as Rag was bashing heads. Yeah, I guess it is. It doesn't have to be ironclad in terms of writing. I guess. Be interesting to know how he went out, and whether or not he went out as the god of hyperviolence. Yeah, and that's fine, bro. That's still a big help. It's still a big help. Because there is room for speculation. There is room, but we have to, if we can prove something, yeah. Yeah, you know. Ragnvalder's name is made up of the two Old Norse elements, Raging meaning advice and counsel, and Valder meaning power and ruler. Putting it together, it could be phrased, powerful ruler who gives advice or counsel. Ragnvalder might be a reference to Guts, as both are large, gruff warriors on a mission to kill a man that leads a mercenary group that covets godhood through sacrifice. Yeah, it's widely known that the guard is quite heavily inspired by Griffith from Berserk. Ragnvalder's look seems to be inspired by the Castlevania protagonist Simon Belmont. In Ragnvalder's case, his appearance is a blend of Simon's Chronicles artwork and his Conan-esque barbarian design of the original games. This is further referenced story-wise in Termina, if the theory about August being a descendant of his tribe holds true. In Castlevania, Simon resolves to prepare future descendants to his clan to fight against an immortal threat named Dracula, who lives on for various centuries, much like Ragnvalder preparing his tribe against their own ageless enemy, the Yellow King. Yeah. If we weren't playing as Osa when approaching ending A, August will get involved before we have a fight with the Yellow King, the Kaiser, the guard himself. That's interesting. Termina carries the timeline of 3 separate endings, so it's a bit convoluted. Yeah. Yeah. Let's write that. Let's get that down. Hard man. Oh man, nothing. Notepad. Termina. Yeah, the Yellow King. Griffith analog. Also, yeah, Lagarde, the Kaiser, the Yellow King, all the same person, all Lagarde, I think. Could be more, could be less. No, it's fine. Even if, because we're just at the moment we're just making sure we're covering bases, so we've got to go back up all this bullshit one way or another anyway. Like I'll probably come out with some fucking wild claims at some point. But we have to back up all this bullshit at some point, man. So it's a massive help because it points us in the right direction. We need to know what veins of narrative, what storytelling motifs, conventions, setups are directly being carried over from 1 into 2. So don't worry, man. Don't worry. You're probably better informed than I am anyway. So yeah, we'll go check it all out anyway. Fucking legendary. If you keep that up, I'll come up with a better use for this wrench. How about making yourself useful? Sorry, gave up on Abella's voice immediately. Maybe I'll do just that. Just wait and see, Ginger. Whoa! Fucking hell, man. I'm not too knowledgeable on the King in Yellow, but I know it's some enigmatic entity. In the context of Fear and Hunger. Yellow. Okay. Blonky, blong. Ah, yeah, absolutely, bro. I'm late to the party. I'm a poser, so I'm lucky to have the resources that I do for these over elaborate fucking playthroughs and whatnot, you know. Excuse me. Yeah, it is revealed in Termina, Yellow King became known as the Kaiser, a popular figure that remained in secret under a now trademark hood and rose to popularity apparently out of nowhere, being responsible for uniting the Midwestern nations of the world of Fear and Hunger under the flag of Bremen. But I'd still like to, I'm not going to read those endings. The name Yellow King, as well as the newly ascended Lagarde, is a reference to the short stories The King in Yellow. Yeah, let's get Lagarde on the it's fantastic lore. Like, you know, I'm constantly blown away by the attention to detail that persists in this universe. I'll spell Lagarde. Lagarde. Because I'm gonna go get those short stories. Right, casual bit of discrimination is fine. I'll shake it off. Yes, go make me proud. Osa might talk to us. What is it that you want? What do you think about the dream? It was interesting. What about you? What did you think of it? It must have been a premonition. A vision, perhaps. The premonition? I'm not so sure about that. Don't think Marco will talk to us yet. Dan, one of the more talkative ones.
Then again, those army barricades suggest that maybe there is something to that crazy theory of hers. Nah, something doesn't seem right here.
What do you plan to do?
I'll probably just head out too. There's no telling how long it takes for someone to come for a train. Besides, city is right around the corner.
Tanaka. Tanaka.
It's Kita Tanaka. Good to meet your acquaintance. It's really troublesome. What has come of our train trip? Especially when you have a big meeting scheduled at the city.
Do you know which direction to go?
Not exactly, but the tower does seem like a good waypoint. Don't let my looks deceive. I know my way around in nature. At least, I think at least. If you'd excuse me, I really need to hurry now.
Tanaka's gonna get got quite soon. If there's any Tanaka fans, I do apologize, but we're gonna set on him pretty soon, I think. Because the nature of ending B and C is kind of the way I understand it. Only one of them is coming out of here, or only one is getting to the end. I will actually let me just clarify, just in case. Let me just clarify. That is in fact, without directly spoiling the endings, I'm pretty sure that ending A, the one that we got yesterday, is the only ending where we can save other people. I think. What are their moves? Oh, I'm on the fucking wrong wiki. Never use the fandom wikis for anything, man. Fucking shady management. Give me spoilers. I'm not into that. Ending criteria. Ending B and C, follow the instructions given in the introduction. Whether you get B or C depends on the dialogue near the end. Okay, so we'll be able to see both endings on this playthrough, because we will just reload the save and then go get the other one. I'm just trying to verify whether or not it is full scorched earth without spoiling the endings necessarily. I've kind of lightly spoiled them anyway. I'm pretty sure it's killed. Everybody has to die. I'm pretty sure. If anybody that's familiar or has decent experience enough to correct us on that, let me know. But I think we are just gonna go at people. We're just going to be aggressors, which isn't normally how I would run stuff up. To be honest, I'm quite a merciful RPG player. Normally, I try and keep everybody alive, healthy, or recovering, you know, help them work through whatever. But in this case, I think we're going for the complete takedown of the rest of the contestants. Yeah, I'm only seeing kill everyone, so Tanaka's getting got first anyway. Make another one of those in a minute. God damn. Right, okay. So, because we are Olivia, we actually get access to more of this foliage. We get access to more plant life. And there's a few plants that if you try and interact with them on any other character, or at least anyone lacking some of Olivia's abilities, they'll say something to the effect of, I don't know what that is, I'm not gonna mess with it. But because we are Olivia, just looking for one such example, I think one of these, a nettle. Pick up nettle. Yeah. It's just one of the additional herbs, plants, what have you, materials, reagents that we can pick up because we are Olivia. I'm gonna grab the bolt cutters here just in case. This is a dev spot. It is a bit of a cheat, but fuck yous. It's not made us seriously overpowered or anything like that. It just gives us an option. But same as last time, if we can bypass having to use it, the bolt cutters, for whatever reason, we will generally always try and do that. But just in case. So I'm just grabbing all of the plant life that I can at the moment. And in the next screen, we're gonna go and take out Tanaka. I'm very sorry, Tanaka fans. Hopefully he'll be playable soon, because I think Tanaka is actually like a fan favorite for a few reasons. We didn't get to see him complete his arc in our playthrough yesterday either. Like we saw him beginning to train with Marco, but I know there's a point where Tanaka goes full headband and he kind of ascends. I'm all about that. That's not gonna happen this time, fortunately. Just look at this. What on earth is going on? I don't know, bro. They are dead. This is horrible. Should we report this to someone? Local police? Sorry, bro. What? Now you're attacking me? I don't know just what you're trying to pull, but know that I'm prepared to answer violence with violence. Actually hits pretty hard with that fucking suitcase there. We need to get rid of that ASAP. ASAP Rocky. My arm! You cut it! Sorry, bro. You can't currently play as Tanaka. There is a mod and that lets you play as the other contestants. I've not tried it out yet. Cool idea, but I have a feeling that we're going to be able to play at least a few more characters in 2.0. Because we killed Tanaka, because if we kill any of the contestants, we gain their soul. Tanaka's soul doesn't give us any access to abilities, but it does give us access to a few attribute increases. The one that we are most interested in the early game is the +1 agility. We want to try and get to 16 agility as quick as we can. We get to 16 agility, then we unlock the 2 moves after the first turn, which I had all of my characters use in the last battle yesterday. It's a distinct advantage. So we want to try and get that as quick as we can. Wild Dagger. Wild Dagger. Let's have a look at Olivia's abilities, actually. Advanced Botanism, the skill to condense the effective properties of herbs and plants to maximize their potential. Teaches you the recipes for condensed blue and green herbs, as well as lavender. I can finally use lavender then. Fucking sick. Undergrowth Awareness. You can harvest irritable and poisonous plants safely, and also tell apart the plants that have potential use in your situation. A passive skill useful on the field. So for now, not immediately useful. It lets us pick up the plants, but because we went with folklorish botanism in the character history choices, and we don't have toxicology yet, so we can begin gathering ingredients for when we do get that. The trade-off was we got a skin Bible of Venushka, which we can actually use in some pretty interesting ways. If we use it at the shack where we just off Tanaka, I believe it gives us instant access to... I've never... All right. Confused then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can't go upstairs. We'll come back. We'll come back here. if we use the Skin Bible sigil at the ruined shack where we killed Tanaka, you get instant access to the fucking forest, bro. That might be technically the quickest way to get into or past, or might be the quickest way to skip Old Town. Attack twice in one turn, kind of like you could attack twice in Final Fantasy X if you use, which reminds me of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, who was actually going to be a police detective called Joe in New York. New York has buildings just like Prehival. Fucking prime analysis. Prime analysis, Pudgy. We're thinking gamers here, man. We're no ordinary gamers. And Cloud is actually kind of like JoJo. Although I'm not going to specify which one or why. Kind of reminds me of everything that has characters in it. Kind of reminds me of The Hobbit, in a way, because they all came here with an objective, just like how Bilbus and Frildo be doing. They have things to do in their stories as well. They are written to have agency of some degree, much like character. You are right though. Like, he's gonna fucking. You are absolutely right though. Like, it's fucking. It's why I'm excited to get involved in talking about this game in a public forum, man, because we were already off to a better start than some of these million-plus views essays that we briefly checked out. I say briefly, man, nothing's brief with me, but no worries, Chief. We will go. I'll circle back round to the Woodsman shortly. But he is. I believe it is pretty ostensibly a reference to the Roger Eggers Witch movie. Same guy that did Nosferatu recently. Same guy that did Lighthouse as well. In that movie, the devil takes a few different forms, really, but he particularly resides in a goat called Black Phillip and proceeds to torment the family in various ways. And in the movie, it's a fantastic movie, so I don't want to spoil too much, but the wife at some point in the movie admits that she's lusted after Jesus. She says this directly to her husband, in quite a on the nose way, that she lusts after Jesus. And when Black Phillip kind of sets his sights on her, I think she kind of gets him confused, confuses him for Jesus, and they do kind of hit it off in a way. In The Witch, it's depicted as a raven kind of picking at the wife's breasts, but she is in like ecstasy. She doesn't really perceive it that way. The Woodsman, therefore, his wife is unfaithful with XYZ, the goat, but not actually physically the goat, you know, because the Man in Black, in Fear and Hunger 2, which we might see, we'll try, if we get a Skin Bible of Rhea, we'll engage with all of that. The Man in Black looks identical to Black Phillip's human visage, which we see very briefly at the end of The Witch as well. He's got this slightly Eastern European look, big black hat, black attire, and he is quite salacious. At the end, he approaches Thomasin, the character that Anya Taylor-Joy plays, who suffers from the sin of greed. She just kind of wants it all. She wants to live deliciously, is the way that she wants. For the taste of butter, she wants a pretty dress. So when Black Phillip, or the devil, asks Thomasin what she wants, she doesn't really know what to say. So she goes, "What canst thou give?" And Black Phillip proceeds to offer her these things. Dost thou want to live deliciously? Dost thou crave the taste of butter? Dost thou want a pretty dress? Basically, just luxuries, you know. And when Thomasin says yes, Black Phillip instructs her to remove her shaft, meaning take off your clothes. And then it's pretty much assumed that when entering this bargain with the devil, he gets to cop off with these women that he's kind of seducing into witchcraft, effectively. Let's toss a coin. Oh, okay. Okay, let's not. Yes, Lighthouse is fantastic, and I've still not seen Nosferatu. I think Pudgy's the only one I know that's seen it. Wasn't too happy with it. I heard it was mentioning jump scares, which is not really something that Eggers has done before. So, oh my god! Sorry about that. I just saw that. It was quite loud. Fuck me. Yeah, man. Like, I knew they did that, but for one, I don't see him do it often. And jump scare. Yeah, fucking right. Jesus Christ. And it's through the fucking wall. You nasty little... I just need to make sure I'm looking after myself, man. Yeah, fantastic. Jesus Christ. Speaking of which... What a roll, man. If only I delivered any of that with any sort of fucking comprehension of what was going on. That would have been a fucking sick... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I need to heal myself. I need to be careful, bro, really. This run's gonna be over before it's began. How come I've got increased defense? What's going on there, Olivia? I'm not gonna complain. Bear trap. Lovely scenery, very uncomfortable scenes, but the jump scares and the Nosferatu acting made me laugh at the theater. Okay, man. It's not. I'm still entertainment. I'm gonna watch it, man. But it's I mean, Lighthouse is pretty funny at times as well. I just hope it gets its point across, you know, because Lighthouse gets its point across. It's funny, it's haunting, and it does get its point across. But I get the impression that Nosferatu might not get its point across. The Witch does as well. The Witch is perfect. It's one of my favorite movies at the moment, anyway. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I can lose my legs at my leisure. Fucking yes, boys. Fuck bear traps then. Have I got a bone saw yet? No, I'm about to get one though. That's what I'm here for. Whoa! Fucking radical, dude. I'll take that. Right. Right, I will. That'll last me the entire run. Occult Grimoires. Let's read that book, actually. Have some deep. Beautiful. These books are beautifully designed as well. I actually did some similar graphic design work for a little sub-project we were working on with Realm at some point, man. Journal. Roleplay journal entries. Experiment. One interaction with a wheelchair. If you're going downstairs into an enemy, you'll run them over and stun them. Fuck. Yes, man. Brilliant. I need to get used to the stairs. I keep approaching stairs and not even fucking thinking about it. The basics of any knowledge are always the most important. You need steady foundations in order to build the tower to the gods. To perform any rites on a ritual circle, the founding circle must be carved first. From top to bottom, the first one is the asymmetric circle. The asymmetric circle represents the older gods and their one-sided distribution of power. The second is called the imperfect circle. The imperfect circle is the mark of the new gods, who have strived for perfection since their conception, never to attain it truly. And the last one is called the perfection circle. The perfection circle represents countless spiraling cycles, culminating in the birth of the ascended ones, the ones who were able to go beyond human limits. One must never assign sigils not meant for their founding circles. That is the lesson to take from it. The beauty of these rites is that you cannot change them, but they can change you. Beautiful. Beautiful. And it doesn't actually instruct you. The beauty of that book is it kind of relies on you to have a little bit of knowledge about which god can be assigned to which category based on the skin Bibles. You can't draw sigils on any ritual circles until you have the skin Bible for whichever god, you know. And you can waste a ritual circle because they're only one use. So if you don't know, if you get the wrong sigil, if you don't pair up the right circle to the right sigil, and there aren't that many ritual circles either. There's not really that many. Food. She can wait. She can wait a little bit. I'll tell you what though. Now that I've got the bone saw, I think we're going to go for our second contestant. Whoa, baby! I need to, oh my god, woman. Beautifully mixed. Christ in a fucking wheelbarrow. Sorry, was anybody able to confirm whether or not Olivia can use two-handed weapons? Alright, if not, I just might have missed it. Lucky miss. Alright, okay, so cannot confirm, no worries, man. Wait, how do I get wheels? Alright. This is crazy. Hey, get your wheels out, man. There you go. Fucking hell, this is going to be an interesting run. Because I want to know if I can get the meat grinder. I mean, I'm going to go get a Bella in a minute anyway. Because I think the mixture of like toxicology and trap crafting and eventually explosives with Genocide Olivia is going to be fucking hysterical. I'm looking forward to this run, actually. Sorry we got off to a bit of a slow start, but we're cruising, and I'm not in any rush today either, man. Like, if people need to drop out at any point, that's absolutely fine, because it will be a long one today. I think I'm locking in. So thank you for joining this so far. It's going to be fun to do some a research case study live as well. Like I say, I'll probably make the majority of my notes and script and all the rest of it offline, but this is what I enjoy doing, man. It's a collaboration of ideas. You know, we've got some bright cats in the chat on this channel, and it's good to bump our heads together and work out the minutiae of video games, man, because video games are art, much to the despair of some draconic critics and assholes. We just call them assholes here. Right, I'm gonna get rid of the bear trap, not because I'm worried about my legs that don't work, just so I don't take any more damage, because I'm being a bit dangerous on my skateboard here. Rolling around at the speed of Olivia, got places to go, probably Bolivia. Healing. Right. Oh my God. Right. Let's see if I can juke these. Hello, doggies. Doggies. Only one way to find out. Just keep on moving ahead. Boopity boopy da da boopy instead. You still get bled and infected from traps, just won't affect the movement so much. Gotcha. I tell you what, because I'm in a bit of a bad way, I might recruit. Well, actually, when am I going to be able to get rid of her? I kind of need a bit of backup, just whilst I get Olivia warmed up. Actually makes sense to get a Bella now. But this is going to essentially be a bit of a solo run, I think. You were on that train too, right? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? The train engine is busted. I'm looking for spare parts. I saw the army truck and figured there might be something worth checking out. Turns out I was right. How about we hop in and see what's under there? Hello? Who's me? You have to be at least a little bit curious. That's the spirit. Whoa! Wow, this place is wicked. I heard the Eastern Union had a big underground networks around Preeville, but I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, it's quite something. What are these tunnels used for? I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of these tunnels are, but they must have something to do with the position of this place. You can't. No, unfortunately. Like Abella says something to the effect of, I can't work out. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the train. It just won't fucking work. So I don't actually. It's a good point, because what is the logic behind the train ceasing to function? How is that manifested? You know, because you could say yeah, it's just all part of the setup. But the God of Machines. Oh, maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's Rayla. Maybe it's just Rayla. But that's a good point. I want to say funny moon magic. Well, let's make a note of it, because it's a good point, to be honest. Even if we can't prove it, these are the kind of things we should keep in our mind anyway. Even if it's just for fun. Why train no work? Machine God? Question mark. Moon God? Question mark. We might not be able to answer it. You know, it might be a dead end, but we should always try, right? I don't know. No, to be honest, there's no automata-esque endings. You could say where you just leave. There's only the 3 endings at the moment, but we are getting a big juicy update soon, which is good for us because it puts us on the fucking front lines of any content analysis. We're gonna hit that hard. I don't want people to get sick of Fear and Hunger, so you know we'll juggle some other games in the meantime. Looks like we're doing Disco Elysium in a new week, which is gonna be fucking excellent, by the way. But yeah, quite short on endings. I do think there's going to be more endings on the way. I've got no proof of that, but what they were building here, I have no idea. But many forces wanted to get their hands on this place. Yeah, I think Disco Elysium might be the best written video game ever made. Might sound like hyperbole, but I don't think it is. It is a fucking masterpiece, man. Oi! We haven't even introduced ourselves yet, have we? I'm Abella. If I'm close, you can smell her. You don't get to say a word, but I'll be traveling with you for a while now. I'm going to take Abella for now. Because I'm in a bit of a rough way. And Abella's wrench toss is pretty OP early game. Right, is this gonna give me anything, man? I'm not going to fucking lucky coin it. Yes, man. Iron Spear. She can't two-handed, bro. She can't two-handed. She can't. So I can't. Unfortunately, I can't use the meat grinder on this playthrough either. That's all right. One day. Sorry, Mr. Feng, you're crowing at me. Tell you what, I'm gonna make a quick juice, and then I'll just give him the rest of his dinner. So I'll just be 2 minutes, gang. Get some tuners on. Fear and hunger, chill music. Olivia's weak from hunger. Let's. Good beats to playing games. Sounds perfect. Yep, just gonna go for a quick bathroom break. Get myself another schmovie, man, because that last one was based. Yeah, couple minutes. Come on then, shitface. Oh my god. You guys, you're so crazy. You're so crazy. Oh, I can't believe you lot. My community is so crazy. So crazy. You guys. What? Say it then. Say it. Say it. I won't let you go. Well. fucking loads of food, son. You don't like to play anymore, so I think things a bit bored, but it's like I can't. I can't. What's up, son? Jamie, don't want to sit up here anymore. I'll get your chair out, but. Get out the way. Oh, get your own chair. Hey, we can have that mic as well. And we're equals. And we're equals, aren't we? He thinks he's people. It's his biggest issue. You think you're people, don't you? Because you're an only child. Like a duck that's imprinted. Hey? Careful. Yeah. He's been fine, by the way. I'm still going to take him to the vets, man, but a bit selfish the other day. I had a difficult client that I reacted to instead of getting him straight to the vets. So fortunately, he has been all right. And I don't really know why I'm vocalizing the fact that I was a dickhead, but I'm just honest. Only had a couple strawberries left, but bananas hard carry it anyway. Right, sorry about that. Oh. Just making sure he's got water. Right. Make a bit of progress, man. Right, we're gonna have Abella with us for a little bit. Just until Olivia can get warmed up a bit, I think. She's just there to cover our ass for now. Do I try and go for hitches now? No. Excuse me. Because if he hits Olivia once, it's GO. But because Tanaka is dead, I can push in a little bit more. In fact, will Needles even still be in here? Now that I've off Tanaka, I'm pretty sure he is. Do a winch, fucking yeah. Oh, that'll be him. Be him. There he is. Everybody say hello. Everybody say hello to Needles. Poo-poo. Oh. The episode where Jojo does fucking diarrhea dumping his floppiest gamer you've ever heard. King Joe. Oh, do I not have a bear trap? I must have imagined it. Right, well, let's run away. Run away. Run away. When you go poo-poos. When you go for a big dumps, man, you'll feel better. I've just cleaned your toilet. Nice, because you never clean mine. Olivia's upper body strength, man, she's hench as fuck. Don't know if I could climb a ladder without my legs. I'd like to think I could. I've never tried, to be fair. My upper body strength is alright. I'm quite light, to be fair, so. And I've been working out, okay. Come on then. You not go any further? Did you not go any further than that? Interesting. Right, well, fuck it then. There's something. There's a character in this screen as well. In the overworld. That I'm going to try and tap into it because I don't know what the purpose is, but we're going to work it out on this playthrough. Olivia got upper body strength for log. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. We need to get I need to pay somebody on Fiverr to animate a short, highly detailed animation of Abella crushing a can of Diet Coke between her ass cheeks. And just put crying, laughing emojis all over it. So there's a freaky little fella up here, and I don't know what he's all about. But check this out.
Awakened from my slumber. Is it time yet?
Time for what?
What nuisance? I wait for the news score. Do not wake me again, worm.
And I've never addressed him again after that, or them, because I'm worried he's gonna try and body me. But we're gonna keep him in mind. What was his name? Jotaro. We're gonna try and keep him in mind. Gonna visit him again, different times of day. If he is a boss, we'll fucking kill him at some point, but not yet. We are on the... Oh, fuck! Vile! Okay, can we do this? Are we gonna die? Right, okay. Let's see if we get a reset or not. Oh, I've got no glass shards, so actually I'm gonna fucking do one. Vile is one of the harder enemies in this opening area, so I'd rather not engage with him just yet. Cannot stay the fuck away from me, please. Fucking yes, man. Look at that speed. Right, we've got a smelly Abella. She'd be parting out of a fucking... Like what she does with that mass. Maybe I can get the AI to do the Abella Diet Coke crush. Hey, are you okay? He's fine, man. He's sound. There's random junk on the shelves. Thing is that you can't be fucking... He just went... He's he's a drama king, but when I'm playing a game like this, I begin to check my own like awareness, my sanity, if you will, because he does vocalize not too much unlike a goblin might vocalize. I only found out today that Henrik moonscorches into the mayor, and it all makes sense now, but I didn't pick up on that. I didn't pick up on that myself. It's a bit silly, but it makes sense. The stuff he talks about, what have you. I need some blue herbs, bro. I know where to get a few, but fuck. Right, come on then. Makes me think, are there any other contestants that I've scorched that I've interacted with and I just didn't see it. We're going to be looking into the moon scorching process as well, because the first video essay that we reviewed when we started the stream today, he said so much bollocks about it, man, that we are going to be defining moon scorching to the best of our ability via materials in the game and anything that Mido might have said about it outside, if there is anything to find from him. I don't know if he has done any interviews. If he has, we will we'll find him. Can I do this without? Yeah. Oh. Go on. Nice. Found out yesterday that sometimes if you're when you're trying to run away from enemies, I don't know what percentage it is, but obviously sometimes it stops you from being able to do so. Whoa! I found out that applies to doors as well yesterday. Tried to flee from a door, but we couldn't. Well, that was quite funny. What did it say? Written in blood. Arm yourself. The festival of Termina. The festival of blood is upon us. Hit the rifle on the wall. Fuck yeah. We do got all right rifle ammo, to be fair. One thing I need to add to my stream production list. Intermission screen. Intermission. I still need to fix this little camera bug, man, because I still had another go at it today, but... Did we ever figure out what that pile of shirts was about? Miles let us know, which I'm going to make a note of now, because this is exactly the kind of trivia that is going to elevate our analysis. It's taken from... So what was it called? The obelisk? Is based on Midow's fear or phobia of button-up shirts, which I'm going to have to fact check that, I'm afraid, Miles. But thank you. Okay, I will have to fact check that. But a bit loud. I didn't know this track could play in this part. Irrational Obelisk. Didn't know this song could play in this part of town. But I don't actually know what... I don't know what to do with it in game, or even if there is anything to do with it, because we threw a lot... We put a lot of firepower into it. And then Miles was kind enough to let us know, before I wasted too many more resources, that it can't be killed. But then I'm like, well, what's it there for? Don't blame me on that. I just heard that hearsay. Maybe I'm sure it is true, man. But we're not gonna fall victim to fiction like all of these wallies. Could it be? We've been in there. We need to start collecting more heads, don't we, boys? Normally I pace through these zones a little bit quicker than this, so I'll try and up the pace a bit. Oh wait, I wonder. Yeah, this track doesn't play in that area. That playlist started up again. Rotten meat. You know, it was only until my sick playthrough that I realized this little alcove was in the mayor's house. Not that it ever gives me. According to an interview with Dark RPG's The Irrational Obelisk. Oh, thanks. Auntie, you were right as well. Is modeled directly after an art installation I'd seen previously in Helsinki. Lifelong phobia. Shirts. Fucking epic. And then we can find what that piece of art looked like. And we just go deeper and deeper. Just go deeper and deeper. Fucking fantastic, man. I'm quite lucky to have you lot. This thing, it's almost like cheating. Because whilst there's a chance I could have found that. You know, it just gives me it's a boost. It's boost. Help me get over the wall. Fantastic, mate. I really appreciate that. The pre-evil document. We're gonna go full Dark Souls, man. We're gonna fucking read everything, bro. Recipes. Book contains traditional recipes dating back to the 15th century cuisine. Recipes are collected from the memoirs of the infamous Chef Anders that worked at the Royal Kitchen of Rondon at the time. It appears that Chef Anders gained infamy by seducing court ladies and was even rumored to have had a fling with the Princess Elizabeth, the famous virgin princess. Now that you look at it, the book seems to be more about royal gossip than food recipes. Between all this romance and betrayal, you find the recipes. That's so interesting. The way that is written, by Miro, it's like, this fictional book, although it does say it's a book of recipes, it's actually more interested in scandals and stuff like that. Like, it could have just been a simple recipe book. You know, you read this book, it has 15th century recipes, and Chef Anders was a chef, and you learn how to cook these recipes. But no, we get a bit of additional context. It's almost completely unnecessary, but yeah. I was wondering that myself, but Sarah Anders, innit? I'm glad, man. We're gonna add a new forum category in the Discord. With like theory crafting and case studies, or just lore. Doesn't have to be specific, just interesting lore, because either it will help in research for things like this, or it'll help people that we've got some writers in there other than myself, man, because I'm always pulling from mythology and religion and stuff. Sir Anders is an unseen character in Fear and Hunger, an infamous chef. He gained notoriety. Yeah. It's unclear why, but Chef Anders was at one point reportedly assigned to the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, where he was given the honorific title Sir. Among many of his peers, Sir Anders perished under unknown circumstances within the dark depths of the dungeon. His remains were interred in a small burial ground in the basement of the dungeon. Anders' epitaph includes a heartfelt wish from someone who knew him, expressing the hope that they will be able to taste his culinary creations once again in the afterlife. Epic. That reminded me. Oh yeah, because Enki, the dark priest that we can play in Fear and Hunger 1, is the guy that goes on to write the skin Bible of the god of Fear and Hunger as well. So there's all of these links that naturally just progress from the past to the present. Fear and Hunger 1 to Fear and Hunger 2. It's just so like deftly constructed, especially because it's one person, or at least the majority is just one person. It's why Miro gets the pass on a lot of the typos and grammatical errors from me, because there's still substance, man. Like I mean, it is kind of, for me it's unacceptable, but I don't care. You know, it doesn't trigger me like some others might. Soldier's Diary. What backwater parts these dark corners of the earth really are. When I heard about this assignment, I figured the city of Pre-Evil was at least a decent sized, and there would surely be some entertainment to be had with the local dancers and street girls. So, the god of Fear and Hunger fits into category 3, I think, of these ascended gods. I'll get the proper definition for all the gods in a minute. But alas, I'm not too keen on getting that comfy with the locals after sightseeing the city a bit. Frankly, I'm baffled at how a city of this size has managed to stay so isolated from the neighbouring influences and modern times. The pre-evil folks still hold on tightly to religious rites as old as the Fellowship itself. The human sacrifices creep me out in this day and age, even if I've seen the horrors of war. The crucifixes set around the city managed to send a chill down my spine. Let's get definitions. The gods. Yes, so we have old gods and the wiki's got lots of info, but let's just get a preface. So, the world of Fear and Hunger does not have one unified religion. In fact, I'll get this up. What's up, Mr. What's up, Feng Kong? Thingy Kong. Right. I'll skim through this, but feel free to dance around whatever I'm reading. Does not have one unified religion. Instead, there are several extremely powerful deities known as the Old Gods, who are separately worshipped by different factions in the game's world. They are seen as the true gods of the world. I don't know if that's so much the case now. This might need some revision. Embodying the fundamental and primordial ideas, inspirations, or concepts that exist within it. While not all of them have been revealed, 10 different runic symbols have been portrayed so far, which could be an indication of their numbers. What's up, thingy? Camp. Fuck you, bastard. Oh, cool chair. And you can have a microphone, you'll be just like me. It's the same mic and everything. Yeah? You don't sound disappointed. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Is it nice? Stuff. I'd love to, Ash. I would love to. Done? Go on. I think you'd like it on the chair. You used to. I think you should give it another go, son. Hey? In a good mood, at least. Get on my lap, man. Best of both worlds. Won't have a snooze, mate. Won't have a snooze, because if you're yelling when I'm talking, people will think I'll fucking neglect you, but it's just because they don't know you. Hey? Always sounds like you need something. Old gods. The power disparity between old gods and mankind is immeasurable. Even the traces of old gods exhibit formidable strength compared to humans, as evidenced by hostile encounters where a mere gaze from them is sufficient to shatter a person's sanity or body. Those who endure find out that the traces eventually lose interest in combat, with no in-game indications that they were ever close to being harmed. And then we've got Grogoroth, Sylvian, God of the Depths, Rhea, and Venushka. The only one that we don't see referenced or represented in Termina is the God of the Depths. As I believe their 3 hearts were eventually destroyed and their body used as a vessel to give birth to the God of Fear and Hunger. However, there are hints that the God of the Depths still appears to be active in present days. Their runic symbol is that of the backwards R, and Rhea is the forwards R. So I don't know what attack connection they might have. But ascended gods are on par with the old gods in terms of power. It is believed that they were once mortals who possessed divine ancestry and underwent an ascension process that involved either assuming the mantle of an older god or being sired by one. Like the old gods, the ascended gods have been the subject of human cults and religious practices, indicating a similarly revered status. In Fear and Hunger, the notion of ascended gods as a distinct category had not yet been introduced, with the only god known to have ascended in this manner regarded as an old god, in this case, Olmir. Nevertheless, it is important to note that there are many occurrences in the narrative where the ascended gods are still referred to as old gods. Right, so I fucked this up a bit. Ascended gods would be Olmir. Oh no, I knew the God of Fear and Hunger was ascended. I don't think I knew that Olmir was. Olmir, the God of Fear and Hunger, and the Sulphur God, which we're not gonna dive into yet. We're gonna ignore the Sulphur God for now because one of the endings in Termina concerns the Sulphur God directly. New gods. New gods were once mortals who achieved ascension by sitting at the throne of ascension in the ancient city of Mahabre. As mortals, they have pursued perfection since their inception, but even after becoming divine beings, they were unable to attain it fully. In terms of power, they are far inferior to the old gods, but they still possess a strength that far surpasses that of humans. While their precise count remains a mystery, it is clear that the new gods far surpass both the old gods and ascended gods in quantity. So some of the new gods include Betel, which we can see some items referencing in Termina. Nashara, who is a talking, conniving severed head that also was carrying in Termina during our playthrough, and can be found as a party member in Fear and Hunger as well. Are there any good ones? I mean, technically Sylvian, in my mind, but I don't know. It's a bit weird actually, because I think a lot of the point that can be made against the quote unquote positive influence is that the humans end up taking it too far. So in the case of Sylvian, goddess of love, lust, and creation, created men and women at the dawn of time. She wishes only for an act of love in her name, granting you a bond more serious than you can imagine. So she could be perceived as being a positive influence, but the thing is, as we've done with a lot of our scripture, people take some aspects a bit too far. So the cult of Sylvian are typically known to engage in orgies all the fucking time. Dan's character history talks about him being neglected because his parents were Sylvian worshippers, and they would be more invested in fucking off to the meadows in bunny masks and copping off with just going dogging, essentially, rather than invest time into him. And he got a lot of trauma and embarrassment because of that. So it's a good point. Venushka might be another one. Venushka is the god of nature, the offspring of Golgoroth, the god of destruction, and Sylvian, the god of creation. Just trying to see if there's anything about Venushka's temperament. Not so much. Not so much here, but we can keep an eye out for, because I believe there are 2 copies of the Skin Bible of Venushka in Termina. I've only ever found the common one, but there is one that is hidden in the orphanage, I believe, which we're gonna find in this to see what differences they have. There's like a banned version, if you like, or an unofficial version within the game itself. Venushka's appearance can change according to the region of the world that this deity decides to appear, just like nature itself, and with a temper that is as volatile as the manifestations of their domains. So at the moment, really, and it's why it's a good question, I think Sylvian is the only old god that could be seen as quote unquote benevolent or good, suffering avergent, or the antithesis of suffering in some way, but people took it too far anyway, ended up neglecting the kids so they could go dogging. Olmir, in terms of ascended gods, is Jesus of Nazareth. So I'll take it from the wiki. We talked about him a little bit before, but born by a virgin mother and supposedly sired by a false god. Interesting. He gathered his 12 apostles to bring down the new old world order and usher in a new one. Corrupt kings and sultans captured Olmir and hung him from the cross, where he ascended into the city of the gods, Mahabre. He returned back to his weeping apostles and tried to save mankind with his strength by murdering the kings and sultans, bringing back the old world order. Year 0 marks the birth of his new self and the start of a new calendar. by the time of the events of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina take place, it appears his cult has greatly surpassed others in popularity. His runic symbol is the cross. All right, my account of Olmir was that he was far more vengeful than that he went after humanity at large, but for this it just sounds like he went after boardrooms, which is fine. Just where he's the Joker. So I guess Olmir could be considered a quote unquote good god as well. The god of fear and hunger certainly isn't. She represents darkness and human suffering. But is seen, and this is where why I find the concept of fear and hunger so compelling. Where was I? He represents darkness and human suffering, but is seen as a being that motivated humanity to progress out of the medieval era into modernity in an attempt to end that suffering. Which I think is quaint. It's still dark and horrible, like fear and hunger being the biggest, in this case, in this context, the biggest motivators of humanity. And hunger could mean a lot of things because the Freudian way of looking at it would be Thanatos and Eros, death and sex. But you could flip it so that hunger does mean sex by way of lust, thirst in that context. I know that's a bit of a colloquialism in a way, but desire, yeah, want, a want, you know what I mean? It's a very human thing to kind of, I want it. And then fear, I guess the most universal human fear would be death, really. Most fears are spawned from reactions to things that might cause your death, you could argue. I'm vastly afraid. I'm scared of sharks, scared of planes, and I'm scared of the concept of the void. Those are some of my bigger fears. I'm intrigued by the third one as well. But sharks and planes, certainly the only reason that I'm afraid of them is because of their capacity to end my life. And I'm quite comfortable with the idea of death, but it's the anticipation of death that is frightening in a way. Like, actually being dead is pretty easy. Like, most people are dead. You know, we're kind of subversive like that. We won't go into the Sulphur God, the Fellowship, and the Rise of the New Gods, because at the beginning and end of the game, we were in the Hall of the Gods, where a bunch of these motherfuckers just hang out. Nilvan Valtiel. Valtiel is a Silent Hill reference. Silent Hill 3. Tormented one. Skinless entity tormented by eternal chains for centuries. He's got a bit of a Event Horizon reference as well. The void is scary, man. Looking down at the bed of water would not. Yeah, yes. This because I used to speedrun on Ocarina of Time, and on certain routes, in order to get the choo-choo bombs early, you have to leap. You have to first get into the well in Kakariko Village. But in order to get around a door that you don't have the key for, you have to fucking leap out of bounds. And on top of that, you have to hit a body of water that isn't rendered visually in the void. So now you're out of bounds, surrounded by nothingness, and you can drown in that as well. And it's just it's those sort of things that always make me go, like falling out of bounds really fucking gets to me sometimes in video games. You know what I mean? Fear of the infinite. The idea that something can last forever petrifies me if I look close at it. Yeah, man. It's this idea of overwhelming scope, overwhelming scale that does not accommodate you. You are able to perceive it, but you are unable to thrive in it. you are nothing to it. You know what I mean? It's a very selfish, sort of very human fear, I think. It's why I'm kind of equally intrigued by it. Like the idea of the abyss, voids, oblivion factors heavily into a lot of my writing, be it songwriting or JRPG writing. It's a big part of it, man. The infinite nothingness, a infinite volume of something that doesn't have volume. It's the antithesis of itself. Like it's the idea of existing beneath existence, in a way. It's the whole Lovecraft sort of fear of just overwhelming scope. I guess scope as in, we perceive certain buildings to be big, but they're fucking, that's because we're yay big, man. But our sense of what is big isn't what, it gets bigger than fucking buildings in Dubai. You know what I mean? And it's trying to wrap your head around that. It's like when you look at diagrams or infographics of the size of the planet Earth to like what's like Andromeda, fucking these massive fucking stars and stuff. It's just you just click off the tab, man. You're just like, I'm fucking thinking about that. I'll fucking think about that, bro. It's great, and this is what Miro's tapped into is so many of the things that I like to look into from a storytelling perspective. Just the sort of hypocritical or the contradictory nature of divine beings and the human attributes that we afford them in scripture and stuff like that. Remember when I was told space if infinitely huge and constantly expanding, and that the sun is going to explode at some point, made me walk around with existential terror. Like, yeah, it's too much. It's too much. That's why ignorance is bliss, right? I like, you shouldn't be ignorant to everything, but in terms of that stuff, like the human brain doesn't like to acknowledge it because of ego and attachment and entitlement. Really, there's nothing wrong with death, per se. Like I say, more people are dead than not, and we should thank them for it, because imagine if they weren't. We're already overpopulated, man. We've got to go. That's a slippery slope, but it's that kind of thing. It's just like trying to wrap your head around something like that is kind of your brain, or at least mine. It just doesn't want to muse on it that much. So when I approach it, it's from a very philosophical or creative storytelling sort of device. But I really get fixated on that, especially in a lot of songwriting and stuff, especially on the new project, man. Fascinated. I'm absolutely fascinated by it, man. It's a in terms of irrational fear. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's the most rational fear of all, man. Other than the fear of death, but you could argue that the fear of the infinite, the negativa, man. Like might be the most rational of all. No worries, Pudgy. He's got to look at the stars, like. Fucking hell, man. Would you come back? Try to keep a roof over my head, man. I don't go outside. Thingy, what do you want, son? I need to scoot about on this video game. I barely made any progress. I've been streaming over 4 hours. Barely done anything. Hey? Why don't you sit on your little stool? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Have some biscuits, but you're not having any wet. Right, that was a nice little dive. Nice little dive. Like that. Right. What other reading materials have we got, man? Speed up the progress of the game at some point, man. But this is a lot of what we're to do is this shit, man. Skin Bible Venushka. The cycle of destruction and creation is seen in its purest form in nature. Thus, it comes as no surprise that the very god of nature, Venushka, is an offspring of the two older gods, Golgoroth and Sylvian. Like the nature of mankind, the nature of Venushka too can change from fiery raging volcanoes to serene grasslands where a gentle wind lulls one to sleep. The similarities between the nature and mankind are fitting, as both grew up sucking the many bosoms of Sylvian after all. Both were born from the same loins. Venushka and the representation of humanity, Olmir the Ascended One, are considered equal. Neither of the two stands taller. What is Venushka's is for the men to reap, just as the nature reaps are old and weary. Oh, sorry, sir. Thanks, fault. The mark of Venushka raises the otherworldly offense of its wielder. The text includes the sigil of the Venushka and instructions on how to use it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. What else we got, man? Evil document. Fuck.
Looking back at the history of this place, there has been settlement here for as long as the history book covers the area. It has always centered around the mysterious hollow tower that works a central pillar of the community. The city flourished during the Cruel Age in the 1600s, but it quickly fell from prominence the closer we got to the modern times. I understand the city is medium in size as far as cities in Eastern Europe go, but still I find it hard to believe that this place would serve as a hub of any kind in a civilized world. For some reason, the government officials insist that Prehevel keeps its capital identity despite it being one of the more remote and unwelcoming cities in all of Bohemia, if not all of Europa. The only explanation I can come up with is that the country is proud of the old archaic rites that still go down in this city, and they want to show their full support. If you were to visit Prehevel and sightsee its small center, you'd see glimpses of its ancient glory days, still well and alive in these modern times. Do not let the Western-style shopping district with its latest movie posters and advertisements fool you. The locals still worship the old world order in the dank and crumbling parts of town. Ritualistic murder sites are just around the corner, no matter where you are in the city. While the churches look to be dedicated to our one true god, Olmir, from the outside, insides tell a whole different story. Ancient gods without name in any known language still linger in those crypts, and why wouldn't they? You can hear the priests chant their masses in the moonlit alleys during the dead of the night. The whole wicked city is a playground for the ancient beings, and the people living there offer themselves to the first taker without second thought.
Very biased, very pro Olmir. You can see signs of Olmir's prominence in that document alone. Kaiser critique. The Midnight Gazette, September 17th, 1942. The formation of the marching men of the Night's Day marked the day Europa officially jumped the shark. There are conflicting stories as to whether the Bremen army has succumbed to the horrors the rumors speak of, but it is clear as day that something vile is brewing under that black and yellow banner of Kaiser's Bremen. Especially the campaigns that took place in the area of Bohemia. Kaiser pursued this area with such vigor that it is without a question his endgame. It is hardly a coincidence that Kaiser is opening up the talks about the peace treaty right after his Bremen pig occupy Prehevel, the capital of Bohemia. The Kingdom of Rondon and the Allied forces suspect that this whole Bremen ambition is directly linked to the advanced electronic network experiments the Eastern Union has been conducting in the area, and how very right they would turn out to be. It is beyond me how the masses fail to see through these plans. Instead, they give credence to Kaiser's madness and place more trust in his perversions than logic.
There are no rational answers to the irrational ideologies which Kaiser brings to the table. An article written by our very own Karen Sawyer. Well, well, well. The Last Frontier, Chapter 1. We'll catch up on the reading in a bit. Get a little bit of a push. A bit of a push on. Hey, okay. Food, meat pie. Meat pie. Meat pie. Let's crack on a bit. Book of Fears, man. Normally get at least one skin Bible in there, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's go get... Oh, I fucking forgot again. Let's go take care of that, the Dark Priest upstairs, man. Gonna give us access to a ritual circle, which we'll want to be taken good care of. So we're going in strapped. I like to just take this guy out as quick as I can. Get one more bullet. 5 total, I think, from the rifle. Get the soul stone, chop his head off. And we're going to come back for this ritual circle because right now we've only got the skin Bible of Venushka. And there is some utility for Venushka in the Mayor's Manor where we are now. But we're actually going to save it for a rear sigil because we want to get as many rust-colored pearls as we can. I don't know if... It's weird because you can buy the Mauler with 10 rust-colored pearls and it's a two-handed weapon, but I know Marina can equip it. I'm wondering if Olivia can. I should check, but considering I haven't got any of the other skin Bibles anyway. Yeah, man, I thought it was 4, but it's fine. It's not even a difficult fight, really, but it's a fight. Just in case, I normally do that with the woodsman as well, because the woodsman can take limbs really early at the start of the game. I'm presuming that's where our guy. That last goon that we watched give his take on Funga 2. I'm guessing that's where he lost his arm playing as Jotaro. Sorry, not Jotaro. Big burp. Aces. Ballistic shield. Fuck. Okay. Fucking. Can you imagine? Olivia rolling towards you with a ballistic shield, Bremen Elite helmet. I get an upgrade for my fucking wheelchair. That'd be fantastic. A Mad Max wheelchair. All right, we've got the mana key, so we can open up all those other doors. And I'm going to take advantage of this little. This is why we don't need to use the Venushka sigil, because we can just exploit this. Lol. Fuck it. Bayonet. Also. Get that fluted. Can't make sense of the writing. Doesn't look like any known language to you. What happens if I do party talking here, man? Gross. These things seem to be pumping something out of the ceiling. What is that? I should have done that when we had Ose. Probably know what these things are. What are they pumping? I don't know what these things are, man. I don't actually know what they are. Make a note. Find out.
I'll format these notes properly another time, man. Similar sacks of those from the God of the Depths. Out. Good shout. Good shout. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how the God of the Depths isn't rat magic is always oh, we need to get fucking Mastery over Vermin this run, like definitely. Which probably does mean I'm gonna have to chop Marina's head off. Very upsetting, but this must be the food storage of the old town. We have to, man. We're gonna try and turn over as many stones as we can on this playthrough. We have had a bit of a slow start, but fuck it. But fuck it. But fuck. Got the chalk. Woo! Funny. Whoop! Yeah, the game has rat magic, man. Like, what's not to like? What's not to like? I am quite surprised this game didn't go absolute gangbusters, to be honest, but kind of glad as well, in a way. Glass shards upstairs, and then we've got one more room down here, and we're out. I always come here early on because normally you get at least 1 or 2 pieces of decent loot. Yeah, so do I. Its fandom isn't rabid. It does have a few, like, you know, they've got a suggestions forum on the Discord. You do get some funny stuff in there, but the most cringe ones are generally like people. The community comes down on them, and it's pretty funny. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If I rest here with Olivia, what happens? All right, I can't get Caligula to show, so that's the only reason I probably would sleep here. Only Abella or Marco can trigger that his appearance here. But I think it's just I think if we slept with Olivia, it would just be just do a Control F. Yeah, just be a straight sleep. I was gonna try and see if I could have got a cheeky little kill, but alas, that's fine. Glass is glass. Two lanterns. Cheers, shilling. Right, we needed that glass. We can probably get rid of needles, man, but I'd rather heal a bit first.
Whoa! Cowabunga, dude.
Check. I've already got one. I've got 2 checks already, and no spells to cast. Fucking amazing. We will do at some point though. The Mahavre. We'll catch up on reading in a bit, man. People are probably sick of it. White vial. White vial. And I think we're fucking done here for now. Cool. And then a bit more busy where we've got to round up as many of these heads as we can, but let's go see what the Moon Scorched are saying the ones that are turning in the eastern part of Old Town. Because that one guy made a good point about them, about Moonscorch victims. Typically, their face distorts before a lot of the other stuff. And the dialogue of the villagers in the eastern part of Old Town suggests this pretty well as well. But it brings up a lot of interesting ideas about identity and kind of losing oneself to the trauma, to the effects of, I was going to say moonshine. I'm going to start saying moonshine instead.
Moonshine will fuck you up.
Sort off his head. Thank you very much. Yeah, and this process is something I'd change by Fear and Hunger 3. Most accurate depiction of moonshine. Absolutely.
Yeah, man, I'm fucked up. My face feels funny.
Yeah, the bone saw process. It's cute at first, but when you restart the game as many times as I do, it gets a bit too formulaic and it feels like busy work. And yeah, I didn't hear anybody whine about it. I'm gonna point it out, certainly, because it's laborious after a bit, man. It's more because the game is boasted to have a lot of replayability. It might even be on the Steam page, for all I know, because it does. But there's a flip side to it in the way of, like, well, generally, you want to get as many heads as you can, as quickly as you can, and to do so, probably overkill. Nope. To do so, fuck's sake, man. You end up just preying on a lot of weak enemies, a lot of which that can't fight back, and it's just a bit of a time sink. I'm getting a little too much damage on Olivia. I'm not even worried, man. I know how this game. Rather get my health up, because I don't have any plans to save just yet. Unless I get a Book of Enlightenment or something. The man is crying in pain. What's going on here? Leave me be. Just leave. All of these moonscorchies, and they look to be freshly moonscorched. Like the effects are just starting to take place. They're all disfiguring their face. Like first, not necessarily first. Actually, maybe. Gray's villager is in frenzy, peeling his face off. Hold on. Talk.
Are you going to hurt me?
No one's gonna get hurt here.
No, you got it wrong. I want you to. Please just end this.
Bella just punches him.
It burns. I feel so cold.
What is going on here? My skin, myself. I'm changing. Myself. The man is crying in a hysteric spasm whilst furiously scratching his skin off. Got him. High five, Bella. 2 shillings, thanks. Put that in his undies, man. He didn't have any pockets. Prison pocket. That's it. Just look at me. Just look at me. Deflated lip, hanging eyelids, comb my face. Look at the sky. Is it full moon yet? Do I still have time? Time before what? Before I lose myself completely. One glimpse at the moon. No, you're right. I thought, oh shit, I got rid of it. Must have been stream elements. Fucking great shout. I forgot about that. I can tick that off then. Tick. Yeah, I've been trying to get some of my custom code working. I've made some progress today, but I just pulled out all of the third-party plugins that were still kind of like stuff I had for the chatbot, just in case it was interfering. It wasn't interfering, but I did have a hunch. Oh, thank you very much for reminding me, actually. Look at the sky. Oh, fuck, I went for that one already. That's right, she missed. Put my life into pieces. This is my... what does the moon have to do with any of this?
You've seen it too, haven't you? You're part of the festival now as well.
Bella's just hitting her, man. Bella, wait! Has something to say. What is going on here?
This land is cursed.
What is it about pre-evil in particular? I know that's kind of the wider point. I'm being quite general with that question, but the Kaiser wanted it, and when they got it, they fucked off. They got the hell out of here because they knew what it was all about, man. But why this place in particular? It probably sounds like a very blatant question, man, that I probably should have the answers for. Don't have a conversation. Some lady is absolutely just hitting your arm off. We haven't got time for it. No, wait. Babe, wait, babes, wait. Back off. Wait. Just the people like us.
Itchy.
I scratch and I scratch and is that a is that a Simpsons reference? No, is that a Resident Evil reference? Itchy itchy. But also, is it a Simpsons reference?
They fight, they bite, they fight, they bite, bite.
I love the sound effect on the rusty pipe. You can sounds hollow. Got the swish sound effect, but you've also got that hollow metallic ring, which I really like.
It's crawling under my skin.
What is, sir? Talk to me, or my friend will hit you with DIY equipment.
Are you going to hurt me?
Prepare to die. Maybe he has ties to Kaiser trying to construct a machine god as a way to deter people from even fighting. Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, I was thinking about the wrong thing. I'm concentrating on, like, the moon scorching bullshit, but yeah, that... As far as I'm aware, as far as we're aware, as far as I'm aware, sorry. The Kaiser's more concerned with the machine god as of ending A. So you're right. I guess there's 2 levels to this. Maybe 3. Because I know the god of sulfur is going to be a part of the conversation as well. I don't know how just yet. But yeah, the Kaiser and moon scorching. Even though we know that they've run some experiments to see at least observe the moon scorching process. But you're right. I mean, the scientists would just be doing science. It doesn't necessarily need to be connected to the machine god. So I might have been convoluting the motivations or the ambitions of Kaiser or the Bremens or whatever. Because there is footage in the bunker of a villager moon scorching into a bobby. But we get no extra context for that. And it looks like, regardless of moon scorching, there was some fucked up experiments going on down there anyway. I don't really know what's going on with like stitches. And I'll probably learn the full backstory or the origins of needles. Because I thought I might have seen something about Dan having some connection to needles. We'll find out. Some of the stuff I'll probably end up finding out in the wiki, but for the sake of this playthrough, just keeping my brain online and curious, see what we can solve. See what route to take really as well. Like Old Town, pretty much covered, man. In terms of things to do and outcomes, but when we get into the city, it's difficult when we know we'll probably mostly be fucking killing everyone as well when we see them. So it might not necessarily be the best lore playthrough, but we'll see. We don't technically have to off most contestants until we get to the tower. I need to think about a route anyway. One way or another. Green hue devours everything. Well, green hue alludes to the realm of the gods, right? Camera business. What I'm fixing tomorrow. Once and for all. It just reset within the last 5 seconds. Hey, feller. It's nice to do Old Town at a bit of a leisurely pace, to be honest, because normally I've just fucking speed through it as quick as I can. Try and speed up a wee bit and try and work out how I want to engage with... We've only got rid of Tanaka so far, and technically Henrik as well. Just thinking about how I want to navigate what I want to aim to engage with, because what I do doesn't really matter until day 3. We didn't even get to day 3 on the last playthrough. But I've still not been to day 3 yet. That's it, man. With a ballistic shield and yeah, she's just out here, man. Just imagining it like a fucking road warrior, Olivia. With this fucking massive helmet on as well. That's it. Rolling him. That's it. 2 shillings per. Punk. I'll be taking your head now. But we've made the ultimatum. So the first day ultimatum is Henrik or Abella, right? And because Henrik isn't playable, and because Abella's pretty OP at the start of the run, is Karen going to be here? Because Persuade... In fact, do you even need Persuade in order to... If you just know the dialogue options, can you just skip getting Persuade? Or do you have to have that to get the effects? I have played Karen, and she gets pretty busted pretty quickly, despite having a pretty plain kit. Being able to make enemies hesitate. But she just annihilates bobbies, and bobbies are an issue for fucking pretty much everybody else. If you're not careful. But Karen just dominates bobbies. Oh, for fuck. I swear to God, man, that was nearly a reset. That fucking chunked Bella as well. Let's try not to. I mean, he's the last guy with a gun in Old Towns, but rough. This is rough. You can get a blue herb on this screen anyway. Not the end of the world. After a while, you just get used to taking so much abuse on this game. You're just like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, man. We've fucking been through worse. Blue herb. Let's see if we can get any more whilst we're here. Because we're rightfully low on healing items. For now, anyway. Because when it comes to character histories and the items that I choose to take when we're presented with like fucking alcohol, meds, food or whatever, if there's an option to get a book, I am always going for the book. 100% of the time, man. On that last run, we didn't get the Book of Fear and the Skin Bible for the God of Fear and Hunger till late game, bro. Like quite late. We didn't have to buy it. To be honest, I do know where we can get infinite contestant heads. I don't think it's going to be necessary, but you know, even using exploits like that all you're getting out of that is recipes and Skin Bibles, where you can get books of enlightenment as well. There, but it's not too game breaking if you start exploiting the game and getting infinite contestant heads. There's one place that I know Marina can do it. I'm just double checking this area for herbs. There's one place Marina can do it, and I'm pretty sure everybody can get the other one. If you recruit Dan, afternoon, first day. Dark blue root, is it? If you recruit Dan on the first day and then try and leave, when he leaves the party, Miro might have patched this one out. I've not actually tested this one recently. And I was playing an old version of the game until recently. If you then go back, attack Dan, it used to be that you could chop his head off as many times as you wanted. And the other place, if you rest or attempt to rest... Oh, why? Alright, I've got turtleneck shirt, boys. If you attempt to rest in the woodsman's house with my girl Marina, you'll be woken up by Samari, kill Samari, and you can chop her head off as many times as you want. That's the one I typically go for if I'm being cheeky like that. I don't need these chak-chaks. It's nice that I've got 2 chak-chaks already, but I haven't got any magic, bro. Yeah. I'm looking for herbs to keep my guys alive. I've got a bit of a rough start in terms of damage. Condensed blue, though. That'll do. Fuck it, just use them both, man. I'm gonna get more. Get more at some point, man. My due diligence. Let's go try and get Woodsman now. Oh! Settle down. Oh, let's get Tanaka's head as well, actually. Haha. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Sorry, just playing the game. So you can grow a tree of vanilla. Oh shit! Maybe we do that. Do we do that? What else would I use this spot for? A Grogoroth sigil. Wouldn't use a rear. Rarely use a Sylvian. It would be a Grogoroth or a Venushka. Drawing the Venushka would let me climb into the forest early. But I don't think I've got enough firepower to take down the little guys with the flutes. But it's something to consider. It would be a very different route to what I normally take. Maybe a Grogoroth though, to be honest. Because if I drew a Grogoroth sigil and then I sacrificed a Bella, would she put up a fight? And would I still get her soul? I'm gonna guess yes and yes. But I've never actually thought about that till now. Where you at, my man? Be a big wangus. Be a big wangus hanging about, eh? Be a big wangus hanging about, eh? Get fucked, man. I don't want to take any prisoners, boy. Case. Do. Hey. Apparently, there's another dev spot in this screen somewhere. I think it's only got like a rusty pipe and something else, but I don't know. All right, Woodsman. Let's dip into this place, man, and keep an eye out for JoJo references. Meat pie. Back up. Let's go. Livius, Doobie, he learns bowling. Right. Here is the Woodsman's journal. Gotta run to the store really quick. You want? Fuck! I want some fucking chips, dude. I'd love a fucking massive American bag of fucking potato chips. You guys know how to do big bags properly, man. Thank you very much for the offer, sir. Among the rubbish, you find Woodsman's letter. Welcome back, Pudgy. Just in time. Let's read the Woodsman's letter. Hope you weren't contemplating the universe too deeply, my friend. The beast entered this house. It is not my property any longer. The beast took my wife. It took my dignity. It took my faith. If it wasn't the full moon, I would let it take my life as well by my own hand. No, you didn't, sir. We've just been wheeling about, just doing busy work in Old Town, cutting off some heads. Read through a few more materials, but still just doing busy work at the moment. Gonna push on now shortly. What was that book I just picked up? That was The Truth Under the Moonlight. Who of us doesn't cover their true face and hide behind the persona? Oh, this is gonna be... Cover their true face. So, who of us doesn't cover our true face? The villagers in the eastern part of Old Town are going for their face first. They are choosing to disfigure their face first. So it's quite significant in terms of what moon scorching symbolizes. So what? What's this? The Truth of the Moonlight. In the broad daylight, we adopt a social role depending on the surrounding people. We put on a mask that works as the public image of our true personality. So it's the removal of this mask, showing the true person beneath, with all the ugliness and all the trauma is intact. We put on a mask that works as the public image of our true personality. So I think this is working to further debunk the first guy that we listened to. Potentially, like, he could still have a point about it being Rhea's projections of these people, but from the start, I was pretty sure the Jungian shadow. Good shout, man. From the start, I was conflicted with that guy's concept. And it sounded like he was just pulling a lot of stuff out of his ass. He more or less said as much. Do we hide our face to avoid the judgment of the people? Or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? So sun and moon parallels here as well. If we look down in shame, then it's the moon that reveals us for what we truly are. We hide from the sun, but we're revealed by the moon. In a sense. A sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thoughts. Only in the darkness of the night does the true and vile nature of men get revealed. And here, go. Rhea, the moon god. Nighttime, right? We share our decrepit bodies only to select few under the moonlight. Only to the select few under the moonlight. So, during the day, people pretend, and then at night, only amongst those that can understand the depths to which people's negative aspects, their cruelty, their lust, or what have you. It's only shared within people that might understand it, possibly. Despite what lowly thieves covering in shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. Oh, some subversion there, because in the idea that typically, under cover of darkness, you know, it's supposed to provide this blanket of shadow where you can get away with these things. But what that text is kind of saying is, you're not hiding from anyone. You know, there is no veil, there is no mist, there is no shroud. Really, it's all just performance. Like, you're dropping your guard at nighttime. In the nighttime, when it's past my bedtime. And broken mirrors. There's a lot of these. People. So if you couple with the broken mirrors with the fact that a lot of early Moonscorch victims appear to disfigure their face first. Are they beginning to see themselves for what they truly are, or are they trying to remove this mask? Interesting. I really want to nail down the moon scorching process. You know? Because one of the guys we listened to today, I just don't think he got it. And it's one of the most significant parts of the game, man. Like, especially as a Silent Hill fan. Yeah, maybe it begins in the head. But what necessarily? Like, is it a mental element or is it like a physical symptom? Because some of them were saying like crawling. And like I say, there might be, we might have to make leaps in places, man. But if we can identify as much as we can, we'll do a better job than some of those peanuts, man. Absolutely. We don't need to use that ritual circle yet. Don't think. Corruption of the mind, yeah. And there's definitely a lot of Eldritch sort of thematics. What does the this is the woodsman's house. I'm just wondering what a Venushka sigil would give us down here. You can make the woodsman non-hostile if you choose to jump down the well and you haven't killed Tanaka. He will chop his head off and then ritual. Well, I want the basement, bro. Woodsman basement. Abandoned house. Ah, right. I'm on the woodsman page. Pinecone pig is an item I can get. What does the pinecone pig do? Grants a chance to receive a random item at the start of a battle. 15% chance of getting a turnip or a shilling, and a 3% chance of getting a bunch of other stuff, including small keys, herbs, roots, bullets. But what would I be trading that off for? Don't need, well, we can use a rear. Use a rear here to get Black Caleb on the team. He's pretty shite, but he's good sacrifice fodder. Use a Grogeroth to get quicker access to a lot of the big boy damaging spells. Sylvian, I don't use all too much, and because it, I don't know. Well, we need more skin Bibles anyway. We need more skin Bibles anyway. Let's not rush this now. We've done it at kind of a leisurely pace, but it's kind of worked out for us. In terms of lore diving and stuff. We'll come back here. At the moment, we've given ourselves access to 2 ritual circles that we can be pretty open with. See? Interesting. The chair just did something then. It was almost as if it stored the surface data from when I was on the stairs, because when I took it out, it played the noise as if I was rolling. The thing is, with rolling downstairs, as Miles put it, if you roll into an enemy, you can stun the cunt. Now, if you can store the surface data of rolling down the stairs and bring it out at will, you could effectively stun. You might be able to effectively stun enemies away from the stairs. This is where my fucking QA tester video game brain starts kicking in. Try to find weird bugs and stuff in games. You know what I mean? the obvious downside is, right, hold on. If I enter another zone, does it still store that surface data? Because the way that my brain thinks this is working out, that is right now, when I pull out my chair, the game is going to assume that I'm on the stairs for a brief moment. If I leave this zone and pull out my chair, is that state going to be preserved? No. All right, interesting nonetheless. It's fun to work stuff out like that. I remember when because I studied game design at uni. One of our cool tutors gave us a title and an emulator, lol, and told us to find a particular bug that would allow us to do X, but he didn't tell us how. Fucking smashed it, man. I was right in there, man. I had to show every other cunt how to do it. Little things like that get my head, the cogs in my tiny little brain spinning. Let's go find needles. Interesting, very selective, but there's some definite utility there. It's just a bit clunky because of how navigation works with our girl here. But I'm glad we chose Olivia. That's quite interesting. More broken mirrors. There's potential. It could potentially just be on that staircase, man. I'm going to have to try and replicate it in other places. I wonder if it's on the speedrunning animation site that I saw. Because there are some cool strats for this game. But the ones... Charred black matter? What's the... Black matter? Oh, did you say it was pasta? Lol. You cannot quite tell what you are looking at. You can recognize pasta in there. It might be edible. Lol. I've never found that before. Okay, I love this game, mate. I know that's probably quite obvious by now, but I've genuinely got a huge fondness for this game. I am gonna burn out on it soon. Like this. This fixation phase will teeter out, I think, from this point on. But it's going to be a game that I come back to with a lot of happiness in future. I've really found a lot to like in these video games. And I think there's a lot to it left. There's a lot to be desired in terms of how this game is being analyzed and discussed. So I want us to do our duty in potentially, hopefully, providing some decent fucking analysis for this game, man. It deserves it, and I just don't see it. I'm gonna keep on listening to other people's videos, man, but I get fucking wound up, you know. Interesting. Because now I've completed the game once, it's just like, right, what can we fuck up first? What can we exploit first? Suicide is always an option. Oh, shut up, man. Ever unalive yours. We've got a... Oh, the 4 Ages of Modern History. Banger. Let's have a look. But in the very least, I can kick my fucking research of this game into the next gear. Although we still need to get the other endings. Like the game isn't spoiler proofed just yet. 4 Ages of History. The modern age and modern chronology begins from the birth of our Lord, the Ascended One, Olmir. There are many fabricated religious texts all about Olmir, but there is enough evidence to prove that Olmir did indeed exist as a real person at the time. His birth would mark as the first age. The second age started from the reign of the so-called new gods in the year 410. There are texts about different new gods prior to this event, and the concept did exist in ancient times as well. But this group of people included the famed warlord from the eastern sanctuaries, Nashra the Great. This alone made this group more distinguished compared to the ones that came before. Their world order started a slow decline a few hundred years after their deaths, only to be ended by the Fellowship around the year 800. The popular book, The Fellowship, inspired the contemporary people of the time and lifted the 4 people at the Fellowship, Francois, Chambara, Nilvan, and Valtil, to a near godlike status. Their age would last until the end of the 16th century. The Western world was in a dark age at the time, and out of nowhere appeared a new idol of worship, the god of fear and hunger. People forgot the teachings of the old in times of diseases and death and turned onto this new savior. The appearance of the god of fear and hunger started the 4th age, in which mankind had to learn to adapt and evolve. As times have progressed, we are still living according to this ideology. We're still in the age of fear and hunger, the age of cruelty. A horror dream, yeah, good shout, man. Bum 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 bum. Beatles. Rat. Right, let's go find Needles, clear out that bunker. And I need to get those rust-colored pearls down there as well, ideally. Actually, do I though? Because the weapon I would like to get by trading the pearls, I might not be able to wield it anyway. Uh, 200 weapon. Yeah, Marina can equip them all despite them being a 200 weapon. Is a bug. But Olivia can't use it, so I don't technically. I could do with collecting some pearls regardless, but let's see if Olivia's got any quirks. That she shouldn't have a say. No, but the wiki makes a good point. If she decides to study folklore botanism while in college, in her character creation intro, this might imply that the academic institutions in the universe of Fear and Hunger have no problems mixing science with ritualistic knowledge. It's very cool. Pretty cool. But she's got no quirks. Not like that anyway. Just try to think of my route, bro, because we're not too strong at the moment. We will be once we get booted up with a few abilities and stuff, we'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, certainly the most dangerous part of the run is now. Let's go to the bunkers anyway, because we might get some loot or something. And hopefully we won't get killed by needles. Could be a reset if we do. But hey ho.
Don't know what to do with myself. Gung gung. Ba-do, ba-do, ba-do. Needles. Off. I'll shoot off.
Come on. Yeah, don't play. Shoot him. That work? Oh, 2 bullets. Well, he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Oops. Horadrim. Boom boom. Get my things. Yes, boy. All right. Yeah, well, at least I got the bullets back.
Hey, Needles. You okay, fella?
All right. Yeah, fill it up. So we're not going. We don't really need to go down here. It's just for chance of additional loot. But we're not going for the 3 machines that we did yesterday for ending A. What do you want, thing? Where you at? Where are you? Oh, fucking hell. What are you doing, son? Ah. Come on, Bucky O'Hare. Go on.
It's Bucky, Captain Bucky O'Hare.
Thanks, babes. Ah, I'm on point with these fucking coin tosses today, man. I'm not on point, man. Fucking... the coins just be showing me the ones that I want them to. But I don't think skill has anything to do with it.
What's up, Figgy?
You got fucking loads of food, mate. Babadi. So that if I try and get these, come back, man. Because I could go to the other dimension and try and get through that in order to get like 4, maybe 5 rust-colored pearls, but there's a good chance I'll get my arms chopped off, or just die entirely. So I'll come back when I'm a bit more powerful. But with that, I think we're pretty much done in Old Town. Because we didn't kill Needles here, he is going to start being a pain in my ass when we get to the city itself. Pros, cons. Pros, cons. But before we do that,
Ooh. You made it out alive. I take it you found the key for the city gates? Oh yes, that's the one. The one with the eagle. Good. I would have gotten it myself, but you never know what lurks in the deeper depths of this soil. Besides, the festival is only at its beginning. I don't want to do anything too risque just yet. Now, I know you can be a reasonable person, so would you please open those city gates? I got some other business to attend to. They'll be killing you later. I mean, later. Haha. Hey. What was that all about? Yeehaw, I'm sure he knows something about this tunnel. These tunnels must be a part of the big reason Bremen army wanted to occupy this area so badly.
You're probably right.
The reason why I'm puzzled about this ordeal is that the truce happened right after Bremen reached this area, the city of Prague. Seeing these tunnels makes me think there is definitely something fishy going on. We didn't find any parts for the train. Oh well. Maybe I'll continue with you just a while longer. It might be safer in a group.
That's what you think. That's what you think, man. That's what you think. That's it. We're going to do a hit and run thingy. We're going to do a drive-by. Let's go trade in some soul shards, then go and get a rest. Oh, Vile's still alive, isn't he? I hate this pig mask fuck. And he hates me, and he's really fast as well, so... Let's just shoot him... in the body parts. Probably comes fucking 3-minute me. Oh! Well, I definitely downed him, bro. I think if we run away, he's gonna be... Yeah, okay. Funny little bug. Cool. That was fun. Choosing to use the rusty pipe because it has a chance of stunning. Big help at the moment. Blue herb, healing herbs, What's the fucking turtleneck shirt all about? Why did we make that? Where is it? No, really. Why are we making turtleneck shirts? Where the hell is it? I definitely made it. Am I fucking mental? Body bag. Am I fucking mental? Like, where? I made it, man. It was two cloth scraps or whatever. Cloth fragment. Or maybe the turtleneck shirt turned into cloth fragments. Ah, yeah, that's exactly what happened, Moose. You fucking idiot. Ding dong. Right, let's go get some soul shards. And then Ben said soul shards get a little bit of a buff. A buff. I mean, we could kill Abella as well before resting. I don't know. I don't know if I'll get away with that. Right.
unbearable existence, the suffering, the agony. We play the secret song that echoes from within, the sound that is like razors through flesh. Can you hear it? Yes, you can hear my voice after all. You who came with the offering, ask and thou shalt receive.
You received 21 soul shards. Oh, yes.
O explorer of the further regions, farewell.
Bye. Wicked. Alright then. Let's not forget to fucking make them. As I'm like... as I often do. Is there anybody else I can or is worth killing? I don't want to cut myself off from some plot beats. Potential plot beats that I might have missed otherwise, you know. If I start just blowing everybody up. Maybe I keep a Bella with me for a little bit. And we've got loads of time, actually, so there's actually no harm in resting now, just to progress events a little bit. When we finished yesterday, we were still on day 2 out of 3. So we had time to fucking burn anyway. And for that reason, we're just gonna go rest now. I'm not gonna kill anybody else. I'm gonna give everybody time to kind of mobilize, root up their character stories, because they don't necessarily have to go for the neck immediately. There are some benefits to it, but also disadvantages. Oh, Fengy Dong Dong. Probably won't be too long, fella. Sorry, Tanaka.
Welcome back. Seems that you are very much acquainted with your fellow contestants already. Very delightful to see such progress already. Up the pace. The festival won't last forever. Since the 13 of you are such late additions to the party, your days are already running short. The festival will see its climax in just 3 days. That is how long you have time to use it all.
What happens in 3 days?
My master has a short attention span. If any of the other 13 contestants are still around when the midnight hits on the day 3, well, I guess you will just have to wait and see. However, it is not advised to wait until that.
Do I have to kill the other contestants?
What you do and what you don't is entirely up to you, of course. Do you want to kill your fellow contestants? But enough about that. Let us proceed to the services I can provide. How may I best aid you in your quest?
Talk to me.
It is only the first day of the festival for you. Could we actually have one with potential on our hands? Head to the tower. Let the blood spill. As 14 is reduced to 1, so opens the gates to the court of Rare.
Cool. Let's spend some soul shards. So we can't really get much at the moment, to be honest, but we can get poison tip. And we can get toxicology. And we can get moth swarm. And red out, actually, so that's fucking based. These are new game plus spells. And we're not gonna use the new game plus spells. Get those out. Because we killed Tanaka, we get access to these 5 nodes. The one that we're most interested in at the moment is agility +1. And after that, I think I'm going to preserve the rest of my soul shards for now. But given I forgot that we actually had access to a few new spells, we might be way better off than I actually thought. I'll have to see. Let's see what those spells do. And then let's go talk to Dan or somebody. I know where Dan is. I know where Dan is. Okay, so what have we got? Red Arc. Strike your enemy with a concentrated bolt of electricity that will stun weaker foes. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. I remember the boss using that, actually. Summon a swarm of moths to aid you in combat. The moths are the very same that leaked from the paradise, the artificial green, when the door between the two worlds opened. Poison tip. Coat your weapon in poison extracted from the local plant life. The poison tip takes a small toll on your sanity because of the constant stress of handling a poison-coated weapon. Not too much, fam. Not too much. We're pretty much done in Old Town. I've rested for the first time. I haven't killed anybody else. But we've got access to toxicology and whatnot. So I can begin making some poisons. Poison, so I can. Green herb. Yeah. Dense green. Oh shit, I should have done that first. Red herbs are somewhat uncommon. I'm not going to say rare. But can I use poison tip without... Yes, I can. I can't use it on anybody else's, but that's fine. So we started booting up Olivia's build a little bit. I don't want to cut people off too quickly, just in case we can pick up on any plot developments that we didn't last time. There is a lot of motivation to off people as soon as we see them. In regards to characters like Osa, he's on site. He is absolutely on site. The benefits that he gives us are too good to pass up on. Just with the Spice Forge alone, I think. So when we see Osa, it is entirely on site. But some of the others, they can kick about for a bit. I figure Osa's had a lot of time in the spotlight with us, given he's the character we pick for our ending A run. Can't recruit Karen until day 2. I could kill her. Yeah, actually, we found some wheelchair tech. At least in one instance, we found a place where if we crawled up the stairs, obviously without the wheelchair, zoned into the next area, the game would preserve the fact that I was on stairs at some point until I got the wheelchair out, and then it would let us roll on 2 tiles of our choice effectively until we zone again. I need to find other places I can replicate it, but as fucking potential, we're getting some tech. We're getting some tech exclusive to Olivia already. Karen Sawyer. Do I want to destroy her? I could get persuade through Karen. I have difficulties being this brutal in games, bro. She would give me like lock picking and stuff. Such a softie, man. Like, I fucking struggle with this. Just thinking of plot developments, potentially. Pull her up on the Vicky. It's hard work, man. It's hard work. Like, dialogue, getting persuasion and lockpicking be fucking bullish. Especially if we're working with poison, because a lot of enemies we can make hesitate for 1 or 2 turns, which is 1 or 2 ticks of poison. Oh, okay. There's a special event on day 3 involving Karen and August. All right, she gets to live for now. It would be beneficial to take her out now, especially since we can't recruit her now. We don't get any value today, but I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. Let's go talk to Dan, and then we're gonna press on into the city proper. Living in the city. I think I've already given in those heads, haven't I? Yeah, fine. If you trade in the first Dark Priest, the one in the Mayor's Manor, trade in his head and the Woodsman's head, you can get an alright defensive accessory from that guy, but it's fucking kind of whatever. I think it's when you transition. I have to transition whilst crawling up the stairs in order to store that value. But it might be specific to the fucking Woodsman's house. I don't know. I just don't know. But potential wheelchair tech, we might be able to just pull out a stun whenever we want, potentially.
Hello, Daniel.
What's happening here?
This poor bastard, he's a real mixed bag of symptoms. His body seems to be going through a metamorphosis of some kind. On one hand, it looks like severe radiation burn, but parts of the body seem to look to suffer from a frostbite, and overall he is in a state of severe hypothermia. Well, fuck. I've never seen anything like it. Peculiar little bugger. What could be causing it? Well, the locals seem to call it the state of moon-scorched. We've both seen the dreams, so we can't rule out such madness. On a more positive note, it doesn't seem to spread via physical contact or through air. But maybe it's too early to say that we'd be exactly safe from it. Who are you anyway? There were so many new faces at the train, I couldn't bother to memorize each and every single name. Introduce yourself. My mother called me Dan, my father called me Danielle, so it's anyone's guess which one is the real name. This mess requires further studies. I'll have to check out the nearby slums again. You're free to join if you want. So you can't actually take whatever is causing these symptoms in their bodies also seems to affect their mind. Can't actually take Dan out of this small, harmless region. Well, it's not a completely harmless, but yeah, we can't take him out of the slummy parts of Old Town. But I'm just picking him up anyway, just in case picking him up now instigates something in future. And then I think we're gonna hop into
Freehevel proper. That's the plan. I'll still see if there's something I can do for these people. I'll meet up with you later, okay? Is it wise to disperse? Probably not, but I need to further look into this sickness. Take care out there. I wouldn't mind recruiting Dan in a bit because he has his medical diagnosis skill. Whoa! Which will let us get a bit more information about the Moonscorch forms. It could prove quite useful for our analysis. Actually, a nice consideration, actually. He's fucking the analytical character. Could get the key from the mayor. Or Henrik. How hard is he to kill? Probably remember the fucking dialogue options, but nah, I think he's gonna be a bit tricky, to be honest. And I don't know what he might drop. Specify. I would get his soul though. Knife, meat pie, lucky coin, linen vest, and his suffocated soul. That's if I fucking kill him though. Fucking the risk is probably a bit too much. Wondering if I'm going to get another chance to get his soul is all. Oops. Cap him. Saved that long ago. Yeah, you're right. You right, dog. You right, dog. I'm hungry for carnage. I'm hungry for carnage. Oh! That just healed both of them. I mean, fed both of them. Is moldy bread OP? What the fuck?
Good afternoon, miss. From what I understand, you are a newcomer to this town too, no? We just got a new mayor to the old town. I am sure he is thrilled to start his business immediately by meeting the newcomers. Please, he is waiting at the dining room.
Okay, I'll crawl on up there. Here I come. Here I come, motherfucker.
Woo. Shit. Right, okay. Fuck it. Fuck it.
What you shrimp?
Living in the city. Yo, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, Olivia. Yo, Olivia, what's going on, dog?
I'm okay. I'm all right, thanks.
Haha. Yeah, you right, dog. Oh shit, dog. Haha, that's crazy, dog. All right, Olivia, show 'em what for, man. Show 'em what for, man. Haha. Okay. Moths. Moths it is. Mm-hmm. That was poggers, man. That was poggy. That was poggy. Haha. Do what you have to survive. Abella. Get those herbs in you, girl. Get those herbs in you, girl. Ah. No! Oh! I need Abella's soul. I need a smelly little soul, so this might be a reset, it's alright. Man, why you hitting me so much? Wasn't part of the plan. I got his right. Fucking hell! Let's run that again because we nearly got that. We got that. No, not new game. You fucking. You can't. I have to reload the game now. What a spaz, Moose. We nearly fucking had that. It's the first time I've actually killed that cunt. He hits like a truck. For real, for real. I threw glass in his eyes, which is normally my go-to strategy for these. Well, to be honest, for a lot of these cunts. Yeah, that's as good as we're gonna get. Unless I wanted to get some of this crap from Tanaka's world. Let's get some attack. Oh, curry time. Fuck you. Fuck you. What kind of curry you gone for, Ash? I'm intrigued. It's always good to know what people's curry choice are. Oh, fucking killer curry. Butter chicken. Easily influenced when it comes to food. I haven't the fucking cash in my account, but it's probably a good thing. Because curry's a fucking dear at the moment, man. Fucking. Why get a takeaway curry? You look at it dropping about 30 quid, like minimum, like fucking 20 quid at the very, very, very minimum, like. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hothead myself. Man, curry and beer complement each other quite well. Right, let's try this again. Poison tip. I've got all the heads. I don't really need to read on. I think I'll bump into him in a bit. Yeah, man, it's fucking expensive to order a curry these days, man. Didn't used to be. I know inflation and that, but no, really, like curries went through the fucking roof in comparison to a lot of other things. Mental. Truly crazy. Wild fries? What do wild fries entail? Look at that. Moldy bread fed them both, man. It's broken. And I'm here for it, man. Watch. Look at that. Does it only work if I heal somebody other than my playable character? Hey, oh, we're finding some tech. Finding some tech tonight, man. Moldy bread tech. Penicillin. Fries with cheese, sauce, onions, and other. Oh, fucking yes. Oh, wild fry. That dirty fries. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't know, man. Oh. Don't put fork in my mechanic. Stop forking my mechanic. I agree. Yeah, man. You do. Something powerful to sort you out. Whoa! Smoked meat and jalapenos, man. Two of my favorite words. Two of my favorite things. Life. Glass in the eyes. Hope for the best. Alright, red arc on the torso. More so on the torso. Alright, I've got him. I've got you. I've got you now, you little prick. And I've got my mechanic in tow as well. Dead ass. Oh, Olivia. I'm like cocaine straight from Olivia. Got him. Aha. Got him. Got a meat pie out of his pocket. Fucking loser. Chop his head off. Aha. Fucking yes. High five, Abella. But we do be bleeding though, so let's sort that out. I've got an infection. Alright? I got an infection. Alright? Stay the fuck away from me. Alright? I'm fucking hurting here, Dig. I'm hurting here. But we should have one or two healing items. Olivia, you get that. Get that one. And get fucking steamoed, man. Yes, there we go. Right, cool. We've got the we killed the guy. I've never killed that dude before. I think we've still only got the one fucking skin Bible, brother. Yeah, we've still only got Venushka. We're just gonna have to fucking power on, man. I haven't used a single ritual square yet. Ritual square. We move, man. We're just gonna keep fucking. Just gonna keep going, I think. Hold on, can I do the thing here? Oh. Oh. Only the woodsman house that I can do that little trick. I'm gonna go test it again. I'm heading that way anyway. I'm not gonna go visit Dan this time. Did miss these before though, so yeah, fuck it. All right, ballistic shield. 2 ballistic shields on Olivia, rolling down the street. Yes, man. Oh, we got 2 checks. We got 2 checks, and now we've got some spells to use. So this shit finna be busted before too long. Raw, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm like, cool. Straight from. One wing necklace. We've got references out here. Okay. All right. Olivia just got formidable quite quickly. Two ballistic shields and a rifle. Okay. Right, girls. Fucking hell. Off to the races. Time we on? It's 99. I'll go for like an hour. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling generous. I said I'd watch a movie with baby tonight, so I won't be super late. But I might tap back into this tomorrow. Be honest. I can reason it as being productive, since we're doing a reading. We're doing research. What's up, Tormo? I hope you're good, my friend. We're wheelchair gaming, man. Fucking drifting uptown. Been delicious. Let's watch me getting a curry. No, I can't. It's too expensive. Can't be asked throwing crypto around. Hey, appreciate you, Joe Dame. Yeah, we're taking it at quite a leisurely pace. Normally, when I oh, we got Disco Elysium on Monday. Gonna fucking go off. We're all about to go up 10 IQ points, man. And how? Drop shot dolphin diving. Oops. Yeah, man. I like to overanalyze video games. At least the ones that deserve it. Anyway, and as we clearly saw earlier, there are some shit takes on this game. And if Miro's going to release the 2.0 before too long, we'll be right on the front lines potentially with some research ready to go. Whole countries, actually, I've got that in my backlog. I did prepare that. So when we need a bit break from this, yeah, that's on the cards, man. Have you played Disco Elysium? Yes, completed it 2, maybe 3 times, and I fucking love it. I'm like head over heels for that game, man. Crow Country is a good shout because I've not finished that. I started it. I was like, right, I should probably play this on stream or something. I will do, certainly so, sir. Have you finished it yourself? Have you finished it yourself? It definitely reviewed pretty well. And aesthetically, it's a bit of a dreamboat. Only in piss baby mode. I respect that, man. We ended up playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in piss baby mode because the game wouldn't fucking end. And we had fucking crashing issues, and I just wanted to die towards the end. Overall, I did like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but I like this game a lot more. I like Fear and Hunger 2 a lot more. Are we getting Levi? Considering I said I was gonna go Scorched Earth, I've been pretty fucking nice to people so far. OG, yeah. Rebirth scared me away from doing critical analysis on that whole compilation now, and it's not because of disdain. It's just like, oh, fuck. You know, took me years to get some of those ideas about Final Fantasy VII OG, and it's just fucking hell, man. So, Fear and Hunger, maybe Final Fantasy VIII. Disco Elysium be interesting, but that's like, I don't think I'm smart enough to attack Disco Elysium the same way we're doing this. I don't think I'm smart enough. I don't think I'm worldly enough, because it's very socio-politically charged. You've injected yourself with something. 2s, man. Can I have 2s? Right, I don't have any heroin anyway. Am I gonna fuck Levi? Am I going to fuck him? I get like gun proficiency and stuff like that. You know what? We're all right for now. We're all right for now. I said I was going to go Scorched Earth on this playthrough, man, but Abella, because I needed help from Abella just to get me over the first couple of hurdles, I've been soft as fuck ever since, man. I know that eventually everybody is going to eat shit. So it's kind of, I don't know. At the moment, I'm just doing it to pad out my safety as a wheelchair main. Inland Empire, best perk for playthrough. I like Inland Empire and I like Shivers. So we're probably going to go that kind of build, which is, to be honest, is the build I go every fucking time. But I really like Shivers. It's just something, you get some fucking beautiful interactions with it. There's a few in the few interactions I want to get in the church. IYKYK. There he is, mate. There he is, mate. Order some food, or do I behave and make some chicken alfredo? Fuck, man. I had to get pinkish. Oh, watch out, watch out. Needles is a boot. Gonna come bottom, probably. I'm moving. Yeah, man. Fuck. Yeah, man. Shit. I want all the food. All of a sudden, funny how that works. Living in the city, do what you have to survive. Try to rationalize the takeaway like some of you lot, man. It's fucking. Right, can I do this? Let's find out. Voice of the Bobby is distorted, barely understandable. You have violated the martial law set by the High Priest to the area of Priaville and its surroundings. The law broken. Everyone must stay indoors. The protocol, lethal force. Why are such laws in place? It is for the safety and protection of civilians. Protections against what? The green hue that devours the land at night. Shit. I was trying to... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I was trying to fucking... Ah, shit. I was trying to see if I could do the thing that Karen does. It's not gone my way. Damn, well, Bella's got a fat ass. Whoa. Okay, then. This isn't looking good for a Bella. I'm not gonna lie. I can't have a Bella dying without getting her soul, brother. Oh, I'm just gonna try and fucking God. Bit of an impasse. Do I just try and fucking burst down his torso? Because if I try and go for his arms, I'm not gonna be able to take all of those out, and it's only gonna take one to kill a Bella, anyway. But that one might hit Olivia, in which case we might be able to recover. I fucking hate Bobbies and anybody but Carrion. Early game, anyway. It's a fucking pain in the ass, bro. Let's play the probability game and not risk it too much. Hey. Alright. Alright, okay. We're good. Fucking hell, man. Sometimes. Yeah, Siri, fuck off. Swear to you, man. Sometimes this game. Siri. Or you respond to this, man. Fuck off. Don't give me shit, man. You're my phone. You respond to what I tell you to. And what? Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck! Fuck! Why, Moose? Fucking, that's Siri's fucking stupid fault, man. Sorry for swearing all the time, but... Moose! We fucking had him, baby. We had him right there. And you fucked it, man. You fucked it. Every single fucking time is right, man. Fucking get out. Just get out. Just get out. Rolling out. Rolling out. Get off! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck. Oh. Yeah. Right. All right, we got it. We got it. We go. Go, 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 go. Well, I didn't mean to come this way, though. I have to go back that way. Oh, yeah. This wheelchair shit's hard, man. I've got so much more respect for wheelchairs. Right, there's sometimes a Bobby in here, but sometimes there's not. We got the knot. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh, those are some good picks, bro. Those are some good picks. Did I get both of these shelves? Hey, what did I say? Two brothers? Two brothers who established a fishing route on a particularly dangerous waters finally pushed their luck too far and were caught in a massive whirlwind. Even if the subject doesn't especially interest you, the tale does get your heart racing, and you can vividly imagine the monstrous whirlwind swallowing the brothers down to its bottomless depths. Did I get both of these shelves? Yo. Yomp. There's one more upstairs, right? Right. A ritual circle there for a blood portal or a save point. Wow. Okay. Three skin Bibles, man. In this one building. Fuck it. I know, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. We got a really good drop there. And the thing is, we have to fucking get back. We have to go back the way we came. Or do we? We could go church. But I don't really fancy fighting the fucking slugmen, you know what I mean? The snail fellas. Yeah, get the moldy bread. Anyone moldy bread? I want to use the moldy bread strat. It's the moldy bread. The moldy bread. The moldy bread. The moldy bread. The moldy bread can heal your party. Just start fucking look into my cold black eyes and tell me that moldy bread isn't fucking lit. Light blue vial, light blue. Hey! Alright, base bookstore, right. Okay, fuck. This game. Oh, you bastard! Right. Fuck it. We need to start taking these out, man. Why do you get to go faster than me? Right. Oh, speed up, Abella. You need to move faster than that, man. And this time, I'm not fucking up. I'm not fucking this up. I'm gonna beat fuck out of him. You can eat my wheels, pussy. Moldy bread!
Moose is in the house. Moose is in the house.
Watch this. Watch it. We're finding all sorts of rare strats, man. Oh no, we can't. I can't show you that one yet. Actually, we will have to come back later. The fat fucking ass. Big dumper, man. Big turd cutter. Yeah, it's got a blue herb in here, I think. Oh no, wrong building. Raw, I'ma give it to you with no trivia. I still don't know what this place is actually used for. I don't know if it hosts an event or anything. Well, I tried to do an AoE feed with the last one, but it didn't do it. But every time I've used Moldy Bread and then I've picked Abella, I don't know if it would work if I picked Olivia necessarily, but you know. But Moldy Bread doesn't give you any ailments for some reason. It should give you a chance of getting something, surely. And it actually heals all right. It's mid. It's a pretty mid hunger heal, as it were. And I don't know what this place is used for, Doug, other than it kind of sets up that puzzle later on. 1435. But I mean much later on. Weird. Oh! Woo! I've never got this guy without getting shot at. Hey! Oh, fucking bastard. Oh, don't be missing. Not time. It's not time to miss. Time to kiss each other. There we go. It's rough, brother. Fucking Olivia's hitting like a truck on occasion, man. That's crazy. Gonna be heads. No, it's not. Hit those bins for a curry. You never know. Might get lucky. Whoa! 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 Fucking webcam. I just caught my webcam doing it again, man. Actually, always on my one. Right under my nose. Fact. Right. So the strat at the moment is either take out needles. Oh, he's coming for me anyway. I didn't know he came down this way. I didn't know he came down this way. Where's he spawn? Where does he spawn in this place? Don't get me right. If I've got a bear trap, it's all right. I didn't know he came down this way. Oh, that might give me a gap in the other screen. Abella, how are you constantly on fuck all health? And I've got no blue herbs, man. You know what? Hit the half pipe. Get out of here, man. Oh, man! What? Bucket, man. Bucket. No, you cunt! Alright, he's back, man. Pocket Cat, help me. Pocket Cat, save me. Oh, Pocket Cat. The true protagonist. Oh, here I am, busy with my own business, completely ignoring this beautiful chapette. All apologies. Nice to meet you. You can call me Pocket Cat. You have one of those familiar faces. I feel like we've met somewhere before, perhaps in a past life. Things sure have changed since then, haven't they? We live in peculiar times. The world has gone through true darkness. The world has been at a standstill and a deep rest. Hey. People stocked up on toilet paper and hid in their homes with their loved ones. They were waiting for that glimpse of light, just because they knew that even the darkness has a breaking point. Say, old sport, what do you think follows such intense darkness? Chaos and confusion. Yes, not light or darkness, but grey. Very insightful indeed. From personal experience, I'd say true darkness is followed by chaos. The mind, or the common consciousness we all share, strives for something new. When one is truly done with the darkness, one strives for new with such vigor that growing pains are inevitable. But there lies the danger. You see, chaos can ragdoll us into any one direction. The direction is not always towards the light. Sometimes one can find themselves lost in a limbo that is the chaos. When you enter the limbo from a dark place, there is a big chance that you contaminate the chaos with your darkness and just create a new pitch black place. Maybe even darker than the one before. I guess I'm just rambling here, letting my mind wander and mouth slander, as they say. You know me, when I get excited, I can go on and on and on. I didn't mean to take your time. From what I understand, you've got your hands full with the festival already. So I'll get straight to the point. Not only the wandering gentleman, but I'm also a head salesman of sorts with deep pockets. What is a head salesman, you ask? Well, it is exactly what it sounds. I'm willing to part from my valuable collection if the price is right. And the price is 7 heads of those participating in the festival. Macabre, I know, but you get used to it. God knows I did. This is what I have to offer. It is quite a nice collection, even if I say so myself. 2 contestant heads is all you got. Well, this is going to be... Shit, if I back out of this conversation now, I won't be able to do anything until later on, man. I've got that. I'm pretty sure we picked up volume 2. Or I don't think it's worth getting anything. I'm worried I'm going to buy a duplicate of one of the Alchemillas. Alchemilia, but it's based off of Alchemilla Hospital, Santa Hill. So happy to do business with you. It truly was a pleasure to meet you once again, but I fear I must go for now. The tower you are heading towards is to the east of here, just beyond the church's hidden passage. Let us meet again, perhaps. I'll even have a special deal for you. My pockets are very deep, you see. But until that time of sport, take care, take care. Hurrah, hurrah. Right, quick, before the clown comes and puts fucking evil brown liquid in my bloodstream. Yeah, you bastard. Ooh. Chap. Whoa! Radical. I fucking I'm gonna get mobbed. I can just fucking feel it, man. I can just. Ring of Wraiths, though. Abella, you can have that because you fucking need it. Right. I don't know where Needles is going to spawn from. Normally spawns from the bottom, to be fair, in this area.
Hello, it's just me. Can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Cup of sugar's a lot of sugar, man. A lot of sugar. What are you doing with all that sugar that you're stealing from me?
It's a cup of sugar, mate.
Rat hag. Rat maiden. Knock knock. Kill that door. Pile of oil. Bring it to the boil. Old socks. Alright, rat hag. Alright, fella. Alright, fella. Where's this rat hag? Rat hag. Did I equip my my stinky wrench? Chop her down. Summon a rat. Watch out. Ah, fuck. Shit. Kill her, quick. Before the rat bites me. Ah, fuck. No, man. What's the point in all of this? I fucking hate this game anyway. Hey, fuck off, man. It's not biting me. Fucking what's the point of all this, man? You killed a Bella. I can't have that happen, man. I need to fucking reset. I need a soul, bro. I need her soul. So I'm gonna have to fucking kill. I'm gonna have to kill fucking Funky Kong at the top of the tower there. Top of the staircase, man. Cause it's just gotta happen. I need to go kill him, and then to be like, fuck! I got really good picks on the skunk Bibles as well, on the skunk Bibles. Fucking hell! Right, it's all right. It's all right. All right. Moldy bread. Rush 58, 88, 88, 88. Fucking techers, mate. Techers for reals. Right, let's go kill fucking Stinky Britches up here, man. It wasn't that bad. As long as Abella does a big smeller. Got hella cash. Kill him. That's life. I didn't poison my tip. Where? Right, Abella, don't die. 420 boys. Yes, man. I didn't enjoy that. I didn't enjoy that, sir. Thank you. Gurgling. Out for his gurgling, girls. Don't let him gurgle you. How do I not use both my rev ups? Alright, Moth Swarm pretty OP. OP, so hopefully we'll heal a nice amount. Get him, boys. Look at that. Fucking delightful, man. Yeah. Hit him and we're home free. Bella, hit him and we're home free. Yes. Yes, girls. Well done. Clip clap. Suffocated soul. Lion brass key. You are getting terrified. It's alright. Just booze on up. Cheers.
Cheers. Hip, 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 hooray.
Green herb. And... oh. Alright. Alright, you scared me, mate. I could hear you, but I couldn't see you. Up. Yeah, I won't be too long, mate. Gotta get my dinner at some point, mate. Progress. We might... I'll probably stream tomorrow, bro, to be honest. I know that'll be another 7 days on track, bro, but it's fine. I need to test some of the production updates I'm doing anyway. I've been coding some functions, some utility stuff for the streams. But the things that I might be able to fucking bundle up and sell at some... Oh, we might touch down on this again tomorrow. And I'll be about if people are. If you are, if you aren't, it's fine, man. I know I'm going to be taking... I'll be taking notes on this game tomorrow anyway, man. I'd be chilling out mostly tomorrow. So I'll be a boot. I'll be around, man. I got a ballistic shield from that chest last time. We didn't get it this time, but we finished that fight with a gentleman a lot cleaner than we did the first time. Let's mosey on out. And not get completely humiliated by the bobbies, or rather just myself, to be honest. Pretty mid as far as enemies go. I don't know. The first time I encountered a bobby, they fucking destroyed me. And I was like, oh my god, what am I supposed to do? Because you can't level up on this game. So what the fuck? This game is busted. I hate it. None of that is true. None of that was actually true. I'm actually a horrible person saying these things. We've got no heroin for... sorry, we've got no... Oh! We've got no... we've got no Snicker bars for Levi. But we're going to pop our heads in here anyway. So we can rob the place. There's some wine downstairs. We're gonna fill up. We're gonna fill up on the wine. Like this. Like that. Because in Fear and Hunger, alcohol is very good for your mental health. Just like real life. No, force the door open, man. Hit it. Hit it with bricks. Hit it with fucking insults. Yes, man. Oh, Bella's got a fat ass. This is a Bella. Her character arc is fat ass. Broomsticks galore. Alright. Alright, let's fucking book it, man. Let's go, Bella. Let's go. Scoot on out. Scoot on out. Yeehaw. Alright. Needles is gonna giggle any second. Heard it here first. Zip zoom. Whoa. Alright. Oh, fuck! Oh! Oh, death mask. Whoa, okay. Olivia, put this on, man. Fucking yes, man. Fucking fantastic. What a world. What a world. Red herb, small key, fucking bucket before the clown licks your face. Yeah. Go now! Go now! Go now! I fucking did it again. Hey. Fuck you, buddy. Right. Shit. Shit! So much more respect for handicap. Turns out they go through a lot. I was just ignorant. I was ignorant to just how much they go through, but fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Oh, I got to poison my tip. That was a fucking blessing and a half, man. Like I was ready to accept my fate. All right, Abella, good for you. It's interesting how Olivia gets a defense buff when she's low on health. What's the particulars of that? I shan't complain about it. Did I cut his fucking head off? Yes. Right, well, Needles, there's still a good chance Needles is in this screen with me. So let's just get to the bot or something. I don't even fucking know where I'm going right now. Ideally, we probably want to clear out the orphanage first in terms of getting effigies. Might be the easiest place to start. Because the White Mold Apartments and the church both have enemies that I don't really want to fight until I'm a bit stronger. If I can help it. So we're just going to get as much loot as we can. Fuck off, man. Or not. Yeah. Get as much loot as we can. Get the strap. Get the blicky from the bop. Hey, you little fucking shit beast. Go away! Strike them down, man. Don't. That's it. Horrible little bastards, aren't they? They're just annoying, man. They're just annoying. Fuck off, Bones. He's a little squashy little jelly man. Like, cut his head off. Fecal hound. He's a little dude. He's a little fuck. But he's got his little shit teeth into my mechanic, and now I have to put a herb on top of her head. A little shit, horrible little shit. I better not get mobbed or something. My fucking right. Okay. Right, we're at the bop, so that's something. That's something. Means we can get a couple guns, including the trench gun, and go find needles. Put some buckshot in him. Do 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 do. Oh wow, it's a hole! Climb down. Looks like some kind of an operation was planned here that took place around Preeville area. There are 4 locations that seem especially important. You copy the markings to your map. We're not too bothered about that on this run. What we did last time. Coded letter 1. I think Bella's the only one that can read these, but I don't think she necessarily discloses what they say. Looks like a coded letter or a child's prank. Unfortunately, you do not have the means to decrypt this at the moment. Bella not going to say anything about it? Or does she have to be on your party at the time? I guess that would make sense. Look, thingy. I'm not going to be long, son. Half an hour, maybe. I don't know. Alright. We're actually going to use that right now. That's handy. Alright, I've got the rifle, get the trench. That was actually a very convenient time to get that skin Bible. There go. It's a good blood portal to have, man. Like, the bop is very central. Well, it's not actually. It's not central at all, but it's a safe house, innit? Get up there. Get up there. Leech ring, etc. I got some heron for young Levi there. Whoop. Go, go, go. What's up, little thing? What could be wrong, my mate? You don't even want anything from me. You just want me to do things, regardless of whether you actually need them done or what. You've had so much food, and you're probably going to get some chicken in a bit. As much as I'd like a fucking curry, I'm going to resign myself to making my own meals. Poor person. Like the poor people we are thing. I know. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Oh. Ah! There's no jump scares in this place, to be fair. I think this place is... We can send Henrik here. We've killed Henrik now, but... there's this place, and there's the cafe as well that we find Levi in, and we can send Henrik to one or both of them per run, and then he does something. I don't actually know. I don't actually know, though. What's up, Mr. Boff? You're not that hard off, thingy, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You got a nice coat as well, haven't you? See? Yeah. Not gonna be long, mate. I'm like, stream like it's nobody's business. But yeah, I'll wrap it up in about half an hour, I figure, just so I can go get epic meal time. Heartless Angel. It looks a bit like the Loveless poster, but I don't know if that's a reach. Probably an epic reach. Ring of the Still Blood. I'll still blood you, Yick. Oh, I can go get a small things as well. I need that. ASAP Rocky. Matter of fact. I've got hella magic attack, man. Maybe more than Osa had. No job. Get fucked. No, I don't think you have, Soa. Actually, we've just made our way into pre-Hivel proper. What is the actual function of this particular room? Is it entirely redundant? Because I've never been able to find anything in here, man. But no, you've not missed anything, bro. No, good for you, mate. Good for you. I'll get that forum up on the Discord and start a Fear and Hunger thread so people can start dropping things in. I'm going to organize my notes probably after stream. I'll start with those. My notes are very loose at the moment. But they do contain like a few things that I'll be thinking about. I think after stream I'm probably going to start a Dan run on my laptop as well, mate. I think that's a vibe because analyze medical diagnosis, all that thing. It's why I kind of know I'm gonna fizzle out on my fixation for this before too long, but it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll try and find something else to play because I probably will pop up on stream again tomorrow. I'll be here for an extra half an hour tonight, and yeah, why not, man? I don't really intend to do 7 days a week every fucking week, but to be honest, because I'm working from home and I have a tendency to work too much sometimes, stream server's a good cut-off point. It's a good excuse for me to be like, right, I have to be finished by this time. Don't mind them. It's a good sort of lock-up time. And I can basically just tell my clients, look, man, I've got other commitments in the evening. So, whilst I might sometimes say, hey, I'm just going to keep cooking, man. The streams have served their purpose as a good time to be like, nope, I've got my other thing now. This is fucking too easy. Like, I don't mind streaming at all. I find it incredibly satisfying and quite natural as well. It's fun. Try to construct an esoteric model on the nature of our existence, or like an esoteric model for an RPG with reflections on the possible construction of our reality. Same. Same. Same here, brother. And how? And how? Yeah, that's my whole thing when it comes to story writing. I got the small things. Right? And how? Right, 16 agility. Olivia's pretty powerful dude. Leechmonger ring. Yerp. All right. These two are packing a little bit of heat now, which is good. We're going to go and invoke the Poe upstairs. And maybe get some skin Bibles if we're lucky. I know, Mr. Fingen. That's a wild inspiration today from Funga on a long walk with a friend discussing the nature of existence and its possible construct. Yeah, break it down, man. Break it down. Break it down one time. That's what I like about story writing, man, because you can just fucking filter all of these mad thoughts that we have into a work of quote unquote fiction, and then nobody can call you insane. They just call you a really interesting person. At least that's the goal. That's what I do, man. It's like fucking yeah, I'm fucking mental, but I can just funnel it all into this one thing. People can go, oh my god. At least that's the intention. What do you mean? Oh, it's because I picked tails, that's why. Rub the lamp, man. Will Smith's gonna pop out. Get fucked. I'm out. Watch me rolling out. Wait a sec. Yeah, I'm out. Shut up, Dr. Keeper. In fact, I might as well spend some more money bucks whilst I'm here. So I just start stocking up on tobacco now? Yes. Yeah, because I can't claim any of this shit is factual by any means. Yeah, exactly. You just fucking... Songwriting's good for, man. It's like... treating like your diary and people fucking love it. I don't mean that literally, but generally if I ever journal something, it's always fucking mopey existential nonsense anyway, so might as well make it rhyme. Two birds with one stone. Fantastic. Get two birds stoned at once. Ah, off to a great start, man. Off to a great start. Lots of tobacco in our pockets. Broken glass and tobacco just rolling around the pockets there. Life is beautiful. Oh, you fuckers are! Fuck off! No, it's not. It's funny. It's funny how these things happen. I say life is beautiful, and I immediately get accosted by the mob. Oh, put that down. You shouldn't have that. My mistake. Sorry, everyone. Just gets a bit crazy at times. I'm breaking on in there though. Not using a little small key. Olivia's hungry. She wants some moldy bread. No doubt. Fuck's sake. My doors are too strong for you. You need an apartment building. It has weaker doors. Moldy bread. Come and get your moldy bread. Me, Olivia, me like your baldy bread. Baldy bread fucking good for me. Licks lips. Me like the green dusty bit. Right, are you still hungry? Are you still hungry? Nope. Right, knock that fucking door down. Oh, I used the key anyway. What a tosser. What a tosser. Got a white vial and a fucking thing there. I guess I could rest in here as well. Right, the mob is outside this doorway. Let's see what happens. There's no way I'm fucking killing the mob right now. I'd rather just not deal with it. But they're already gurgling outside. Ah, fucking can't be asked. Maybe there is no electricity. Right, fella. I hit this little bastard right in the balls, man. letting himself in, man. I was coming in to get a cup of sugar. He's just coming in to get a cup of me. Hit him in the balls. Hit him in the head. Ow! Fuck off! Hunger, mate. Fear and hunger, mate. Ah! Thing just screamed with me as well. Just went, Olivia's party was victorious. Yeah. Fucking well happy. Well happy with that. I might as well... We're here for half an hour, bro. We're here for half an hour. Let's just fucking roll with the punches, man. It's fear and hunger. Fear and hunger, baby. What we paid was what we paid for, man. Exactly what we paid for. I'm over it. I think it used to be the case where I'd be like, oh nah, can't be losing progress on streams, but it's fucking, it's all part of God's plan. One of those cunts, all part of the plan. All right. Just hope we have a clean run against the gentleman. And yep. Smiling rainbows, happy times for Preville. Smiling rainbows, dropping off balls and arms. I don't know if it's worth just dropping Abella off, because her dying without me killing her is causing me to reset anyway. I need to preserve Abella so I can kill her myself. So I might just drop her off at the bop and just solo it, man. Or just kill her. Could just kill her. Could just kill her at the bop. I want my dinner. I want my dinner. I want my dinner. You fuck off, man. Hey, peace. Oh my Cabela. Raw, I'ma give it to you.
Eat him, my pretties.
Right, Abella, you're fucking smelly, and you're actually holding me back, so I don't think you're gonna last too much longer. But I have to be the one to tip the scales. But now that you still listen, let us break moldy bread. Isn't that nice? That nice. Abella, it's your favorite.
Moldy bread, yay.
That's right. Thingy. I can't see you. I can just hear you moaning. I'm coming soon, son. I'm coming soon. 20 minutes. I'll piss off. I'll stream again tomorrow, and we'll eat chicken tonight or something. Don't worry. Oh yeah, man. Of course. Oh, I know, Feng. You're so weak and you're so sympathetic. But you're so pathetic. You are to be sympathized with. Poor creature. Hey? Too long, mate. Zip, zip, zoom. Hop on. I bet I should be able to skitch on the back of the wheelchair there. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, let's do this one more time. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. Oh, can I get that bottle of Lambrini off the side there? Nope. Eating all this. Game's so big. Yeah, man, I'm surprised I've not. I have started a few Marco runs, but I've not taken them anywhere. But now that I've kind of I've kind of opened the seal, or at least I'm able to allow myself to get ending A when I'm offline. I'll still keep B and C for stream. There's no reason I should hold him back. I should just do it like a Marco and Dan, like my guy said, like Auntie said before. Best of both worlds. Fuck. My doors are too strong for it. And Vile is brutal. It's where I'll try not to approach Vile without bear trapping him or shooting him several times. Because if you get into a scrap, he's pretty fast. He can get going pretty quickly. But if you can sink a slug or two in, he normally loses at least one of his arms. Gives you a distinct advantage. Yeah, he's brutal, man. He's fucking, and he's fast and all. Speedy little bastard. Right. I always shit myself when. Oh. Right. Let's see what happens this time on the Bobby Express. And I need to poison my weapon, bro. Used to. Yeah. Right. Needles is probably going to spawn any second. Mosey on out. Whoa! Big moves. See you later, idiot. See you later, you broke idiot. Yeah, pocket cat. That's a bit rude. Thank you. Only polite. Has Needles spawned? Everything's kind of blurring together. I don't know what or who I am anymore. Bear trap. Alright. I don't know if it was worth a lucky coin, but... Dog. Cat dog. Yeah, there should be. I don't know what the opposite of a pocket is, but there should be the dog that comes in and saves you, and it became really easy. I can't believe it wasn't even the fucking mob that killed my run last time. No. No. It was a simple ball sack. Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. Saturday, I'll let us off. Oh God, well, she hasn't got a wrench, and she's too slow anyway. So try your best, Abella, before I get bitten by the fucking shit beast. All right, you did your best. Thanks, hun. Alright, I'll just rub this green herb on my feet and we'll be off. Rob, I'll give it to... I'm going to drop Abella off at the bop. What else they're doing in these menus? I don't drink the vodka yet. Waste. That's sneaking. Oh, you fucking cunts! Ah, you fucking cunts! Are you joking? Yeah, alright. Yeah, fucking sound, man. Jesus, man. My heart rate barely... Oh, no, it did. It just lurched up. Okay. Yeah, I got majorly goon squadded. I can't believe I fucking got out of that, man. That was the mob and... oh, another death mask! Oh! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, we can't... I will not allow... I will not allow us to lose this progress this time, man. Not every day you get a death mask out the bin. So, Abella, smell you later. You're staying here. Yeah, man, like, Needles I stand a chance against, but the mob is a big no-go. But the both of them... Fucking chances at running away, man, because I know if I kill one, the other's just going to kill me. Right, Abella, you're staying here. So's hun. Not that I don't like you, it's just that I don't need you. Alright. That's fine. Do-do-do-do-do. You bitch. Dong, ba-ding, dang. Dong, dong. I know it's difficult, man. I really need to start plotting my routes. In fact, instead of rushing into an offline run after stream, I'm gonna plot out my route a little bit. Mayhaps. Take some quick notes, man, because I've got habits. I always develop dominant strategies pretty quickly in games like this, and I find it hard to deviate once I've kind of conditioned myself to follow these streamlined sort of routes and stuff. Whereas, you know, I want to be hitting on plot points. I want to be seeing the other contestants interact with each other as much as possible. At this point, But Tanaka certainly is a very one to just knock off because literally that one extra bit of agility can do so much for you early on. If you just get a small things amulet, like you're guaranteed your extra attack pretty early game. If you're lucky, you'll just find a small things just lying about, which is ideal. I'm having to buy one on this playthrough, but even so, like, doesn't take long to get 50 shillings, and if you're pretty nimble, you can just book it through into past the gates, go straight to Kiefer, and you're laughing. That's where I'm trying to get and preserve this Olivia run. So I'm gonna get the small things, and then I'm gonna think about saving, man. It's a bit earlier than I'd normally save. Normally I'd try and get a bit more done than this, but ultimately, when we finished that A ending run yesterday, we hadn't even touched day 3. I've never been to day 3 yet, so it's been impossible for me to see all events transgress one way or another for one reason or the next. So I could probably do well to slow down a bit and stop trying to min-max every single day. I'm gonna guess that even if we didn't go for Route A, the tower probably wasn't gonna take, you know, it probably wasn't gonna require me to rest. Right, boys! Woohoo! Woohoo! So when people put these guys in thumbnails, they will censor this little guy here, just his weenie, but everything else they're fine with. It's why I'm not on the side of people like, oh my god, I'm gonna get demonetized. It's like, nah, you're not. You're being dramatic. You're being fucking dramatic. And how do I know this? Because I haven't been flagged once, bro. Been flagged once. And my videos get millions of clicks. Okay. Small things, please. Who are the censor mods for, man? Is it for people that shouldn't be playing this game because they're little babies? Because covering up images of wee-wees and tartars, I mean, there's a lot of dark things in this game, man. Wee-wees and tartars aren't really part of the depravity menu, as far as I'm concerned. I know I'm an adult, and you should be an adult if you're playing this game. I understand that me being an adult gives me a distinct advantage, because I stopped finding tatas and wee-wees funny when I was a little baby child with no developed sense of humor. But now that I'm a big old adult, pee-pee, wee-wee, and poo-poo, only as funny as much as it isn't funny. Pee-pee poo-poo is pretty fucking funny, man. Pretty fucking funny, but we're not talking about pee-pee poo-poo. We're talking about genitals and feces, and that was not the same, is it? But it do be funny though, because the woman fucking the goat reminds me of JoJo. If you know, if IYKYK. Yeah, man. Honestly, I'm puerile in my sense of humor. Like, I say stupid shit just to get a rise, but I would find it humiliating to do a video essay and go, oh my god, oh my god. Especially if I'm trying to convince people that I should be listened to for matters of information or informative people purposes. But it's funny because in JoJo there was a pig in the toilet in India that ate poo poo. Oh. Nope. Now that I think about it, yeah, fucking epic, bro. Right, I better book it back to the bop.
Back to life, back to the wheelchair.
Foul stench, like fucking.
Whoa! Look out below.
This is the wrong way. That's fine. There's a chest over here. Not roll onto that landmine. Yeah, fuck it. I hate. Right. We'll think about signing off for tonight. But I'll drop in tomorrow, man. Oh! I'll drop in tomorrow afternoon again. Why not? Unless I can think of a reason not to, I'll drop in. Because even though it's my quote unquote day off, I don't really have full on days off. Don't believe in them. Don't believe in them, homie. This is a banger though. I'll be working on stream production stuff for the before stream, and having that cut off again works just as much for my personal project stuff as it does my professional production stuff. But the stream running these streams just has many advantages for my lifestyle, really, and my productivity. And we're making steady progress towards monetization. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. But I best go and appease the cat and make myself a dinner meal. And whilst I normally wouldn't save this early on day one, we're gonna fucking do it anyway, man. Ah. But let me think about this, because bitch, where can I sacrifice 7 heads? Oh no, thank yous. Pretty laid back today, man. It's good to get back into some of the analysis stuff though. For reals. I think I'm gonna book it back to Old Town. Oh. Let's go. If I die on the way, it's. Yeah, I'm gonna tip more gravy down. Feng neck. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Hmm? Yeah, man, maybe we'll touch down on some, we'll warm up with some video essays. Some more. Because even the bad ones are good for getting ideas on what to clarify. Things to get proper definitions and answers for. So it is worth touching down on even the subpar commentary content available. Do I have a Book of Enlightenment? That would be fucking epic if I did. I do. Yeah, suboptimal, but it's fine. So we'll touch down some of those just to warm our heads up, maybe when we touch down tomorrow. It's always nice to finish to the top bunk, obviously. Always good to finish to the bop music as well, to be honest. It's cool how the wheelchair manifests in this dream space. Well, Hexen, oh, wait a second. All right. Actually based. Actually fucking based. Actually fucking based. Actually based. Right. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Long stream. 7.5 hours. Fucking nothing, man. Like I say, if I could do this full time, I would. Absolutely would. I guess I kind of am, to be honest. Look after yourselves. Happy Splatter Day. We'll be back tomorrow. More of the same. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your dinners. Enjoy your evenings and whatnot. Eat good. Sleep well. Drink water. See you later. Bye-bye now.